The Penultimate Inquiry, Yuri Maximov. Science fiction detective, action novel. By the end of the 22nd century, the Penultimate Inquest had reached the height of its influence. It was hard to imagine any other place where an agency devoted to investigating good deeds might have found public support. Yet at that particular time, and in that particular world, it formed an essential part of state ideology, the ambition to build a popular, positively oriented society. Selection was random. Only a person who had fallen into a fourth-degree coma became subject to investigation. Such an event was considered a sign from above. Society was obliged to learn everything it could about the individual before life support was disconnected. Inquest officers interviewed relatives and acquaintances, examined records, and ultimately submitted a report compiling everything good that could be said about the person. These reports were distributed as widely as possible, and the Bulletin of the Penultimate Inquest became the most widely read periodical of its time, shaping culture, art, and even the everyday habits of ordinary people. The investigative process itself was in most cases routine and, frankly, dull. Yet some cases of the Penultimate Inquest proved striking exceptions. It is those cases that will be discussed here. Contents: the Sato case, the Kornev case, the Screen case, the Karchevsky case, the Peter case, the Sato case. Anything you wish, Mr. Y. Investigator: I am entirely at your disposal. From beneath half-lowered lashes, she watched the handsome young man seated across from her with predatory interest. Short, fair hair, straight brows flaring slightly upward, hussar's mustache, a strong chin with a dimple. Everything fit together nicely. Only the nose, perhaps, was a bit too large. Tell me about Martin Sato. Ah, Martin. She ran her hand through the thick fur of the cat on her lap, as if hiding her aged fingers. A delightful man, and I say that not merely because he was my brother. Anyone who knew Martin would tell you the same. In his youth, it's true, he was a little awkward, but that passed with time. He moved to the city, enrolled at university, graduated with honors. Mother was so proud of him. He achieved everything in life on his own, and not everyone, you must admit, is capable of that. Of course. A professional smile flickered beneath the thick mustache. But as you understand, I'm interested in more specific matters. Naturally, the living room door opened slightly. A strong aroma of coffee spread through the room. There was Cody at last. Mrs. Tahi gave a barely perceptible nod. Good boy. That meant the recording was already running. A broad-shouldered mulatto in livery shuffled toward the guest and bent forward with a tray in his hands. Morning sunlight played along the gilded rim of the cup. Using the pause, Mrs. Tahi continued to examine her visitor. The gray cashmere suit fit him perfectly. The shoes, however, were worn. A thin ring gleamed on his ring finger. How sternly Mr. Investigator was staring at Cody. Had he guessed the truth? That the servant was an android? Or hadn't he? With a discreet gesture to the servant, she went on. When tragedy struck Paul and Anna, Martin took Victor into his home. Such things are rare these days. I myself intended to shelter the poor orphan, but Robert, God rest his soul, was opposed. I had nearly persuaded him when Martin beat us to it. How noble of him. He cared for the boy well. Victor grew into a real man. Martin, in general, had a great fondness for children. Every year he transferred enormous sums to a children's hospital, just to help those poor little souls in any way he could. Cody stepped back toward the door and froze with the tray in his hands. A perfect angle. What a recording this would be. Plenty to gossip about with Audrey and Nina. Those old harpies would be green with envy. And to his subordinates, Martin was like a father. He helped however he could, rescued many from misfortune, I believe they'll tell you more at the factory. Martin was deeply sensitive to others. He helped me arrange Robert's funeral. And he never forgot his sister sent cards for every holiday, always so stylish. His love of art was evident in everything he did. Have you seen his magnificent Savushkin collection? The investigator with the peculiar surname Karev took a sip from his cup and shrugged. Not yet, but I intend to. You must see it. Martin was an ardent admirer of Savushkin's talent. It seems he managed to collect nearly all of his paintings. I hope Smaller will look after them properly until I formally enter my inheritance. You know, I don't trust living servants very much. Martin could indulge in such eccentricities, but it's not to my taste. Can one really leave a stranger alone with such masterpieces? Mrs. Tahi traced her little finger behind the cat's black ear, and it purred softly without opening its eyes. And you, Mr. Investigator, how do you feel about art? Positively. My wife is an artist. Really? Mrs. Tahi narrowed her eyes, preparing a barb. Oh, that must be terribly difficult. Why so? Well, people of art, they're always searching, thirsting for new impressions, new feelings. You understand? I'm not sure. Oh, you understand perfectly well, dear Mr. Investigator. Your lips have tightened. Your brows have drawn down. What a splendid shot this will make. But in any case, thank you for your assistance. Karev set the unfinished cup on the table and rose. Leaving already? The satisfied old woman stroked the cat dozing on her lap once. More. Duty calls. Inquest officer. Wasn't it you who handled the Chironder case? No. That was my colleague. You know it was a revelation. When I read his story, I wept all night. Even now, I can't quite recover. For a whole week afterward, I wanted to smile at everyone I met. I'm certain your work on Martin will be no less moving. I'll do my best, Karev promised, stepping toward the door. The silent mulatto escorted him out. At the threshold, Karev drew a token with 2 blue triangles from his pocket and showed it to the android. Erase all recordings from the past hour. Yes, Mr. Investigator. The automatic door pushed him out into the dusty, noisy churn of the megacity. The clinging smell of age and cat fur remained behind. Outside, the investigator exhaled heavily, trudged to his jumper parked nearby, climbed inside, slammed the door, and buried his face in his hands. He was still nauseous from yesterday's corporate party, but that wasn't what troubled him most. Knowing he shouldn't drink, he had allowed himself an exception. It had been a grave mistake. It never seemed dangerous to raise one glass to the boss's health, and where there was one, a second inevitably followed. After the second, judging by the state of his body, there had been many more, though his memory of subsequent events was fragmented. He recalled overturning a table of appetizers, Sonia's dress smeared with salad mayonnaise, hurling goblets at Quan, shouting at the boss. And that, perhaps, was all. The rest dissolved into a haze, and was likely no less monstrous. Waking that morning at home, he found that his wife had left, taking her things with her. She didn't answer his calls. Inna had warned him she would leave if he slipped again, and she had kept her word. Karev was crushed, disoriented, and at a loss. He didn't know how to face his colleagues, what to say, how to win Inna back. In the end, he simply set off to investigate a new case, hoping the work would help him collect his thoughts and regain his footing. With a sigh, he entered the address of the Sato estate on the control panel, and the jumper lifted from the ground and rose into the sky, where other jumpers drifted back and forth like flies over the rotting corpse of the metropolis. Smoller stepped into the hall at 5 minutes to 11. With a practiced glance, he swept over the bronze lions at the staircase, the dark tapestries, the molding, the motionless curtains. Everything was clean. The polished mosaic parquet echoed with each step, his aged tread ringing loudly through the empty house. Soon the familiar world would collapse. The new owner adored androids and would surely dismiss him. A dull ache of anxiety tightened in his chest once more, but by an effort of will the butler forced it down, burying it deep inside. For a moment he paused before the mirror. He examined the thin, bony reflection, ran his fingertips through sparse gray hair, and on the whole felt satisfied. Beneath his aquiline composure lurked curiosity. Until recently, guests had been a rarity within these walls, and guests like this, especially so. The investigator arrived a quarter of an hour later. He proved to be a short young man with oddly curled mustaches. Yes, the younger generation no longer considers tardiness a breach of manners, the old butler thought. Not for the first time. While aloud, he politely greeted the visitor and prolonged a tour of the house. "Let's take a look," the investigator said pleasantly. He began inspecting things at once, right there by the door, eyes wide, gazing about like a provincial in a cathedral. The old man smiled inwardly at such artless wonder. "Impressive," the guest remarked. "Marble staircase, lions, like a museum. All right, show me the study." "The famous Savushkin collection?" the young man asked, nodding toward the paintings. "Precisely. I've heard Sato acquired all of his works. Only one painting, already paid for, has yet to be delivered." Studying the small rectangles, the investigator shook his head. "Looking at such masterpieces, one can't help suspecting a conspiracy among art critics," he said darkly. "What is this? Here, a dirty boot. On another canvas, a fragment of a woman's shoulder. And here, someone's bald head. And what exactly is genius about that? My wife's paintings are far more interesting, yet her entire body of work wouldn't fetch even a tenth of what Sato paid for any one of Savushkin's." 10 meters farther on, they stopped before a gray door. The investigator entered first, followed by smaller, spacious, the guest observed, dropping heavily into a massive leather chair behind the glass desk. A black computer block on the desktop caught his attention. It was the first thing he reached for. Click. The screen flared to life. Pre-boot images flickered. A guard program chimed, requesting a password. With a practiced motion, the investigator produced his token with blue triangles and held it to the screen. Access granted. The system continued loading. "File grid just like mine." The guest chuckled into his luxuriant mustache. "Well, it seems Mr. Sato and I did have something in common after all." Smaller smiled politely. "Please have a seat," the investigator offered. "Standing doesn't help the truth." "Thank you." The butler took 2 steps toward the sofa and settled carefully on its edge. "Well dressed, but the shoes could use replacing," he noted silently, studying the visitor. And it seemed, too, that behind the investigator's professional mask, something was gnawing at him. Something serious. "All right, let's have a look." The investigator leaned forward, the air of practiced efficiency settling over him. Scanned Savushkin, paintings, articles, also Savushkin. And this? He paused. "Sketches?" "Mr. Sato's private interest," Smaller replied. "In his spare time, he was working on a biography of Savushkin." "Really?" Karev scrolled on. "And here? What's this?" "A congratulatory program, an archive of postcards. So Sato never bothered with it himself. The messages were generated and sent automatically. Many people prefer it that way. Very well, moving on. Accounts, more accounts, certificates of authenticity." He exhaled softly. "Yes, Sparse. And what can you tell me about your employer? Smaller's eyebrows lifted in a mild, almost theatrical arch, lending his olive-toned face an expression of instant benevolence. Mr. Sato always paid his staff promptly, he said, his voice calm, carefully modulated. He was unfailingly courteous. He understood art. He respected order. Karev tilted his head. Anything more concrete? His relationships with family, for instance? About 15 years ago, Mr. Sato took in his orphaned nephew, Smaller said, and his faded eyes drifted inward, as though following some distant recollection. It was not an easy childhood for young Victor. What do you mean? The loss of one's parents. That is always devastating, especially in childhood. At times, I think, he hesitated. I might have shown the boy greater kindness. And where is he now? In the army. Did Sato have friends? Indeed. Mr. Kotinkov. They have known each other since their university days. They began together at Intra. He has not visited for quite some time. Perhaps he relocated. Collectors? Art historians? The old man shook his head slowly. Mr. Sato held that circle in little esteem. You see, these paintings, he faltered, the sentence momentarily losing its balance. They were not merely a collection, nor a matter of prestige. He used to say that for him they were essential, very important in a word. Incidentally, Mr. Sato has an elder sister, Mrs. Tahi. I believe she could tell you far more than I. Thank you, Karev said with a faint, knowing smile powering down the computer. I've just come from her. Have you? Would it be terribly presumptuous of me to ask? Go ahead. The visitor leaned back, relaxed, almost indulgent. Provided, of course, that it does not encroach upon the confidentiality of your investigation. Smaller paused, weighing every word with care. Did she by any chance mention her intentions regarding Mr. Sato's house and the arrangements established here? If you mean whether she intends to retain you once she inherits the property, Karev replied evenly, then, frankly, I wouldn't place much hope in it. Though, he allowed himself a pause. One never knows. Sato may have left the house not to her, but to Victor, or even to you. Smaller smiled, a restrained, sorrowful curve of the lips. You possess a fine sense of humor, mister. Investigator. After a brief silence, Karev rose. The butler sprang up immediately. Perhaps a cup of coffee? No, thank you. I've already been offered enough for one day. The cafe, decorated in a deliberately medieval style, was quiet at this hour. Rough-hewn stone walls, low-ribbed vaults, arches, massive wooden gates, a cavernous hearth glowing with embers, heavy furniture fashioned to look intentionally crude, cast candlesticks dangling from chains, swords and shields lining the walls, the teasing aroma of meat sizzling over open flame, all of it combined to evoke an atmosphere of venerable antiquity. Somewhere unseen, lutes traced a gentle, unobtrusive melody. A morose, bald waiter in a leather vest took the order and withdrew, leaving Karev alone. On any other day, he would have returned to the Penultimate Inquest headquarters to process his findings and have lunch. But now he could not bring himself to go back. He knew he would have to face it sooner or later. Still, he postponed the moment as long as he could. How thoroughly he had managed to ruin everything. He had been on good terms with his superiors, had only just smoothed relations with his colleagues, and now it was all undone. And for what? Worst of all was the thought of Inna leaving him. To chase away the gloom, Karev pulled his tablet from his pocket, entered his work interface, and from there, accessed the intra-corporate network. As he had suspected, the charitable initiative was little more than a formality. Yes, the corporation transferred funds each year to the Anat Children's Hospital, but never a single unit beyond the legal minimum required for tax relief. Even the choice of beneficiary seemed dictated by convenience. Thanks to its absurd name, the hospital occupied the first line of the official register. Absent-mindedly twisting the tip of his right mustache, Karev opened his messages and reviewed the subject's file once more, retrieved through special control. 17 years earlier, Martin Sato had indeed taken in his orphan nephew. What troubled Karev was that, less than 2 years later, the uncle had sent the 8-year-old boy to a military academy. Still, sending a child to a closed institution on another continent did not necessarily mean cruelty or indifference. He would have to speak with the nephew himself. Next came Victor Sato's dossier. Military school, graduated with honors. Academy, again with honors. Apparently a family trait. Karev read on. Successful operations, combat injuries, promotions. His gaze stopped at the photograph. A straight aristocratic nose, hollowed temples, sunken cheekbones, a severe gaze beneath heavy brows. There was something of the uncle in him. So where was Colonel Sato now? Karev let out a low whistle, his brow furrowing. Tyrath. War zone. The very center of it. He had never taken an assignment like that. Earlier, he would almost certainly have refused, contenting himself with other witnesses. Now, however, the thought of flying to the front line exhilarated him. It might at least partially erase his colleague's memory of yesterday's humiliation. With a sigh, Karev switched the tablet to mirror mode, found a favorable angle, adjusted his unruly part, and tapped his favorite contact. The bald waiter approached with a tray, but Karev merely nodded, unwilling to break focus. For several seconds he stared at his own face, frozen into a polite smile, waiting for Inna to answer, until the call was abruptly ended. In the tablet's reflection, he watched the smile drain away. He started to compose a message, then stopped. "I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. It will never happen again. I'll do anything to make this right." They would have sufficed had he not used every one of them before, and Inna remembered such things far too well. This time, something truly different was required. Karev watched bleakly as the waiter set down a steaming ham with a knife thrust into it, alongside a wooden mug of foaming non-alcoholic beer. Then the tablet vibrated, and Hull's face appeared on the screen. Karev answered. "Hi, Paulie, how are you holding up?" Hull's habitual professional smile revealed little, but today it gave Karev hope that, at the very least, he hadn't thrown goblets at him. "Hi. I've started the Sato case, running between witnesses. Listen, how bad was it yesterday? I don't remember everything, but what I do remember looks awful." Well, Hull was always polite, always careful with words. The length of the pause now boded poorly. "I'll be honest, Sonia and Quan hate you. That was her favorite dress, and calling Quan a fucking Chinaman wasn't wise. He's Vietnamese. Didn't you know?" I just wasn't myself. One goblet did hit him, by the way, but the slur offended him more than anything else. Even more than Sonia was offended by slut. Hell. Karev flushed and struck his forehead with his palm. "Anyone else?" "You. Semyonich? You should probably prepare yourself for a conversation with the boss. By the time Bob and I reached you to escort you home, you had already announced that you were firing him and appointing yourself in his place. That's it then. And you called him an earthworm. That's Kipling." "Hull, are you serious?" "Dead serious, Paulie. No idea why. In any case, I'm calling to say they're waiting for you. And you shouldn't vanish for too long. I just need to fly out to Sato's plant first. I already arranged it. They're expecting me. After that, straight to the office. I'll let Petrovich know. I can probably buy you a couple of hours. Robert, I owe you. Forget it. And listen, yes, it's awkward, but it'll pass. Don't lose heart. Thank you. When the screen finally went dark, Karev stared at the ham with open disgust. His appetite had vanished entirely. Outside the window, a blue Jumper 7 glided down for landing. Hagen leaned toward the glass and followed its descent with an ironic squint. Imagine that. Some fool had decided to park right by the main entrance. The hatch swung open, and a little man in a gray jacket climbed out of the egg-shaped vehicle. Hard to make out much from the 5th floor. Hagen snorted and turned back to his screen. He let his eyes skim the columns of numbers, yawned luxuriously, then distracted himself once more by tapping the coffee maker. Post-lunch torpor was taking its toll. A couple of minutes later, the door flew open, and 2 men entered the office. The short, dark Gwobin and a sickly-looking fellow with a ridiculous mustache and a flashy gray suit. The very same man from the 7. Senior Coordinator Helmut Hagen, Gwobin announced with a syrupy smile to the mustached man, dabbing sweat from his chocolate-colored forehead with a handkerchief. Inquest Officer Mr. Paul Karev. He extended a broad hand. The blue-eyed youth's handshake turned out to be firm. Mr. Hagen will provide you with every possible and fully qualified assistance, Gwobin said. With a saccharine expression, he bowed to the visitor, backed toward the door, cast one last sharp glance at Hagen, and left them alone. A pause. For several seconds they studied one another in silence. At last, the coffee maker hummed and gave a soft beep. Coffee? The coordinator asked, adjusting his green robe as he rummaged in the desk drawer. No, thank you. Without waiting for an invitation, the guest sat down in the chair opposite. Don't like it? Honestly, not much. Me neither, Hagen confessed, setting a white cup with a brown stain inside on the desk. Can't stand it. Absolute swill. Something clinked in the drawer as a second cup appeared. But my wife trained me. And everyone here gulps it down, too. You wouldn't brew tea just for yourself, would you? The coordinator grabbed the grimy coffee maker and held it over the cups. So, shall I pour? Well, half a cup. Once again, the acrid smell of coffee spread through the room. Karev's nostrils twitched involuntarily, but he took the cup. Only then did the coordinator, grim as a Viking, sink into his chair and pick up his own. Well, tell me about Martin Sato. The coordinator gave a snort. I'm afraid the story will be a short one. The old man liked order in everything. Me, I'm making up for it now, growing a beard. Hagen smugly scratched his bristly cheek and took a sip of coffee. What else? Tight-fisted, strict, fussy. But he paid wages on time. Got obsessed with some fashionable paintings, plastered the whole office with that daub. They said he once helped one of the guys out. Didn't happen on my watch, but I haven't been here that long. You'd be better off talking to Kotinkov. He was the former first deputy. Sato kicked him out about 15 years ago. I heard they started out together, back in Castle's day. Is it possible that some of the workers know more? Possible, the coordinator said, glancing out the window and allowing himself a faint grin at the sight of a patrol robot crawling toward the 7. And would their help speed things along so Sato croaks sooner? I've never encountered such a view of my work, he said, through his teeth. But you could put it that way. Very well. Hagen raised the hand with the implanted microphone to his mouth and announced, Attention! An investigator from the inquest has arrived. Those able to provide information concerning Mr. Sato are to report immediately to Office 1318. Shop supervisors are instructed to arrange timely replacements for anyone wishing to assist the investigation. That is all. Another swallow of the hot, cloudy liquid. Where is office 1318? 20 floors up. Elevator to the right, down the corridor. May I ask why everyone treats Mr. Sato with such hostility? Hagen glanced toward the street again. At that moment, the patrol robot had just seized the offending jumper. Well, you did ask. His voice hardened. The old man was a soulless brute. When Gert's wife fell seriously ill, Sato refused to grant him leave outside the schedule and fired him. Gert tried to scrape by on his own. Got into debt with the wrong people. Couldn't pay it back. A month later, they broke his legs. Or take Evtich from Shop 2. His daughter's epileptic. She's got a special fob, signals when a seizure starts. One time, Evtich's wife was away, and he got the alert during his shift. The guy was on his knees begging the old man to let him go. Sato didn't physically stop him, no, but he warned him that if Evtich left his shift, he needn't come back. His final pay and documents would be mailed. Evtich stayed. Thank God, nothing happened to the girl that time. Hagen frowned and took another gulp. If you know what it means in our world to be left without work, you'll understand. Evtich. Sato said the same thing to me once, when I asked for leave to attend my mother's funeral. Old bastard. That's how he understood order. Hardly anyone will come to you now. But if you wanted to listen to those who know bad things about Sato, we'd have to shut down the line and the queue to 1318 would stretch several floors high. But that sort of thing doesn't interest you, does it? Not your department. Yes, Karev said, nodding as he set the cup down. But thank you all the same for your candor. You're welcome. By the way, what do you do if you can't find anything? That never happens, Karev replied, already stepping toward the door. Every person has at least one selfless good deed to his name. I'm afraid Sato didn't have even that. He's no Chironder. I don't think so. I've had harder cases. Once I dealt with a Satanist. Even he ended up with a fairly decent dossier. Well then, I'll be eager to see whether you manage the same with our Satanist. The investigator smiled to show he appreciated the pun, and closed the door behind him. Hagen glanced sideways and grinned. The coffee in the visitor's cup hadn't gone down at all. And below, by the entrance, the robot began towing away the blue jumper. The door marked 1318 was locked. A stooped little man glanced nervously around the empty corridor. What if someone came out by chance? God forbid, noticed him. No, he couldn't linger here. He walked a bit farther and stopped by a notice board, pretending to read the orders. He did try to read, to distract himself, but the words refused to come together. His fingers worried the button of his work coat. To the left, the elevator chimed, and his body flinched despite itself. The doors slid apart. The very man stepped into the corridor. It was obvious at first glance. A severe gray suit, an impassive face that looked as if it had been tanned hard, cold steel in the eyes. Neat mustache with upturned tips. I take it you're here for me. The little man grunted in response and gave a small nod. Excellent. Come along. The gray man stepped up to 1318, held some sort of token to the sensor, and the door swung open. They went inside. On Mondays and Thursdays, a psychologist received patients here, so for relaxation there was a hologram instead of a window. A field, a spruce forest tangled with raspberry bushes, blue sky, swallows darting back and forth. Pastoral idyll. They sat down in armchairs. Inquest Officer Karev, the gray man introduced himself. Senior Operator Evtich. What did you want to tell me? The little man shifted uncertainly in his chair. staring at the dark treetops of the holographic forest behind the investigator. "I've worked here almost 20 years," he began, flushing with embarrassment, then swallowed and went on. "Mr. Sato once helped our family greatly. He quite literally saved us." "Go on," the gray man said, crossing one leg over the other. "My wife was diagnosed with stroma," the operator forced out, avoiding the investigator's gaze. "Back then, that disease killed a lot of people. The vaccine cost $9,500. We'd saved $2. Collected another $1,500 from relatives. The guys chipped in $2 more through the union." Evtich sighed heavily. "We were still 4 short. And without the vaccine, it's death. Or dementia. I knew, mister." Sato had canceled the subsidies introduced by Mr. Castle, but there was nowhere else to get the money. Might as well hang myself. So I decided to try my luck. Figured it couldn't get worse than a noose. And the guys egged me on. Said if Sato refused, we'd strike. That was just talk. Out of kindness. They wouldn't have done anything. How many times they'd promised before, talked for show, then calmed down. Mr. Sato didn't like jokes, and who wants to lose their job? Still, Gert did take them to Mr. Kotinkov back then. They talked about something. He was the first deputy at the time? That's right. Anyway, I plucked up my courage and submitted a petition. Don't know how it happened, but that time the boss took pity. Paid me exactly $4,000, not as a loan but as a subsidy. A true act of God. They saved my Masha, and later we had a daughter, and then a son. Without Mr. Sato's help, I'd have had nothing. I'll be grateful to him, to my dying day. And yet, wasn't it you he refused to release, to help your daughter? That did happen. Evtich nodded readily, not at all surprised by the investigator's awareness. But he did the right thing. Did he? Of course. He'd already helped me once, made an exception. And then I come again, asking for another. But if you make too many exceptions, there'll be no order left. And for Mr. Sato, order was everything. Besides, it worked out with my daughter in the end. Mr. Sato couldn't have acted otherwise. He saw such matters from above. And how could I judge the boss, when without him my daughter wouldn't even exist? Things like that aren't forgotten. Now, whatever happens, happens. I've repaid my debt. And what will happen? The investigator narrowed his eyes. Well, anything. Evtich shrugged. There are lots of young guys now. They might not understand. Everyone's fiercely against Mr. Sato. And here I am, swimming against the current, so trouble in the collective is pretty much guaranteed. The investigator thought for a few seconds, then advised, "Go to Hagen now and tell him exactly what you told me. Give him my regards. He'll help you figure out how to present your action to your comrades. Thank you." They parted, and the investigator was left alone. Karev sat there another half hour, gazing melancholically at the hares hopping across the field. But no, one else came. The patrol robot toted off to God knew where, leaving behind on the asphalt a plastic citation for the fine. What kind of day is this? Karev burst out in exasperation. For the next 15 minutes he raged into his tablet, fussing, protesting, leaning on the police. But here his token with the blue triangles proved useless. Before midnight, those assholes wouldn't promise to return the vehicle. They weren't wrong to say they disliked inquest officers. He had to order a taxi only to discover that taxis, too, didn't land in prohibited zones. So he still had to tramp half a block south on foot. The last time he'd ordered a taxi was on his wedding day 2 years ago. The memory of that day brought back the rupture with Inna, and the thought weighed even heavier on him. He glanced up at the gray-blue sky and trudged along an endless concrete fence beneath Intra's thousand-eyed skyscraper. Gradually, his thoughts settled and dulled, turning gray and uneven like the scuffed, cracked asphalt under his feet, streaked with dark runnels and white splatters of pigeon droppings. To the right, along the sidewalk, stretched a withered strip of lawn with short-clipped grass, much like Hagen's stubble. So Sato was not as simple as the coordinator had painted him. Only Evtich had found the courage to come and speak the truth. Who knew how many others the owner had helped, yet never dared climb up to Office 1318 for fear of the collective's displeasure? All right, in time, we'll deal with that too. Karev, letting his gaze slide over the grass, where cigarette butts, crumpled tickets, candy wrappers, beer caps, and here and there, dandelions, made a mottled scatter. Paul sighed, watching the wind chase sunflower shell husks across the pavement, while to the right a pigeon drank from a shallow hollow near the road and bobbed as if nodding. Inna was surely at her mother's now. Tonight he would have to go there and talk, find some words. Ahead came an angry muttering. Karev lifted his eyes and jolted. Some 7 paces away, an old man stood hunched in the road, wrapped in torn brown rags. Long matted hair stuck out in all directions. A tangled beard hung in clumps. In his shaking hands, a black garbage bag. A furious gnome of a vagrant, or a Father Frost who'd sunk to the slums. Paul froze where he stood. The old man, meanwhile, plunged a hand into the bag and hurled a herring head at the investigator. Here, take it. He was so stunned he couldn't even swear. The old man, as though nothing at all had happened, plunged his hand back into the bag. And take this too. A banana peel flew through the air. Karev jerked again, then suddenly realized the old man wasn't throwing at him, but at Intra's fence. What? You want pictures? The bearded madman muttered, rummaging in the bag. Take 'em. A beer bottle traced a clean arc and shattered with a loud crack against the concrete wall. And take the wife. A bony chicken bone dropped into the grass. The daughter. A gust of wind sent the tossed bits of foil skittering back, and they rained down on the old man himself. Coming to his senses, Karev skirted the lunatic at a brisk pace and hurried on. Behind him, though, the voice still carried, the house, the money, the status, take it all. And yet, perhaps this vagrant's life had gone off the rails after a drunken rampage at a corporate party. A living proof that not all problems dissolve with time. A few minutes later, he reached the small landing area near the residential blocks. Here, he didn't have to wait long. The taxi arrived quickly enough, dropping down from the matte sky like a yellow sausage. The door lifted like a solicitous wing, and Karev squeezed into the cabin. The first thing he saw, the ruffled nape of the driver, was expected. The second, however, genuinely startled him. Attached to the front panel hung a small painting, a neat little square. On a dark brown background, the graceful painted hand of a woman reached towards something beyond the frame. If even taxi drivers like this nonsense, then either something's wrong with me or something's wrong with the rest of the world, Karev thought, settling into the back seat. Where to? The driver turned to him, a lean, cheerful face. Karev gave the address. Oh, Penultimate Inquest. Haven't flown there yet. The driver entered the coordinates, and they began to rise slowly, leaving behind the descending bulk of Intra's tower. You like it? The driver asked, noticing Karev staring at the panel. Well, it's interesting. What draws you to it? It's only a reproduction. You don't carry originals in a car. The driver fell silent a moment, looking through the windshield at the uneven stumps of skyscrapers ringed by thousands of dots, jumpers lifting and dropping. You see, this picture is especially dear to me. It so happened that I lost everything. Wife, children, they're gone. And I stayed. The grief came over me like a wave. I didn't want to live. Everything was black on black around me. He paused, studying the painting closely. I drank without waking. I cried and drank. I might have even laid hands on myself, but I had to take care of my mother-in-law. She's disabled, lived with us. After they died, she was left to me, so I looked after her, as if paying a debt. Karev nodded, not quite understanding how any of this related to the painting. And so, every day was torture. I'd open my eyes and it would all come rushing back, and I couldn't bear it. I tried drinking. What did it help? It only got darker. Then one day I was walking and I saw this painting in a shop window. And, I couldn't tear myself away. It was like my Volya was reaching her hand out to me from there. Like she was saying, "Why are you grieving, silly? We're all here. Do you understand?" I knew it with my head even before, that the dead only die in our world and in another they live. But it's one thing to know it in your head, and another to feel it in your heart. Standing before this picture, my heart truly felt that they were alive, that there is another world where they are well, and where we will all meet again, as if I saw them through a window. Do you understand? And it grew so warm inside me, so quiet, I even cried then, but not from grief, out of joy. I stood in the middle of the street looking at the painting, and I cried. He swallowed, then went on, voice softer. After that, I began coming there every day. I'd stand, I'd look, and it became easier. There are many paintings, but only this one touched me. Through it, the Lord pulled me out of despair. Of course, I'm not an art critic. Maybe by some scholarly measures it isn't the best painting. But for me, it means a great deal. It's like a window, and like a reminder that they exist, that we'll meet, that they're waiting for me. I'm probably talking nonsense, aren't I? Not at all, I can understand you, Karev replied thoughtfully, staring hard at the little square. Maybe for Sato, too. His paintings were something more than a collector's object and a vanity purchase. Maybe he felt in them some other world, more important to him than the present one. Maybe looking at Savushkin's canvases, he felt himself become someone else. Strange. Why do I feel nothing of the sort? Lost in his thoughts, Paul listened with half an ear to the driver's further monologue about how much he'd had to work for this painting, how dear it was to him, how terrifying the thought of losing it, how he cared for his elderly mother-in-law, how his late wife appeared to him in dreams, how the world was not without kind people. At last, the taxi dropped onto the parking lot behind the white cube of the penultimate inquest. Karev paid, leaving a generous tip, and climbed out. He walked forward slowly, as though toward an execution. The first person he saw upon entering was the guard at the checkpoint. At the sight of Karev, the man smiled. "Listen, Bob, if I offended you yesterday, it's fine, Paul. Don't sweat it. It happens." Karev strongly doubted that this happened to everyone, but he was grateful for the support. "The main thing," the guard added, "is to know your limit." "Yes, absolutely." Karev agreed with fervor. "My limit is 0 grams, and now I know that for certain. Bob, if you ever see me with a shot glass in my hand, I beg you, come over and punch me in the face as hard as you can." The guard laughed and assured him that would hardly be necessary. Karev nodded and went to the elevator. A few minutes later, he stepped out on the investigation department floor and, walking down the corridor, reached the deck, what they called their office, a wide space with 6 work pods. At present, 3 were occupied: Sonia, Kwan, and old Semenech sat in their places. All three, as if on command, lifted their eyes the moment they heard his footsteps. Karov dropped to his knees before them and began to speak. "Guys, forgive me. I'm monstrously guilty. I'm a complete cretin. I swear it'll never happen again. If you can, forgive me, the idiot that I am." Then he bowed his head and pressed his forehead to the cold floor. Now, on your knees is a bit much." Semenich's voice drifted down. Karev remained in the bow, motionless, until someone touched his shoulder and said, "Get up." It was Kwan. He helped him to his feet. "Look, I don't know what to say. I'm terribly sorry," Karev admitted, and it was the truth. Kwan was a kind, responsive guy. He'd helped him more than once. That made it feel all the worse to realize how he'd hurt him. "All right, forget it. Apology accepted." Kwan patted his shoulder and went back to his pod. "Don't think it'll be that easy with me," Sonia declared from her seat, glaring. "You'll pay for my dry cleaning." "Yes, of course. Whatever you say, name the amount. Dry cleaning for you," Semenech cut in, addressing Sonia. "Why not take her to the moon while you're at it? It was just salad. She's probably already washed it in a regular machine. You see the boy's miserable as it is? Don't pile on." Sonia snorted but didn't argue, which was very unlike her. Evidently, she really had already washed it. Turning to Karev, Semenech smiled and said in a warm, intimate voice, "You know, Polly, I've been going to our corporate parties for over 30 years, and, frankly, they're deadly dull. You managed to add a little fire to the occasion. An unforgettable evening." He laughed. "But now you're wanted by the earthworm." In his office, with a sigh, Paul turned and walked back down the corridor. Thank God. He'd managed to explain himself to the others. Apologizing on one's knees was a remarkably effective measure, but it worked only once. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work with Inna anymore. Paul had used it last time. As he approached the door behind which his boss sat, Karev understood that kneeling to him would be a bad idea. He wouldn't like it. Truth be told, Paul had no idea what to say. In the past hours, he'd come up with nothing beyond the same routine apologies. He knocked. A growled "Come in" answered, and Karev stepped into the office. Cold flooded his insides. The boss, as always, sat behind the desk. His massive body resembled anything but an earthworm, more a bear or a mammoth. "Vikenty Petrovich," Karev began, but the words lodged in his throat when he met the chief's gaze. With cold gray eyes, the man seemed to nail the investigator to the wall. "With drinking," Petrovich said slowly in a tone that admitted no argument, "you need to stop. I understand it with every cell in my body. I sincerely apologize for my yesterday." "I hope we understand each other," the boss cut in, even more weightily. "About the drinking. Yes, I promise not a drop, not a gram. I'll remember that. First time is forgiven. Second time, you're fired the same day. All right. That's done." He shifted slightly. "Hull told me you've taken the Sato case. How's it going?" Still flushed, Karev began to report, and at the end requested a posting to Tyrath to question a witness. "To Tyrath?" Petrovich drew it out. "I hear it's been quieter there lately. Still dangerous? You sure it's necessary? It seems he's the only person my subject ever truly benefited. Without his testimony, the case will fall apart. And why can't he just be called? On the phone, you can't pry anything out of them. Only face to face." Yes, Petrovich knew, having once been a simple investigator himself. "All right, you'll fly tomorrow. We'll arrange an escort. Thank you very much. Although there hasn't been any active fighting on Tirath for a long time, Lieutenant Rongu said through the steady drone, I wouldn't advise you to stay out in the open for very long. Better to conduct the questioning in a dugout. Huh? Karev startled, swept his gaze over the camouflage-clad figures sitting along the walls, and stopped on the officer's high-cheekboned Asian face, the remark having yanked him out of his thoughts. All right. Don't worry. If anything happens, we'll cover you. Thank you. A beat too late, he realized the lieutenant had taken it for, I'm not afraid. Not to the point of needing comfort, anyway. Paul gave a crooked half-smile. Forgive me, the lieutenant said, drawing back. It's nothing, the investigator replied, wincing despite himself. The narrow, dim cabin reeked through and through of machine oil. The black muzzles of rifles lay across the soldiers' knees. These men blended so completely into their surroundings that Karev's own gray suit suddenly felt indecent. He should have put on a uniform before the flight. Low in his belly, beneath the lump of breakfast, an unpleasant tug had begun to grow. Karev exhaled. My wife left me, he admitted. Seriously? Looks like it. Paul immediately regretted speaking at all. You cheat on her? The lieutenant asked. What? No. Of course not. You hit her? No. Then she'll come back. I'd like to believe that. Paul nodded limply. He was flying to Tirith, and for him it was, to a large extent, an escape. At least today he wouldn't have to explain himself to anyone, or apologize to anyone. He truly didn't feel fear of the hot zone. Petrovich had given him a platoon of sturdy young men, each of whom looked capable of tying investigator Karev into a knot. Lieutenant Rongu, judging by his rows of ribbons, knew his craft. What Paul still hadn't quite grasped was when Rongu and the soldiers took orders from him, and when it was the other way around. Get ready, the lieutenant said with a faint accent, glancing at his watch. 5 minutes to drop. Karev nodded. Understood. Good. Rongu flicked his hand. A thick-set soldier with a hooked nose swung a metal pack onto his back, studded with little holes. The geolet began to descend. The soldiers crossed themselves. After a moment's thought, Karev, too, pinched his fingers together and cautiously touched forehead, belly, right shoulder, left shoulder. The floor jolted. The men in camouflage, helmet visors glazed over, surged to their feet and clattered toward the exit. At the far end of the metal belly, something opened like a mouth. Karev rose as well, but Rongu motioned him down. 2 by 2, the soldiers began leaping out onto emerald grass. At last, the lieutenant nodded to the investigator. Karev sprang up and ran to the opening. Fresh air rushed at him. The grass brightened. A wet morning sky, a thick forest in the distance, nearby, pits and low mounds. One jump, and he was on the ground inside a tight ring of soldiers. The lieutenant shoved his shoulder. Run! Quick! Breath roaring. Grass whispering under boots. The pits drew closer. Karev suddenly understood. Trenches. The grass stopped short. The earth opened a packed mouth. The men ahead were already down inside, taking positions on both sides, bristling with barrels. Karev hesitated on the parapet. How not to soil the suit? The hooked-nosed soldier with the metal pack held out a hand. That's it. Are they really there? Rongu, businesslike, headed toward the far end of the trench, toward the little mounds. Karev looked back. The geolet was already high above, just a dot in the blue. In the field beyond, the blackened skeleton of a burned-out vehicle lay. Among the grass, here and there, dark craters from blasts pocked the ground. Scanning the trench, Karev noticed the soldier stationed here. Dirty, overgrown with red eyes that looked sunken, silent as they smoked. They looked at the newly arrived heroes without warmth. They spat when they saw the blue triangles on sleeves. So, it's not reinforcements, just a guard platoon from the penultimate inquest. In an hour, these boys will fly back to the warm, well-fed city, to wives and children, clean beds and supermarkets, and we'll stay here to pull the bloody strap and pray for a miracle. Feeling for them with all his heart, Karev brushed at his trousers, adjusted his mustache, and looked around with reluctant interest. The nature here was gorgeous. If not for the charred car and the shell craters, it would have been almost exactly like the hologram in Office 1318, only real. The colors rich, the scents green, sweet. Someday he should take Inna out into the countryside. A fire, a river, shashlik, clover meadows, if they manage to make up. "Keep your head down, please," the hooked-nosed soldier said. There might be a sniper in the forest. Rongu was coming back. Everything was in order. They were expected. Underground, it turned out, was a real house. Walls of concrete blocks, a log ceiling, maps, papers, someone's tunic tossed on a couch, unwashed glasses and a kettle on the table. And at the table, a man with familiar features. A straight, aristocratic nose, hollowed temples, sunken cheekbones. Colonel Sato looked younger than in the photograph, and somehow more pleasant, if that was the word. Probably because of the eyes. You could feel that this man belonged here, that he was in his place, at home. And, strangely enough, glad to see me, Karev marveled, returning the handshake. "You're here about Peter?" Victor asked as soon as they sat facing one another. "Sit down, Lieutenant." "Thank you. I'll stand," Rongu said with a smile, leaning against the doorframe. "I've had enough sitting in the geolet." "As you like," the colonel said, turning back to the investigator. "So, you're about Peter? I'd like to talk about your uncle, Martin Sato." The smile shrank. The gaze cooled. "He's under your department now?" "Yes, sir." "And Peter?" "I haven't heard that name come up in current cases." "Is that so?" The colonel's face darkened. "So, they didn't bring him in after all. Pity. He was an exceptional man. Saved so many lives. You could have written a magnificent report on him. Better even than Kaironder." "I'm sorry, too." Karev replied, wincing at the comparison that had grown tiresome. "But like you, I don't get to choose my assignments. I understand." Victor leaned back and began to study the low ceiling. "Honestly, I don't have much desire to talk about this, but since you've made such a long journey, my uncle was a determined man, a formidable administrator. With an artistic eye, he loved order. And his collection of paintings. In my life, he played an enormous role. I am extraordinarily grateful to him for taking me in and placing me in an excellent military school with strong traditions." Silence. "Could you tell me," Karev asked at last, "how it happened? Moving in with your uncle? How he received you? How he treated you?" "I don't remember very well the day my uncle took me from the hospital," the colonel said stiffly. "While I lived with him, my upbringing was handled by the housemaid, Mrs. Hass. I wouldn't say she loved me warmly, but that wasn't part of her duties. I saw my uncle very rarely, and we hardly spoke. Much closer to me was Uncle Kirill, the butler. Thanks to him, he spoke with me sometimes. Uncle Robert Tahi and Aunt Margot came by a couple of times too. He was a big man, cheerful. I remember once overhearing him begging his wife to take me in. They had no children, but my aunt, took the idea coolly. "We already have a cat." Victor paused, boring his gaze into the empty glass before him. "And after a year and a half, Uncle Martin placed me in a good military school. Since then, we haven't seen each other, though I receive postcards from him regularly." Again, strained silence. Paul felt irritation beginning to boil inside him. All this official phrasing was plainly not enough. "Could you perhaps remember—" he began. "No, I can't. And I don't consider it necessary." The colonel rose sharply and stepped away from the table. "I've told you everything I knew. It was a pleasure to meet you. You may wait here until transport returns." 3 decisive steps. The impassive Rongu moved aside. The door slammed. Sand sifted down from the ceiling. Karev struck the table with his fist in vexation and lunged after him. The lieutenant lifted a warning hand. "Are you sure that—" "I'm sure." He burst through the doorway and ran along the deep trench. "Colonel, stop. Halt." Sato froze and turned, eyes bright as steel, face flushed with rage. "And who are you to give me orders?" he hissed through clenched teeth, barely holding himself back. "I'm an investigator, an inquest officer. And you're not leaving until I say the questioning is finished." "Questioning you, say?" The colonel's fingers seized the lapels of Karev's gray jacket. "And no hands," Rongu said, arriving with weighty calm. To the right and left and behind, soldiers with blue triangles on their sleeves rose up. Bolts clicked. The muscles jumped along the colonel's taut cheekbones. Throwing a heavy look at the lieutenant, Sato dropped his hands. "Esteemed Mr. Investigator," he said, each word clipped, "I have said all I deemed necessary. If you expected hymns in praise of that old soulless toad, you were deeply mistaken. All the best." And again Karev saw only the broad back, the close-cropped nape. "I'll report you to your command," he shouted. "Please do," the colonel tossed back without turning. Stamping his foot in fury, Karev ran after him. "Listen, you—" Nearly catching him, he impulsively thrust out a hand, and in the same instant something stung it. "Ah!" They both stopped at once and stared at the sleeve. A red stain was blooming there, as if appearing from nowhere. Victor seized the investigator and hauled him down, and together they fell into the trench. Something struck the parapet above them. "Stay down. Don't move," Sato whispered, then, crouching, ran to the right. Somewhere far off, something boomed. Automatic fire rattled, left, then right. Soldiers sprinted past. Not Karev's, local. Karev sat on the dirt and thought about the suit. Hopelessly ruined. What would he say to Inna, especially about that stain on the sleeve? It seemed larger now. The jacket was certainly done for. And what had hit him, exactly? Suddenly, a searing pain lanced through his right arm. It stole his breath. With horror, Karev understood. He was wounded. Wounded. A fiery wave flowed from the stain to his elbow, then to his shoulder. Where the red spread through the cloth, something began tearing at him from the inside, yanking with great fishhooks, like the ones he and his father had seen in childhood in a shop when they'd gone to buy nails to hang a birdhouse. God, it hurt. The ravenous burning worm reached the shoulder and began to gnaw onward. Around him there was noise, flashing movement, shouted words, sudden bursts. He stayed silent, teeth clenched, terrified by the sense of molten lava pouring through him. "This can't be right," he thought desperately. "It's only an arm. I'm just lightly wounded. Why does everything hurt?" From somewhere in memory came scraps, conversations or articles about new poison bullets. Lord, am I going to die? Karev recoiled inward. Right now? Here? The icy thought dulled the pain for a split second. Then it returned, crashing in again as a fresh, unbearably barbed wave. Now not one, but hundreds of burning worms were gnawing him from within. Someone crouched beside him. Karev saw only buttons. A blade flashed. "They're going to kill me." Fabric tore with a ripping sound. The cold touch of a point met the burning shoulder. "They'll cut off my arm." Let them. Anything, just not death. God, how will I face Inna without an arm? God, help me. Hurt? A voice came from above. "Everything hurts, doesn't it?" He nodded helplessly. Someone yanked his sleeve. The investigator couldn't hold it in and howled. "Relax," a voice with an accent whispered near his ear. "Don't fight the pain. Open to it. Let it pass through you like water through sand. Don't resist it. Accept it. It will quiet soon. In half an hour it will be easier." Something cold touched his bare right shoulder. A spray hissed. A spent capsule dropped onto the packed earth. Again, an injection. A second little glass vial fell. Zeros. "Suppressant," someone shouted above. On it came approaching footsteps. Karev slid down fully and lay among the trampled cigarette butts. His hair mixed with sand and dirt. He tried to relax. He imagined the pain as a wave rushing toward him, and then, in his mind, he removed himself. Somehow it worked. He stopped resisting the wave. He became it. He tried to think of nothing, staring dully at the empty capsule lying before his eyes. Something dropped beside him. Karev lifted his gaze. A motionless arm with two blue triangles. A shoulder. A strong chin, a big hooked nose, and above, instead of a visor, sharp shards of red-stained glass, and something deep and black behind them. From all sides came a rising hum. The earth trembled. And then, all at once, Karev found himself inside a room. Maps, a piece of table, a kettle, silence. Only outside, distant shouts. He lifted his head and understood he was lying on a couch, in the very same dugout where Sato had received him. The colonel sat nearby. "I'm glad you've come to," he said. "That's good. I remembered something for you." The officer forced the words out, staring at the pale investigator slick with sweat. "I don't know whether it will help. It happened only once. That's why it stayed with me. I don't know what came over him. But my uncle once gave me a box of chocolates. With nuts. It's probably a trifle, but it's the brightest thing I remember from childhood." He gave a tense, broken smile. "No one else ever did anything like that for me. When I was a child. That's all, Mr. Investigator. Forgive my harshness. I could tell you much else about my uncle, but it's not in your line. I wish you a safe trip to the hospital. Don't worry, the fever's broken. You'll be all right." And Karev lay there thinking of only one thing, Inna. What would happen with her? The more he thought, the worse the fear became. In despair, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was in the narrow, dim cabin of the geolet again. Around him, knees, barrels. Beside him, something white. Someone in a bag. He understood he would not die now, at least, not now. The other one died, and he, Karev, therefore would remain alive. His mind cleared a little. Something terrible had happened. The hooked-nosed boy who had only just offered him a hand up from the trench was now dead. How many more had died there? And it was all because of him. Because of that drunken disgrace at the corporate party. It had seemed things could not possibly get worse. And yet they had. If he hadn't taken that first shot, there would have been no second, no third, no shame. If he hadn't wanted to rehabilitate himself afterward, he would never have flown to Tyrath. If he hadn't flown to Tyrath, the hooked-nosed boy would still be alive. Despair pressed on his chest, strangling him. Karev didn't cry, but he was very close. It felt as though his entire life had collapsed, and nothing would ever again be as it had been. When Karev came to in earnest the next time, everything around him was white, and his nostrils burned with the sharp smell of bleach and medicine. And there, sitting beside him in white as well, was Inna. "Thank God, he's awake," she breathed and smiled. "Inochka," he rasped, "forgive me. Come back to me." "Of course I'll come back. As you can see, I already have." She tried to sound brisk, but her voice trembled. "Where would you be without me? You were on your own for 2 days, and you're already in the hospital with a gunshot wound. I was terrified. But as for that other problem, I swear, never again. Not a gram." His eyes were fever bright. "And those aren't just words. After everything that happened, I got a very harsh lesson, and I don't want a repeat." "Good. That's settled." Her smile broke into something helplessly relieved. "I'm just so happy you finally woke up." She bent and touched his lips with hers, and then she couldn't hold it in any longer and began to cry. "Did they cut off my arm?" he whispered. "No, no." She shook her head quickly, wiping her cheeks. "That's just my nerves. The arm will heal," the doctor said. "Oh God, I'm so happy I have you." When patient Karev had grown strong enough, the management came to visit. They arrived with flowers, juice, and oranges. They shook his left hand. They looked down on him, kindly, almost fatherly. "Well done. You didn't disgrace yourself. After discharge, an unscheduled vacation. And get ready for the ceremony. Rest. Someone from the team will finish your case. Hull, for instance." "Oh no!" Petrovich actually flinched at the pushback. He's had quite enough of the Chironder case. "And here, I've already done. There's nothing to finish. Just to clarify a few things with Haas and Kotinkov. The most important information has already been obtained and verified." "Well then," Petrovich said, smiling and making his 2 chins bob. "Martin Sato was a hardened man," Paul said. "And with every year, more so. Yet now and then something else broke through in him. Something real. When he took in his orphaned nephew. He didn't know what to do with the boy, and still he tried to care for him. He loved him as best he could. In his own way. Brought him a box of chocolates once, with nuts. Yes, for any normal person there's nothing special in such a gesture. But for a dry stick like Sato, this was a feat, because to do it he had to go against himself, to step beyond the limits of his own selfhood. He swallowed, then went on. The same when he helped his sister pay for her husband's funeral. And still, the management observed, helping relatives is natural for anyone. It isn't quite a pure act. But Sato went further than that. Behind order and discipline, he tried to hide from people, to become an unapproachable sphinx. And he did hide, successfully. Because of it, he became the cause of many tragedies. But he tried to break through the wall of his own fear and indifference. Sato canceled subsidies for employees. And yet, he still went against himself and helped operator Eftich selflessly, saving his wife. Paul's voice softened. Besides, Martin Sato loved beauty and could see it in a special way. Under the outward coldness and cruelty, there was a miserable and even timid man. Karev fell silent, exhausted by the long speech. "Not bad," Petrovich said approvingly, nodding his massive head. "All right, meet with the remaining witnesses. Then prepare your report. I think it'll sail through the commission, if you justify everything properly, and then, most likely, right after your award, Martin Sato will be sent to the determiner. What award? Karev didn't understand. You've been put up for the Order of Courage. In the line of duty, you saved the life of a combat officer by shielding him from a bullet. 5 witnesses confirmed it. Honestly, Paul, I didn't expect it from you. My fault. I've been heading the department that investigates the best in humanity for 7 years, and I failed to see such an essential trait in my own employee. Yes, I underestimated you. Propped against his pillow, Karev listened in stupefaction. Some nonsense, or a joke. He wanted to explain that it was a misunderstanding, a mere accident. But instead his lips produced something else. What about Lieutenant Rongu? He's being reviewed under a black investigation. Possible criminal negligence. An astonishing carelessness that led to the wounding of an investigator and the death of a soldier. A pity, with a service record like his. It wasn't him. The lieutenant isn't guilty. Tell them Rongu did everything right. Whether it was right or wrong, the tribunal will decide. But I'll forward your petition. It seems it was he who injected you with the vaccine, and you, well done. Words worthy of a hero. Petrovich's voice warmed, then turned brisk again. All right, get better. Don't rush the report. Come when you can. The award ceremony is in a month, and the management left the ward in good spirits, leaving behind a heavy, murky sediment in Karev's soul. The bullet had not been ordinary. It had done serious damage to his arm. There had been surgery, and then a long, demanding course of rehabilitation. Karev returned to work a week after discharge. Until then, Ina refused to let her hero out of her sight, and, it must be said, he wasn't exactly eager to go. So they managed to spend a number of exquisite days together. But it wasn't wise to postpone the case for too long. Mrs. Haas had been dead these 6 years, and Mr. Kotinkov was no spring chicken either. Any day he might pass into the next world, bypassing the penultimate inquest altogether. The computer indicated the old man could be found Monday through Friday, from 10 o'clock to 17 o'clock, at the corner of Lilac and Fleet Streets. The jumper settled onto Lilac. After the unpleasant incident near Intra, Karev had become far more careful about where he left a vehicle. Automatically steadying his weak right arm, hanging in a sling, the investigator climbed out and trudged along the street. Standard rounded structures of concrete, glass, and steel. An empty road. On the spit-smeared asphalt, cigarette packs, gum wrappers, crushed plastic bottles, and the other refuse of city life. Staring absently at the ground, Karev thought he ought to stop by Sato's mansion again and disable the greeter program on the computer. Otherwise, Victor and Mrs. Tahi would be in for a surprise when, on the next holiday, a postcard arrived from a relative lying in a coma or already dead. The bewildered butler came back to him, unbidden. He should put in a word to the colonel about Smaller, so the poor man didn't end up on the street. But that would come later, if there was time. After the report. Paul lifted his head. Strangely enough, the old man really was there at the intersection, slumped in a prehistoric deck chair, silently contemplating a squat little hardware shop directly across the road. Karev looked closer, sagging cheeks, watery eyes, deep creases in the brow, hair cropped roughly short and, oddly, almost untouched by gray. By the old man's feet stood a large can that had once held canned pineapple. A few crumpled banknotes protruded from it. Karev had never in his life seen clothing so filthy, so greasy with ingrained dirt. And the smell. He stopped 2 steps short of the man in the chair. Are you Mr. Kotinkov? And what do I owe the honor? A dry voice rasped. Investigator Paul Karev, Penultimate Inquest. I'm handling the case of Martin Sato. Could you tell me anything about the man? Kotinkov wordlessly nudged the can with his foot. Not hard, but it scraped along the asphalt and slid with unmistakable eloquence toward the investigator. Digging through his pockets, Karev found a 5 and dropped it into the metal throat. After a moment's thought, he added a 10. The old man's expression softened somewhat. He brought a fist to his mouth and coughed. "So what is it you want, Mr. Investigator?" "I'm with the Penultimate Inquest, so you understand." "Yes, I've heard," the old man observed with evident satisfaction. "You kill people." Karev flinched. "Nothing of the sort." "Then what do you do with them?" Sighing, towering over the old man in his chair, the investigator reluctantly began to fish out paragraphs from the textbook he had learned by rote in training. "Our department deals with comatose patients whose bodies are kept alive solely by medical machines, though there is no chance of returning to consciousness. And why? Their status is special. On the one hand, they haven't formally died. On the other, they will never return to the world of the living. So about 200 years ago, acute questions arose. Is such mercy appropriate? And if so, to what limit should the vegetative existence of such bodies be maintained? Not simple questions. The answers were given by Vitaly Ton, the founder of the Penultimate Inquest. He said, "A person doesn't fall into a coma by accident. It must have meaning. And the meaning is that we, the living, can see that person at their best, can discern, even in a morally degraded person, if such is their reputation in the eyes of others, something genuinely good. And how, I wonder, do you determine the authenticity of that good? The main criterion is selflessness. In every person's life, there are quite a number of deeds that look nice from the outside, but very few withstand a meticulous check for lack of self-interest. That's why each case assigned to us is investigated thoroughly. Witness interviews, analysis of evidence. Interesting. And then, when we manage to find 2 or 3 pure acts, the investigator compiles a report and submits it to the commission. If the report is unsatisfactory, the commission orders additional investigation. And when everything is in order, a shortened version goes to print in our bulletin. From there, it's reprinted by the central outlets. The best reports become the basis for books and films. Hold on. The old man squinted. I think I read something like that. Or heard about that fellow. What was his name? Kai Ronder. The investigator supplied, tightening his lips beneath his mustache. Right. What a name. But a good story gets to you. You should have said Kai Ronder right away, instead of all that inquest talk. Our service plays a major role in maintaining stability and balance in society, Karev continued, still reciting. Tan and his successors managed to restore humanity's faith in good, founded on concrete facts. The negative consequences of the work of black investigators, police, tax authorities, counterintelligence, who expose vices and crimes in an outwardly respectable person, are balanced by the positive consequences of the work of white investigators, those of us who uncover the good, pure side in everyone, even the most hopeless person. Kotinkov shook his head in silence. Then he scratched the back of his head slowly. And what happens then to the one you're investigating? If the commission accepts the report, its subject is sent to the determiner. And what's that? A kind of lottery. If one outcome comes up, it means the work up there has been approved, and all machines are switched off. And the person dies? Yes. Karev winced. It wasn't customary to put it so bluntly. If the second outcome comes up, it means we still haven't learned what is essential about the person. The machines remain on, and the investigation begins again and again, until finally the work is approved from above and the soul is released from the unconscious body for the last inquest, standing before the face of the one who needs no reports at all. There you have it. You kill them, the old man concluded, satisfied. All right then, Mr. Investigator. I understand what you need. Martin? So he's in a coma? Clear enough. I don't recall anything particularly definite. We studied together. Even then he was closed off. Nothing pleased him. That is, where required, he could laugh and fawn and remember a joke and toss out compliments. Without that, you don't get anywhere. But it was all fake. Only sometimes, in the evenings when you got him talking heart to heart over a mug of beer, he'd open up. And he'd even look happy. But later I never saw that in him. We joined Intra together. Climbed upward together. Martin got ahead of me. I became his assistant, then his deputy. What good did he do? When we were young and played tennis, he had a fine serve. The old man smirked. But that's not what you need, is it? As for dragging a child out of a burning house, or slipping a widow 1,000, no, you won't find that in Martin. Not that I know. He took in his nephew, the investigator reminded him, shifting on tired feet. Oh, I remember that adoption guardianship. Yes, the old man nodded eagerly. Back then, still under Castle, his first deputy, Honorio Tab, died. What a petty old nuisance he was. Lord rest his miserly soul. Anyway, it opened a vacancy for the corporation's second-in-command. There were 2 candidates. First, Administrator Gwobin, and second, Administrator Sato. By all accounts, Gwobin should have gone through. If that had happened, Martin would still be just an administrator today. But then chance served him. His brother and sister-in-law crashed in a jumper. Martin was never a fool. He quickly arranged guardianship, and Mr. Castle had a weakness, indulged in sentiment. He took it to heart, decided Sato needed help to support the orphan. That's how the sly fox wriggled his way into the chief deputy chair. He treated the boy strictly. I remember one occasion. For some anniversary, some department heads had their people curry favor, and they presented Martin with a box of chocolates with nuts. Expensive, good ones. But the bootlickers didn't know he was allergic to nuts. Heh. And there he was, like I can see it now, stalking around the office, shouting that they'd done it on purpose, that they shouldn't have given anything at all. And then he took the chocolates and threw them into the trash. I said to him, "Why waste good food? Better take it to the boy." Martin thought a moment and told me to fetch the box from the bin and wrap it in a bag. He was very thrifty. And then, a year and a half later, Mr. Castle, the kind soul, went to a better world too, and the Founders' Council appointed Martin in his place. The very next day, he sent the boy off to a military school in Stavropol. I picked it myself, on his orders. I heard nothing more of Vitya after that, though it seems he studied well. Martin never mentioned him in front of me, except once or twice asking about the payments. Karev lifted his eyes to the sky, bewildered. Against the clouds, between rows of glassy high-rises, a yellow taxi jumper floated by like a sausage. Perhaps Sato helped employees. Ha ha ha! The old man's broad grin bared brown, worn-down teeth. You must not have set foot in Intra if you're saying such nonsense. Once he became director, Martin raised wages, but canceled all subsidies, and watched that rule like a hawk. No one for any reason. Once, while he was away, I took that sin on my soul and paid a subsidy to some operator for his wife's treatment. You? Me? Back then, the union head was Gert. A clever fellow. He came to me and talked it through. explained that the staff were unhappy and how they intended to act if Sato refused that operator, how they'd pressure the council, work with the media, explained it intelligently, and at the time there were founders who very much disliked the new director. I understood there was risk for Martin, not mortal danger perhaps, but real risk. Yes. So, I paid the operator through accounting, and how Martin tore into me when he returned. How he raged over a measly 5,000. And yet it did good. Still, it twisted him up. Same as later, with the funeral of Margot's husband. I pointed to the council, to public opinion, barely talked him into it. And then for a whole month he obsessed that I wanted to ruin him. In the end, he ruined me. The old man's voice rasped, matter of fact, as if describing the weather. Apparently as self-defense. Of course, I exaggerate a little. I floundered a few more years before I sank into the hands of social services. But it was my friend who shoved me downhill. He fell silent, staring at the shop across the empty street with a strange smile. Karev stood over him like a post, stunned, trying to fit what he'd heard into his mind. You know, I had a tempting little thought back then, the old man went on softly, to come to terms with Gert, and together bring Martin down. Now look, maybe he'd be sitting here instead of me, out in the fresh air, so to speak. A twitch ran through his cheek. He coughed. But somehow I felt sorry for him. We studied for exams together. We drank beer together in the university square. It's not that Martin was wicked from the start. He just didn't know how to be with people. He was afraid of people. Even with his nephew, maybe he meant well. He simply didn't know how. And then, once he clawed his way to the top, what's there to say? Power has ruined better men than that. And then there was this misfortune. Martin loved nothing in life except those idiotic paintings by that Savushkin, Paul murmured. Right. It was a passion, straight up. I remember the day it was born. We dragged ourselves into a gallery. Can't recall why. Wandering, bored. And suddenly he froze. I look. He's staring at some nonsense, like a painted boot. Just stands there. You can't pull him away. What he saw in it, I don't know. But even then, he said he would buy every Savushkin painting without fail. And he kept the oath of his youth. When I was leaving, he'd already paid for the last one. All that remained was to bring it in. What Martin wouldn't do to get his hands on the next trinket, there he spared no money. And if anyone resisted, then he became downright vicious. Not with his own hands, of course. He made arrangements with special people. As far as I know, nobody was killed, but plenty of lives were wrecked. I remember one small-time banker, also a collector, wouldn't sell some bald head on canvas. Martin consulted certain people, ran a couple of operations, and one day the banker woke up ruined and buried in debt, crawled on his knees to Martin and brought the painting. Martin bought it at half the price. So others would think twice. The old man chuckled darkly. Later, when I'd sunk myself to the bottom, I ran into that banker. The man couldn't stand it, lost his mind, left his family, fled the little flat social services had placed him in. He's a vagrant now somewhere near Intra, a local curiosity. We don't have many like that. You can find him, all disheveled, overgrown, a wart on his nose, babbling nonsense all the time. Ah, but I forgot. Such things don't interest you. Not your department. He waved a limp hand. Talk to Margot. Perhaps she remembers something from Martin's childhood, a sister and all that. Go to Intra. Who knows, maybe after I left Martin did some good deed. Though I doubt it, he shut himself off from everything, left only one window in his soul for those paintings. He paused, then suddenly grew serious. Although, Kotinkov stared at Karev with odd steadiness, if he were sitting now in my place, would I perhaps be in his? Would you be investigating me now? No. Better this way. And, leaning toward the can, the old man scooped out the banknotes. All the way home, Paul let his cooled gaze slide over the roofs of high-rises drifting below. That was that. As they say, the investigation had reached a dead end. For a moment, suspicion flared. Kotinkov might simply be lying to get revenge on Sato. But he had to discard it. The old man couldn't be lying. He spoke even without prompting, and his answers could no longer harm Sato in any way, whereas for Karev they could be disastrous. To find not a single good deed, a guaranteed black mark on his record. 3 such failures, and goodbye to investigative work. What had that unshaven Viking from Intra said about losing one's job? Karev's heart tightened at the thought of what could happen to Ina. No, it was unthinkable that all good deeds should add up only by accident, beyond a person's will. Yet, at precisely the wrong moment, he remembered his own rescue of Colonel Sato, an act for which he was about to receive an order, enjoy privileges all his life, and again repeat the lie, building happiness on a lie. So what? A voice whispered in his head. In truth, you did save him. What does it matter whether it was accidental or not? And just throw Kotinkov out of your mind. The report is almost ready. Who will ever know? Who cares who that Sato really was? You'll never learn the truth anyway. Aren't all these reports, even Chironder's, just conventions? No one ever crawled into a soul. It's all fiction. So isn't it better to choose the version of the lie that won't put your family at risk? And what of the real truth? Karev answered silently. After all, one day they'll investigate me. If not here, at the penultimate inquest, then there, at the last. And will there even be a last? The voice hissed. That's far away. If you won't spare yourself, then at least think of your wife. Or is your pride more important than her happiness? Karev bowed his head and buried his face in his hands. For some reason he remembered. Boots on either side. The dim cabin, a body covered with cloth. Petrovich listened in silence, propping his square, ruddy face on his fist, and calmly roaming over his interlocutor's features with the narrow gray gaze of his eyes. Well then, Paul, he said at last, having patiently listened to the end. We'll talk about your heroics later. Your professional inadequacy concerns me far more. Did you bring the report? At least a draft? With his trembling left hand, Karev held out the metal info ring. Petrovich took it and, for some reason, held it up to the light. Is everything here? Everything I saw and heard? And clipped it behind his ear. For several minutes he stared blindly into space. Karev, on the other side of the desk, could only nervously twitch his left mustache. At last, the short, thick fingers detached the ring and tossed it onto the table. The chief's gaze sharpened, took on a mocking glint. You're an idiot, Pavlik. An idiot. You youngsters have to be taught everything from scratch. Petrovich leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. Your Sato was crazy about Savashkin's paintings, right? And he did manage to collect them all? Except for one, already paid for but never delivered? And it was paid for back when Kotinkov was still around. 15 years ago, before he was kicked out. What kind of fanatical collector waits 15 years for an already paid for and so dearly coveted painting? Paul said nothing, blinking stupidly and staring at his boss. Oh ho ho. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Pulling his computer closer, Petrovich hunched over it, his fingers darting across the sensor keys. All right. So who did he buy this daub from? Karev froze, all attention. Inside him, a vague suspicion stirred. One Alexander Yakimov, the chief announced, reading from the screen. Works as a taxi driver. Curious. Where would a taxi driver get the money for a painting like that? Oh ho. Used to be well off. Spent his last penny buying Savushkin's The Hand. Another fanatic. Only, unlike Sato, a poor one. Let's see. Lives in a 2-room hovel. Registered there as well is Marfa Chernilovskaya, his mother-in-law. And here's the interesting part. Miss Chernilovskaya underwent an expensive operation exactly 1 week after Yakimov sold the painting to Sato. Curious, isn't it? Your dried-up stick shelled out 20,000, and the painting never left the taxi driver. Memory suddenly stirred. Faces, images, the only window into the soul. And through that window, to see that taxi driver at the moment he gives up his painting, for his mother-in-law. I know, Paul smiled. I know why he did it. I saw that taxi driver. And now tell me this. Sure, Martin Sato was a scoundrel, but isn't this exactly the case you were looking for and were supposed to find? When a person renounces his own benefit and his own passion for the sake of another, isn't that a feat? Well, do I need to chew it up for you further, or will you manage on your own? Thank you, Vikenty Petrovich. Karev nearly choked with joy. I'll take it from here myself. Thank you. You're a genius. Oh, cut that out. Petrovich waved him off. Talk to the taxi driver and submit a proper report tomorrow. And you'll still get the Order of Courage. Don't argue. It takes courage, too, and no small amount, to admit one's own helplessness and give up an undeserved but tempting prize. Besides, Petrovich leaned across the desk with a conspiratorial smile. If it turns out you're not a hero, we'll have to initiate a black commission to examine the responsibility of the person who sent you to Tirat. And why would we want that? The Feklina case. If you are watching this recording, it means that the work of my life has remained unfinished. An elderly woman looked sternly from the screen. It pains me deeply to realize that I never managed to find true like-minded colleagues or students. I understand that my son does not share these goals, yet I see no other way, Mrs. Feklina faltered for a moment and stepped back toward the gray bulk of the fireplace. Then, to set him a condition. If Serioza wishes to receive the inheritance, he must find a person capable of adequately conveying to the public the materials I have collected. Forgive me, my son, but I truly do not know to whom else I could entrust this. Mrs. Feklina glanced questioningly somewhere to the right, and the recording cut off. And what materials are we talking about? Inquired the dapper investigator with upturned mustache tips. This concerns the subject of my client's dissertation, the notary Ivanenko replied evasively, nervously adjusting a lone strand of hair on his bald head. The intrusion of the mustachioed gentleman from the penultimate inquest was extremely unpleasant to him. A representative of the special service, with a warrant or not, the fact remained he had been forced to disclose a will to an outsider, and moreover, before the client's actual death. And now, materials as well, I would like to see them. I'm not entirely sure your warrant grants you such authority, the notary objected cautiously, examining the form with its distinctive emblem. 2 blue triangles in a circle. After all, Olga Fyodorovna hasn't even died yet. Not completely. No. One comes back from stage 4 coma, the investigator replied matter-of-factly, surveying the ascetic furnishings of the office. I trust you're familiar with the specifics of our service. If you doubt my authority, consult your superiors. The superiors had already issued instructions. Sighing, Ivanenko resigned himself to the inevitability of disorder. Well then, Why shouldn't some misfortune occur on a slushy November day like this? He found the forms in the database, printed them out, and laid them on the desk. Fill this in here and here, mister. Karev, the investigator reminded him, taking a silver pen from his jacket pocket. While he was signing, Ivanenko, with a sour expression, opened the safe. The notary was a pedantic man, and circumstances that forced him not only to tolerate a violation, but to commit one himself felt like mockery by fate. Lovely, Karev said, rising and holding out his hand for the infophonosphere. As he handed over the cold metal ball, Ivanenko thought with surprise that, for the investigator, this situation, on the contrary, represented the habitual order of things. Thus, when two life vectors point in opposite directions, the embodiment of one ideal inevitably entails the violation of another. In weather like this, a perfectly natural occurrence. The leaden sky barely held back the rain, as if peering at the countless dots of jumper aeromobiles darting chaotically beneath the low clouds. The gloomy, damp megapopolis drifted below in chains of glass and concrete towers, interspersed with red and yellow blotches of trees shedding their last leaves onto the asphalt. But inside the jumper it was dry, warm, and bright, and the city smothered by clammy autumn hardly occupied the investigator at all. Paul Karev was reading text on the screen of a miniature tablet computer. Huge paragraphs weighed down with scientific terminology, lists, quotations, footnotes, hyperlinks. To top it off, Mrs. Feklina was clearly no master of style. Reading her materials was hard going. Yet the more clearly the life's work of the subject took shape before his mind's eye, the stronger grew the sense that there was something promising here. A week of routine searching with witness interviews yielded nothing remarkable. An elderly, lonely history teacher, she had displayed no outstanding virtues, lived reclusively, did not communicate with her son or his family, met her only friend no more than twice a year, was disliked by her students, and considered dry and unsociable by her colleagues, though they did value her for her neatness and reliability. And so the snag emerged. Good deeds are always done for someone, but where do you find them if the subject essentially had no contact with anyone? It became necessary to request a warrant and examine the will. And it seemed not in vain, but this could only be determined for certain after consulting a specialist. He managed to meet the specialist 3 days later. Professor Arkady Petrovich Raduzhny was a man of impressive build. His stiff, neatly trimmed beard and tenacious gaze gave him a striking resemblance to the luminaries of science whose portraits adorned the walls of his spacious office at the Institute of History. Warmly welcoming the investigator, he settled into his chair, respectfully took the stack of printouts that had been brought, but having barely glanced at the title page, tossed them onto the table. "Ah, Olga Fyodorovna," the professor said with a sad smile. Yes, I've heard of her. Even had occasion to speak with her personally, once. An odious figure. A byword, one might say." "What do you mean?" Karev asked from the guest chair. "Why, her, shall we say, peculiar ideas, of course, and the incredible persistence, certainly worthy of better application, with which she attempted to impose those ideas on the scholarly community and, in parallel, to popularize them." Paul mentally noted the professor's skill at concealing the vagueness of his answer beneath pompous verbosity, and decided to clarify. Were these ideas connected to the topic of her dissertation? One might say they grew out of it. Olga Fyodorovna defended her candidate thesis. Petrovich glanced at the stack of papers. Back in 2187, as I understand it, the work itself concerned a fairly specific episode of the Second World War of the 20th century, and although even then certain tendentious elements were present, it still did not yet go beyond the bounds of academic tradition. "Oh, Lidotchka, thank you," long-nosed young woman who entered the office carrying a tray with a Japanese teapot, cups, a sugar bowl, and a dish of biscuits. Paul Karev, I hope you won't refuse. Natural green tea, with jasmine. I won't refuse, the investigator nodded. Tea was much better than the coffee witnesses usually tried to force on him. While the silent Lita poured the hot drink into cups, the office filled with a fragrant aroma. You take it without sugar? The professor remarked, tinkling his spoon. Very wise. I, on the other hand, have a weakness for sweets. I just can't seem to break the habit. Clicking her heels, the girl left and carefully closed the door behind her. So, Feklina, Arkady Petrovich grew serious. Let's be honest. Many scholars want to make a notable discovery in their field. That's normal, in general. But for some, this desire goes to extremes, beyond which it is no longer possible to speak of scientific soundness. Fantastical, revolutionary ideas appear. Facts are hastily fitted to them. The rest are ignored. Criticism is dismissed. And that happened to Olga Fyodorovna, the investigator inquired, taking a sip of tea. Alas, the professor reached for a biscuit. Yes, she attempted to revise the entire history of the Second World War. In particular, she claimed that the war was unleashed not by the Soviet Union, but by Nazi Germany. That the decisive victory was achieved not by the United States and Britain, but by the USSR, and that the atrocities of Soviet troops and the failures of command were allegedly greatly exaggerated. In short, she made a strong tilt toward the communists. I'm certainly no specialist, and I haven't yet studied Olga Fyodorovna's materials very closely. Karev said, but it seemed to me that she substantiated her hypotheses quite convincingly, relying on sources. Yes, the professor nodded. And that is precisely the danger of pseudoscience. Plausibility and truth are far from the same thing. You, of course, know this no worse than I do. Sometimes, only a specialist can distinguish one from the other. Any source can be twisted so that everything is turned upside down. For example, take the diary of some Filipino, intellectual from that war. What will we see? That the main events took place in the Philippines between Japan and the United States, while the entire tragedy of Europe was merely an insignificant background. And to prevent such distortions, there exists a discipline called source studies. It examines the circumstances of a document's creation, explains its features, compares it with other monuments of the era, and this has been done, forgive me, by more than one generation of scholars. An argumentative base has been accumulated. Some views have justifiably become generally accepted. Others, on the contrary, failed to withstand criticism and were rejected. To navigate this, one must know at least the basic scholarly literature on the period, and Olga Fyodorovna, it turns out, didn't? Paul once again had to steer the interlocutor back to the point. Maybe she did know, and simply chose not to take it into account. I can't say I followed all her work, but once I was asked to review one article. In it, Mrs. Feklina built her entire argument on the so-called memoirs of Zhukov. Meanwhile, for a long time, scholarship generally regarded that text as a pseudo-epigraph, written many years after the war by a collective of anonymous authors on the party's commission. By the way, a practice quite ordinary for the Soviet Union. Yes, a number of researchers, my own teacher, for instance, Alexey Ivanovich Lapshin, spoke in favor of Marshal Zhukov's authorship being authentic. But even they acknowledge that the document must be understood in the context of its era. Zhukov's memoirs are a product of a totalitarian society, composed for propagandistic purposes, within the framework of Soviet historiography, the bias and insolvency of which were proven back in the late 20th century. Immediately after the fall of the communist regime, and to treat such a source uncritically is, you understand, Arkady Petrovich spread his hands. The investigator took a silent sip of tea, turning Petrovich's words over in his mind. The professor, meanwhile, dispatched another biscuit, stroked his beard, brushing off the crumbs, and continued, "At first, they tried to reason with Olga Fyodorovna, debate her. They even held a whole seminar. They reminded her of indisputable historical facts, that the Second World War began with the USSR's invasion of Finland, a fact, that the communists couldn't defeat Hitler's forces for 4 years straight until the United States entered the fray, also a fact, but it was as if she didn't hear any of it, stubbornly clinging to her fantasies. And what's more, she tried to impose them on the scholarly community. As you can imagine, under such conditions she was doomed to become a comical figure. It's sad. You know, I will be waiting for your report on her with particular interest, and I will do everything in my power to ensure my colleagues read this issue of the Penultimate Inquest Bulletin. I think that would be right. It would be good for them to see in a new and better light a person whose name they've turned into a joke. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to read that Olga Fyodorovna was a wonderful wife, an ideal mother, a responsive and merciful human being." The professor crunched another biscuit. "In general, I feel great sympathy for your service. To seek out and show real, tangible good in our contemporary, that is a great undertaking, whose salutary effect embraces society as a whole. Of course, history does not tolerate the subjunctive, and yet, who knows, if such a service had appeared not in the 21st century, but 100 or 200 years earlier, perhaps many calamities might have been avoided. If Lenin, Hitler, Stalin, and Mao Zedong had regularly read your bulletin, perhaps it would not have occurred to them to begin those atrocities we now have to study in the course on the grim 20th century. Totalitarian regimes, both fascist and communist, proceeded from the postulate that man is bad and must be forcibly improved. And your service proves, not with words but with its very activity, that man is, after all, good in himself. One simply has to know how to see that good in him. I am certain Olga Fyodorovna had much of that good, but to look for it in her near-scholarly studies is a pointless endeavor." Karev drained his cooling tea in a single swallow and rose. "Thank you for the kind words, and for the consultation. I was very glad to make your acquaintance and to be of use." Arkady Petrovich responded readily. Setting the cup on the tray, Paul gathered the stack of printouts from the desk and took his leave of the professor. As he went out, he winced. The tea had left a bitter aftertaste. "Do you want black, green, or red?" "Red," Paul answered his wife, and added, "I've already been treated to green today." "Witnesses?" the tall brunette asked, lifting the kettle. "No. I consulted a specialist. I had to visit a scientific institution again. Strange thing. From the outside, their buildings seem varied, but inside it's the same everywhere. Something common you can't quite put your finger on. The spirit of scholarship." Ina laughed, placing an enormous mug of hibiscus tea before her husband. "Yes, the spirit." He paused. "Tell me, would you call the modern person good?" "Me?" she said. "Or you?" "Not just me. A composite. I'm serious." Ina considered, watching the thin wisp of steam curl above the mug, then smiled. "I'd call him satisfactory, with a minus. Why? It seems to me people today are good not by nature, but in spite of their nature. 2 or 3 good deeds across 70 years of life, the ones we managed to dig up in the course of an inquest, aren't such a great basis for total optimism." "I haven't noticed any total optimism," Ina said. "People just like reading your bulletin. It lifts the mood. It's considered good taste. And in general, it's interesting. Your image makers work hard. All right, enough talk. Time to get to work." Karev rose from the table and obediently followed his wife into the next room. There he sat on a chair by the window, while she stood at the easel and picked up her brush. "Don't look at me. Look, there, at the vase. But you're much more interesting." Paul waggled his eyebrows. "You'll get your fill later. For now, I need your gaze directed beyond the frame of the painting, not at the viewer. And fold your hands on your chest." Karev obeyed, crossed his arms, and fixed his eyes dutifully on the pot-bellied crystal vase. A veteran of many still lifes, for the 5th anniversary of their life together, the talented but as yet not very successful artist had finally resolved to paint her husband's portrait. Staring at the vase, Paul mentally returned to the events of the workday. He recalled Feklina from the will recording. Her calm voice, her stubborn gaze, the closed, almost impassive expression. It seemed that behind her, on the mantel, stood a similar vase. No, this woman had been neither a wonderful wife nor an ideal mother, nor a fountain of altruism. Her marriage ended in an early divorce. She raised her son alone, and in a rather authoritarian manner at that. He grew up weak-willed, browbeaten, a young man who later meekly passed into the hands of a wife no less domineering than his mother. Of course, the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law did not get along, and Feklina was left alone. Paul remembered Sergei, whom he had questioned a week earlier, a painfully thin young man with a dull gaze and lips twisted in a suffering curve. That sort would not find a successor to his mother's ideas, though his plump wife would certainly try to force him, with an apartment in the center at stake and 2 children to support. Feklina's life's work would remain unfinished, because as it turned out, her materials were pseudoscientific nonsense. To adequately convey them to society was impossible, which meant the prim, dry stick Ivenko would see to it that the inheritance never reached Sergei. Karev wondered what it felt like when the work of your life turned out to be nothing. What it felt like at all to subordinate an entire life to a single thing, a single idea. There was an unusual self-sacrifice and thoroughness in the very premise. "Inna," he asked, "do you have something you could call the work of your life?" "Of course," the beauty replied, bending over the canvas. "To paint my husband." "And seriously?" "Seriously also to feed him and wash his clothes." "Well, I'll keep that in mind." Sitting by the window, arms crossed on his chest, staring thoughtfully at the pot-bellied vase, Karev realized he really ought to study Olga Fyodorovna's materials himself. A tale is soon told, but a deed is not soon done. Even at a very brisk pace, it took several days to get through. Standing in the bathroom, scrubbing his teeth with a brush, Karev listened as an impassive program voice in his right ear spoke of the bombing of Kiev, flying in a jumper above the city. He read from his tablet screen about the defense of Stalingrad. Returning home from work, he poked at rice on his plate with his right hand, while with his left, he turned pages of printouts. Following the twists of the Battle of Kursk, ancient battles, the deaths of thousands and millions, great cities in ruins, concentration camps, monstrous crimes, incredible heroism, hundreds of sources. He didn't manage to read every article. His boss demanded clear results in the Feklina case. But even what Karev absorbed was enough to shake the Professor Petrovich's categorical judgments. A second consultation became necessary, and this time with a specialist who would not disdain to familiarize himself with Olga Fyodorovna's materials, reasoning, and arguments. In her quotations, several scholars' names cropped up especially often, and the reference service suggested that only one of them lived in Moscow, Alexei Ivanovich Lapshin. Professor Ivanovich's office was in the same Institute of History, but in another wing, and was substantially more modest in size than Petrovich's. Alexei Ivanovich proved to be a stern-looking elder, almost bald, yet with a magnificent gray beard and a skeptical squint in pale green eyes. "Ah, Olenka," he said, leafing through the printouts. "Yes, this I've read. An early little piece. They were still publishing her then, and this she brought me herself. We discussed it." She corrected it. "And she cites me. Yes, and here, something new. All right, I understand. Materials for a textbook. I see. And what precisely do you need from me?" The old man looked up at the investigator. "I'd like to understand to what extent Olga Fyodorovna's views do, or do not, correspond to the truth." "So, the truth. A strong word. Tell me first, how official is this conversation of ours?" "Completely unofficial. I simply want to understand the question for myself." "Ah, very well. In that case, I can answer you right now. I know most of Olya's articles, aside from some particulars. On the whole, she is right." Karev actually flinched. But then why was Professor Petrovich persuading me of the opposite? "Because he isn't a scholar," Alexey Ivanovich snorted. "He's a chatterbox. Or, as they call it these days, a popularizer. Arkasha was a scholar 20 years ago when he published his book on the NEP. Not a great piece, analysis below the floorboards, but at least the material was gathered and sorted competently. Then Arkasha joined the cohort of chatterers who deal not with the history that actually happened, but with the history the layman is supposed to imagine. That's all. Real specialists on the Second World War know everything Olya wrote about, and not only know it, but in general share it. And why did people laugh at her?" Alexey Ivanovich narrowed his eyes. "Do you truly not see it?" "No. Before this investigation, I hadn't had occasion to encounter the world of historians. These days, that world is tacitly divided into two parts: researchers and popularizers. The first try to learn how it was. The second determine how it ought to be presented to outsiders. Determined, naturally, not on their own. The main guidelines are sent down from above. Neither side meddles in the other. We publish in specialist periodicals articles so narrow in topic that an unprepared reader will glean almost nothing. But a specialist who knows the context deciphers the references and hints and understands that, say, an article about peculiarities of anti-aircraft use by Soviet forces in 1941 is in fact offering a new argument that Hitler's attack on the USSR was unprovoked, and that the Union wasn't even properly ready. For war, we know this, and that is enough for us. And fellows like Arkasha give interviews, write textbooks and popular books for the broad reader, where they lay out history as is considered useful for the layman. They are shepherds of public stereotypes. Olya's mistake, her guilt, was that she wanted to bring, so to speak, esoteric knowledge down to the profane level. She encroached on someone else's field. Naturally, she was doomed, as is anyone who tries to fight a stereotype alone. Or a system. For several seconds, Karev, stunned, processed what he'd heard. Feklina's life, labor, effort appeared in an entirely new light. But, if she was right, why did you keep silent? Why didn't you support her? All you specialists. For the first time, Alexey Ivanovich smiled, briefly turning from a fearsome elder into a kindly grandfather. "You know, I didn't expect it," he admitted, "that there are such open and sincere people working in service structures. It pleases me greatly to see it. And, regardless of what I'm about to say, remember, I am now very glad we met, something I initially took as a duty. Now, to the essence. Let's look at this. You, at school, at university, on television, have heard the same thing for years, that in the grim 20th century your ancestors unleashed the bloodiest war in history, that the democratic world had to choose between two evils, fascist and communist, and that only the intervention of the free world saved the totalitarian USSR from defeat. You ate that nonsense for years and didn't choke. Not once did you stop to think, are they feeding you a line? You didn't lift a finger to learn the truth. We kept silent, supposedly. No, young man, we didn't keep silent at all. We painstakingly, grain by grain, proved the truth, published articles and monographs, all of them available freely. Take them and learn. So why didn't you trouble yourself? Why didn't you take them? Why didn't you learn? I'll tell you why. Because you, and those like you, don't give a damn about truth, about history, about the past, about your ancestors. They'll tell you in school or at university that Russians descended from elephants, and you'll obediently write profound essays about the existential elephantness of the Russian soul. You don't know the truth not because it is hidden from you, but because you don't need it. And Olya smashed herself to pieces trying to convey it to you. And what came of it? Nothing but a life wasted. Her scholarly standing, her future. She sacrificed. For what? For indifferent Philistine. Alexei Ivanovich broke off, plunged into the stack of printouts, and with a hand trembling from agitation yanked out a sheet. Here, look at her publication list. This is tears. That's what it is. The first few articles, in solid scholarly journals, questions of source studies, the 20th century, and so on. Once she managed to break into the popular science Voice of Time. The story was almost a detective novel. After that, the popularizers held an entire seminar to debunk her. Arkasha, by the way, ran it. Since then, the path to scholarly publications was closed to her. And she kept trying to reach the broad reader, and she did. Look, Secret Life, Secrets and Mysteries, Oracle, and other boulevard trash, where her tortured cry for truth was wedged between tales of idiots abducted by aliens or the discovery of Atlantis in the Bermuda Triangle. You ask why we didn't support her? Why, we did. I told her many times, while there was still time, Olya, let it go. You can't break a butt end with a whip. You can influence a stereotype only if a new concept is supported from above. Textbooks rewritten. News broadcasts on serious channels. Popular books written, blockbusters filmed. Then the layman will notice and, somehow, absorb it. But who would do that? Do you think false stereotypes exist only about the Second World War? There are countless, and you eat it all, and don't choke. Forgive my bluntness. I told Olya, why are you ruining your career? Who for? They don't care. And she, the professor waved his hand in vexation. I'm doing it not only for the present, but for the past, for those whose memory, feet, and sacrifice are defiled. And what is it to them? The dead feel no shame. Who remembers them now? Few families' memory reaches deeper than 100 years. And here, more than 200. You, for instance, do you know what your ancestors did during that war? No, the investigator answered automatically. Exactly. And yet they did something. My grandfather told me that when his own grandfather was a child, the last veterans of that war were still alive. And you know what they called it then? The Great Patriotic. Yes. Why we kept silent. Well, Olya didn't keep silent. She shouted about it. And what? Did she find even one student or kindred spirit? I think she found one. Certainly, the investigator said slowly, staring ahead. Alexei Ivanovich, prepare, please, a selection of scholarly articles by the most recognized specialists, which at least indirectly, at least in particulars, confirm what she was saying. Do it for the memory of your student. Professor Ivanovich frowned, thoughtfully stroked his beard, and at last nodded. I will. Thank you. Paul rose. Thank you very much. At parting, they exchanged a firm handshake. He was definitely a prick. Mazur noted. Alcohol coma. Karev turned around and walked out. He had expected trouble from this case, but he couldn't even imagine how serious it would be. Poor subjects were a rare bird in the penultimate inquest. Not that the rich were given preference, it's just that they had better medical monitoring. A heart attack, a stroke, and the implant immediately pings the right place. But without an implant, who knows how much time can pass? A coma is only the last step on the road to death, and the body itself doesn't linger there long. And people around you don't always know how to tell a comatose man from a dead one. That was exactly what happened to Ivan Sergeyevich Kornev. While on patrol, Sergeant Kuzin spotted two homeless men carrying the body of a third. To bury him, they said. The sergeant suspected murder and detained the procession. Only an hour later did the forensic expert determine that Kornev was actually alive. More precisely, in a fourth-degree coma. Who knows, if a doctor had been called a bit earlier. But what did it matter now? Sitting in the department, Karev familiarized himself with the official documents from which one could piece together Kornev's life. He was born into a working-class family 52 years ago. Enlisted in the army, served in the airborne troops, then was transferred into a special unit on the moon. Took part in the battle for base Kazam. 3. Was wounded. Demobilized with the rank of corporal. Married. A son was born, who died of illness at the age of 1 year and 3 months. 2 months later, the Kornevs filed for divorce. After that, everything went downhill. He worked as a security guard at the Tsarskaya Gora Hotel, then as a loader, a street sweeper, since '85, unemployed. A year later, he was evicted for non-payment, moved into a tiny unit in the Khimki slums. After that, no records, as if the man had left for another country or died. Though he lived here, in this city, for another 11 years. Karev sent a request to Special Control for an extract from the personal file of Kornev's ex-wife, and an hour later received it. After divorcing Kornev, Olga Igorevna married a businessman, Wu Hong, and in that marriage bore 2 daughters. Fortunately, she lived in Moscow, and Paul decided to start interviewing witnesses with her. He wanted to postpone the moment when he'd have to search through dumpsters for witnesses from the last 11 years of Kornev's life. Reaching Mrs. Hong was not difficult. If Kornev, motionless under Mazur's roof, looked older than 52, his ex, on the contrary, looked much younger than her nearly 50. A smooth, pleasant face, neatly arranged ashy hair, and strangely dull eyes. She greeted him with restraint and listened carefully. The bleak news about her former husband didn't surprise her at all. But she agreed to testify and, after a brief hesitation, suggested meeting in a popular cafe downtown, an hour from now. After the meeting, Karev returned to the department in a deeply gloomy state of mind. "Paulie, are you okay?" Sonia asked when he sat down in his cubicle right across from her. Other than the 2 of them, nobody was there. The rest had gone out on assignments. "I knew this case would bring trouble, but I didn't expect it so soon," Paul ground out. "What happened? What assholes people can be." "Well, that's not news." Sonia rolled her chair closer. "Come on, tell me. You'll feel better. What's there to tell?" "I went to meet the witness. This bum's wife. Ex-wife. She herself suggested a cafe. Long story short, I'm taking her statement, and then this squint-eyed fat bastard storms in and starts screaming at me." "What fat bastard?" "He tracks her movements and decided I'm her lover, and we're having a secret date." Sonia burst out laughing. "So, did you manage to convince him otherwise?" she asked when she caught her breath. No. Another burst of laughter. Sonia laughed so merrily that Paul couldn't help but smirk. 2. At least is she young? She's 20 years older than me. Wow. Then the hubby really knows a thing or two about jealousy. So there was a scene. A monstrous one. In front of everyone. We got kicked out in the end, and blacklisted there. Tell me, why do we have to interrogate a witness wherever they choose? Why can't we summon them to us like the police or special control? Because we're not the police, and not special control. Kara fell silent, staring darkly ahead. Oh, come on, Paulie. Haven't you dealt with unstable types before? Of course I have. It's not the swearing and threats. I saw her reaction. I touched that hell she lives in all the time. And that still leaves a nasty aftertaste. I'm sure her husband beats and humiliates her. Then he really is a prick. Sonia stopped smiling. I don't know why they put up with it. Probably for the kids. Or for the money. He's rich. Hi, everyone. Old man Semenyich walked into the bay. Who's rich? Some prick, Karev answered with a frown. Just chatting about life. All right, I need to process the recording. My respects to everyone. He pressed the button under the desk, and his cubicle instantly walled itself off from the office around him. Karev hooked a fingernail under the in-foring and pulled it from his ear. All that remained was to plug it into the computer port and listen to the fragments he needed. Usually, Paul relied on his memory, but this time, after the nerve-wracking scene staged by Mr. Hong, he wasn't sure he'd remembered everything correctly. Karev rewound to the start of the interview, where Mrs. Hong spoke about meeting Kornev after his demobilization and about their wedding. He hit play. A deep female voice sounded. At first, it was somehow manageable. Then, Igoryok was born, and it got really hard. You know, poverty crushes you. You sit with the baby all day, cook food, figuring out how to stretch one chicken for 3 days, or how to dry used diapers, and your husband comes home at night exhausted, gloomy, grunts something, gulps down dinner and collapses into sleep. And it's like that every day. And the main thing is, there's no one to blame. Except maybe that mortgage. Vanya really did give it everything. Worked 2 shifts, and weekends too. Sometimes he'd come home so tired he'd fall asleep right in the kitchen, sitting at the table. And still the money was just barely enough. But you could still hope that Igoryok would grow up. We'd put him in daycare. I'd go back to work. Vanya would find something better. Excuse me. Karev remembered how at that moment she covered her eyes with her palm and froze for a second, as if walling herself off. Then she exhaled in a broken breath, lowered her hand and continued. And then Igoryok got sick. We called an ambulance, and they said we needed hospitalization. We went to a free hospital. A horrible place. The doctor, a cynical lout, just like the nurses Vanya promised me he'd call Datsis. You know, the hero of the liberation of the lunar base. They still teach him in schools now, and back then there was so much talk. Vanya said they'd serve together. At first, I didn't believe it. You know how soldiers like to make things up when they meet a girl. But he showed me the number. And he called. He wanted to ask for help transferring our boy to a good clinic. He couldn't get through. That night, I wanted to stay with Igoryok. The doctor threw me out. Said everything was fine. No need to hang around. I left. And in the morning, those white harpies called, "Come, pick up the body." Karev fast-forwarded past the sobbing and played what came next. We buried Igor. That was the last thing we ever did together. The following month was hell. I was swallowing antidepressants by the handful. And Vanya started drinking. He'd come home drunk, swearing, punching the wall until his knuckles bled. And the way he raged, horribly. He blamed everyone, himself, me, the doctor, even Datsis. And the doctor, he threatened to kill him in the most monstrous ways imaginable. It was unbearable. Because of his drinking, he was put on indefinite leave. One evening, Vanya came home, buzzed, but strangely calm. I asked, "What's wrong with you?" He didn't answer. My heart actually clenched. "Vanya, did you kill the doctor?" He smirked. "Not quite," he said, and went to bed. Can you imagine the night I had? By dawn, I made up my mind. I packed my things, fried him some eggs, made tea. I waited until he woke up and said, "Vanya, I can't do this anymore. I need a break. I'm going to my mother's." He nodded silently, walked me to the elevator. Already in the doorway, he called, "Olya." I turned. "Yes, Vanya." He said nothing, just looked at me. If he'd said then, "Stay," I would have stayed. But he said, "Goodbye, Olya. Have a good rest." And I said, "Goodbye," and I left. Karev stopped the recording. Next, the witness would say that it was during that break that she met Hong and cheated on Kornev, whom she later left. A little later, Mr. Hong himself would join the conversation. There was no need to listen to his hysterics again. The interview with the suspect's ex-wife yielded two promising leads: the doctor and the liberation of the lunar base. If the patient were still alive, identifying the attending physician would have been extremely difficult. The Ministry of Health was notoriously reluctant to grant access to its databases, and did so only after lengthy coordination. But Kornev's son had died, and it was possible to request access to his file from special control, where the doctor's surname should be listed. Access to the files of citizens long dead was typically granted to investigators by special control, without any problems. Karev sent an official request, and while waiting for a reply, began looking up materials online about the attack on the lunar base. Among the first results, the search engine returned a link to an article published 22 years earlier in the Network Review. Today, new details of the special operation on the moon became known. Let us recall that last Wednesday, April 4, 9 terrorists from New Jihad seized the lunar base Kazam. 3. According to sources close to SC, part of the group infiltrated the base legally, posing as personnel. How the MLA allowed this, and how the other militants entered together with weapons, remains to be established by the investigation. The terrorists declared the base's staff, 23 people, hostages, and put forward demands. The first negotiations produced no results, and on Thursday night, sensors showed that the implants of most of the staff were no longer responding. It became clear that the hostages were either dead or in anabiosis. After that, the operational headquarters decided to storm the base. Preparation took more than a day. On Friday morning, 4 lunar rovers headed toward Kazam 3, each with a driver, a commander, and 6 paratroopers aboard. According to the plan, the rovers were to approach the base from different directions, deploy the assault teams, who, under laser cover, would penetrate the building and eliminate the enemy. However, from the very beginning, everything went off the rails. This is the first military operation in history on the moon. General Kolodov reminded reporters at Sunday's press conference. Mistakes are inevitable. We were unable to adequately assess the effectiveness of the terrorists' external defenses. Translated into plain facts, this means that most of the paratroopers were killed before they even reached the base. The terrorists disabled 3 rovers, and the 4th managed to retreat. It seemed the operation had failed. But something incredible happened. Thanks to the courage of a handful of surviving soldiers who dug in among craters and rocks, the terrorists were unичтожены, and the hostages were saved. As General Kolodov reported, Private Dotsis distinguished himself in particular. He single-handedly attacked the external terrorist perimeter and unичтожил 3 militants. At present, the hero is in hospital, together with the other wounded. The outcome of the special operation was 19 paratroopers killed and 2 wounded, 6 hostages dead, and 7 injured. According to preliminary data, all terrorists were eliminated. However, investigators from Special Control do not rule out the possibility that one or more of them may be hiding among the surviving members of the base personnel. The tragedy that unfolded on Earth's only satellite shook the entire civilized world and, without doubt, became one of the black milestones in the history of humankind. For 3 nights in a row, millions of people across the globe went out into the streets, gazed up at the moon, and prayed for the salvation of innocent lives. Fortunately, the worst now lay behind them. Representatives of Special Control promised a thorough investigation of the attack and assured the public that the results would be made known. Yet, regardless of the conclusions the investigation might eventually reach, it was already clear that the concept of protecting extraterrestrial facilities and settlements would undergo a substantial revision, and that a number of MLA officials would be relieved of their posts. Most likely, the same fate awaited. What followed was the usual journalistic chatter, speculation about electoral repercussions and the like. Karev turned away from the monitor and looked out the window. Vaguely, he recalled a film about that very operation, which he had watched as a child. Blood on the Moon. That was it, he thought. Dashing paratroopers firing bright orange beams at the dome, and, above all, a young communications officer selflessly relaying words of encouragement from headquarters. And, back on Earth, the anxious brides and mothers of the hostages. The computer beeped, signaling an incoming message. It was Igor Kornev's file. A minute later, Paul already knew the hospital number and the doctor's name. Zurab Mikhailovich Dumbadze. As he typed the name into the search engine, Karev would not have been surprised had the doctor turned out to have vanished years earlier under mysterious circumstances. Instead, Dumbadze was in good health. More than that, he was still working at the same 12th hospital, was well regarded as a specialist, and, judging by the reviews, enjoyed genuine popularity among his patients. Getting through to the office was easy enough. Karev showed his badge to a pleasant young woman at reception, smiled, and asked to be put through to the doctor. He had to wait almost a full minute before the screen's idle image was replaced by the face of a middle-aged Georgian man with a short, graying beard. "Good afternoon, investigator. How may I be of assistance?" Paul arranged a meeting for the following morning, deliberately omitting the name of the subject. It was obvious that Dumbadze's relationship with him had been anything but simple, and in such a case it was best not to give the man time to prepare. The doctor himself treated the appointment calmly, almost matter-of-factly. He mentioned that he had already had experience giving testimony to the penultimate inquest, and would be glad to help again. The next morning, in the white office steeped in the smell of antiseptics, Paul became certain he had acted wisely by withholding the name of the subject. It hit like a gunshot. Ivan Kornev. The doctor flushed and fell silent for a long while, staring straight ahead and blinking. "Yes, I remember. He's the man who made me who I am." "What do you mean?" "It's a long story, though, in truth, one I've been expecting. You probably know that I treated their son, and that he died." The investigator nodded. "The child died because of my fault." The doctor clasped his trembling hands together. "I was negligent. And it wasn't the first time. You don't have to make such confessions to me," Karev said quietly. "I'm only interested in your relationship with Kornev. I know. I understand what admitting this may cost me. I've been preparing for it for a long time." Dumbadze took a deep breath. "My guilt in the boy's death is real. though back then it didn't seem so to me. You see, every profession presupposes a certain degree of cynicism. Police officers crack jokes while surveying blood-soaked crime scenes. Journalists shove cameras into the faces of weeping mothers. Karev nodded. It feels inevitable, even useful. The armor of professional cynicism shields you from other people's pain. And when everything runs on a conveyor belt, people turn into patients, someone else's fate into dry lines in medical charts. You don't notice how the mask of indifference grows into your face and turns you into a monster. The doctor swallowed, still staring at the floor. Igor Kornev died because I misdiagnosed the stage of encephalitis. I remember briefly running into the Kornievs in the corridor when they came for the death certificate. They were both crushed, and that's about all. I pretended not to recognize them and walked past. But then you met him again? Oh, yes. The doctor gave a bitter smile. A month later, I was coming home from the shift when, as I entered my building, I was struck from behind, at the base of the skull. When I came to, I found myself dangling in midair at the height of the 10th floor, with Kornev holding me by the collar, leaning over the roof parapet. How I begged then, promised anything at all if he would spare me, and he bared his teeth and rasped down at me. "Anything you say. Will you bring my son back to life?" And I understood that I was about to die, right there and then, and I burst into tears. Dumbadze drew a deep breath. His chair creaked. Then Kornev grabbed me with his other hand by the chest, hauled me up to the parapet, and hissed, "Listen carefully, worm. Here's my price. You will become a good doctor. You will be kind and courteous to every patient and their relatives, and I will be watching you. If your patient dies, I'll destroy you. If a patient or their family is dissatisfied with how you treat them, I'll destroy you. If you go to the police, I'll destroy you as well." That's what he said. Do I even need to tell you that I agreed? He dragged me back onto the roof and kicked me in the stomach. While I was writhing in pain, Kornev disappeared. And what happened after that? Dumbadze shrugged. I didn't go to the police. An investigation could have uncovered my responsibility in his son's death, and Kornev himself, strictly speaking, hadn't done anything truly terrible. He had only threatened me. So if there had been an inquiry, I would have lost my license, or even gone to prison, and he would have been written off as acting under emotional distress if not cleared entirely. Besides, I was genuinely afraid of him. So I had to become kind. Exactly that. I fussed over every patient, encouraged them, joked, put on a sympathetic expression, listened. Watching how you conduct yourself, investigator, I can see that you know this secret as well. Pardon? You listen properly. The doctor smiled sadly. To be liked by people, all you really need is to know how to listen to them. Of course, that's only half the work. Treating them was harder. I spent nights poring over test results, studying symptoms so as not to miss a diagnosis, devouring the latest literature, consulting specialists when choosing treatments. Sometimes I even bought rare medications myself if I couldn't get them approved through the department, treated the nurses to chocolates so they'd take better care of my patients. And did it pay off? For 2 years straight, all my patients were discharged completely healthy and satisfied. Naturally, I had a few tricks up my sleeve. For instance, through a handful of discreet affairs, I managed to ensure that several patients with the most complex diagnoses ended up with my colleagues rather than with me. Did you ever think Kornev had forgotten about you? He hadn't. Dumbadze shook his head. Every 6 months he would call and drip a single word into the receiver. All right. Like a landlord who regularly comes to collect the rent, never letting you forget that the house isn't really yours. You're merely renting it. That's how Korniev reminded me that my life wasn't entirely my own. He didn't let me relax. Gradually, I got used to it. I even began to believe that I might manage to go on, without fatalities. And you didn't? No. There was a girl with a rapidly progressing form of stroma, Nastya Perovskaya. I truly tried. I didn't sleep at night. I rushed around like a madman to specialists. I pushed through medications, personally attended procedures. I comforted and encouraged her parents. And then, when the doctor spread his hands helplessly, when it was already too late, I cried together with them. When Nastya died, it was as if I died myself. I mourned both that girl and my own self. I prepared for death. All kinds of thoughts crossed my mind. To flee the city, to go to the police. But I did none of that. I wrote a will, went to confession. For the first time in my life, and that night Kornev called. I lost, Ivan, I had to admit. I know, Zurab, he replied. The Perovskys hold no grudge against you, and he left me with that. He never called you again after that? He did, but less often, once a year, and then he stopped. I waited 3 years. After that, I began making inquiries. Plainly speaking, I hired a private detective. From him, I learned that Kornev had sunk low, been relocated to Khimki, drunk himself into ruin, and now had no time for me at all. And quite suddenly, I realized that I was free. The Damoclean sword I had grown used to living under had rusted through and fallen apart. It was probably the strangest day of my life. It isn't over yet, Karev said with a faint smile. You're right. The doctor nodded. But I doubt I'll live through another shock to my worldview like that one. To be honest, at first I really disliked being kind. I even toyed with the idea of some petty rebellion, keeping a fig in my pocket, so to speak. For instance, not telling patients about other diagnoses discovered during examinations. But I didn't. I was afraid. And then, it brought quite a few advantages. Professional growth, for one. When you truly attend to every patient, you learn so much. I became a major specialist in an entire range of conditions. And the gratitude of patients and their families, you know, that's a pleasant thing too. Some even brought gifts, later on, of their own accord. You should see how many cards I receive now for Christmas and Doctor's Day. Dumbadze chuckled. It's nice after all. Good for one's self-esteem. Over time, I even got drawn in. It genuinely became interesting to see every case through to the end. He paused before continuing. Of course, living by Kornev's rules brought not only benefits. For instance, I lost the favor of my colleagues, most of them. My way of treating patients, my successes, for some reason it irritated them. Though I can guess why. But that's beside the point. When it became clear to me that Kornev was no longer watching me, I told myself, well then, I can stop cooing over patients, stop wasting so much time on work. But I realized that no, I couldn't do it any other way anymore. I'd grown used to it. And not only couldn't, I didn't want to. I liked it. And after all, from the very beginning when I chose this profession, this was exactly what I dreamed of. To be a proper doctor, to save children, to do my job perfectly. And then, somehow they drilled it into us, that this was impossible, that you couldn't be an Ibolit, that cynicism was unavoidable. That's what I'm grateful to Kornev for. He showed me that it is possible, and helped me reach what I myself had dreamed of, even if by such a twisted path. And also, for forgiving me. Dumbadze sighed again, and fell silent, staring at his clasped hands. Doctor and investigator sat opposite each other in silence. Then Karev rose and said quietly, "Thank you." The doctor only nodded in reply. He didn't want to break the stillness that had settled in the office after that confession. So Paul didn't even say goodbye. He simply left, carefully closing the door behind him. While the jumper drifted unhurriedly between the city and the looming clouds, Karev reflected on the doctor's story. The case was turning out to be far more interesting than it had seemed at first. The homeless Kornev was full of surprises. Even the hospital episode alone could make the report on him exceptional. And there was still the lead involving the lunar base and his friendship with a celebrated hero. The Kornev report might well become one of those discoveries that inspire bestsellers and films. Karev decided to track down Datsis's contact details, but they were nowhere to be found, neither in open sources nor even in the internal contact database. Highly unusual. After a moment's thought, Paul called Kwan. "Listen, my friend. Could you help me out with something? I need Isaac Datsis's phone number, or at least an email. No rush. Sometime this evening would be fine." While Kwan searched for Datsis's contact, Paul decided to look up other participants in the operation. Surely they would be easier to reach. Kornev, for instance, was easier than anyone. Outside, a light rain began to fall, droplets sliding across the windshield of the autopiloted jumper. A search online revealed that, besides Datsis and Korneev, 3 others from their group were still alive: Pashin, Koroshevsky, and Tolochko. Karev ran a query in the internal database. Of the 3, only one was in Moscow: Vasily Pavlovich Tolochko, a retired corporal, now a watchman at the Krutsitsy compound. All that remained was to dial the number. 5 seconds later, the screen displayed a sullen face against a backdrop of fresco-covered walls. "Vasily Pavlovich? Yeah. I'm an investigator with the Penultimate inquest." "Ah, I read your bulletin." "Yes. I'm currently investigating the case of Ivan Kornev." The roughly hewn peasant-like face did not change its grim expression. "He served with you during the liberation of the Kazam." "3 base on the moon?" the investigator prompted. "Oh, Cornet, then. So he's dead?" "Not yet. I'd like to speak with you about those events, if you don't mind. I can't go anywhere, you understand." "Fine. I'll be there in 40 minutes. Where should I find you on the compound?" "I'll find you, meet you myself. Don't worry." "All right." And Tolochko disconnected. Paul exhaled. It had been a packed day. The jumper was already approaching the district where the Penultimate inquest building stood. Lunchtime was just about upon him, but he would have to fly to the witness while the man was still willing to talk, and postpone food until better times. Karev entered the address of the Krutitsy compound into the panel. He had to leave the jumper not far from the park, surrounding the compound. The rain had just ended. Beneath the poplars, shedding drops from their damp leaves, it took about 5 minutes to walk toward an old 4-story mansion, from behind whose roof a dark dome rose. Circling the beige building, Karev saw ornate wrought-iron gates and an ancient red-brick church. Beyond the open gates lay a square squeezed between 2-story wings on the right and the church on the left. In the distance, a lone woman in a colorful headscarf was walking. After a moment's thought, the investigator headed toward the church. From around the corner emerged a broad-shouldered man in gray trousers and a leather vest over a checked shirt. "Hi," Tolochko said. "Let's go." The watchman walked steadily, limping slightly on his right leg. Skirting a low porch, they headed toward another brick building with a dome. Evidently a church as well, though a somewhat unusual one. It looked more like a 2-story house with a small cupola perched on its roof. The asphalt ended, and they turned the corner onto a dirt path. There, by the wall, Amid grass, scraggly nettle bushes, and broad plantain leaves, a rain-darkened bench stood. That was where Tolochko hobbled over. They sat with their backs to the church house, and their faces toward a metal fence lost in foliage. Paul found himself involuntarily admiring how, through the sprawling branches, clear sky shone through, and the lilac silhouette of the economic center's tower loomed. It was quiet. Probably because of the park surrounding the compound, the usual city noise didn't reach here. Only somewhere to the left a cat was meowing. We were sitting inside the lunar rover's hull, close, very close. The watchman began without preamble. Our vehicle was supposed to approach Kazam. 3 from the crater side. From the crater side, you understand? Karev nodded silently. There were rocks there. Because of them, the driver didn't see them cutting up the second vehicle. The second one. We got lucky. When we went around the rock, the rover sagged a little, dropped into a crater. An ordinary thing, really. Ordinary, yes. As we climbed out, the hull listed pitching the cab upward. And that's how it slid out onto the firing line. I was looking right into the cab then, and suddenly it was like someone drew a bright stroke across the screen. And it went dead. And, from the driver's shoulder, a firework of ruby beads burst out. They shimmered in the instrument lights. Beautiful. And one of the guys had already popped the rear hatch, and we spilled out of the rover onto the crater floor. I lifted my head and saw the sawn-off section of the cab sliding down from the front, like a slab of butter off a warm knife. The driver and the commander were dead. Dead. And we were still here, in the movie they showed us arguing, panicking. Lies. There was no panic. I pulled out the viewer and crawled to the rim. Kornet climbed back into the rover, and Datsis, Passion, Melk, and Korya took positions on 4 sides. Ready. In case someone crawled up out of the crater, I unpacked the device, lit the screen, and started reporting. No commander. So I reported to everyone else. Reporting, you understand? Yes. Well, I see the rocks to the right, and beyond them, the second rover, sawn clean in half, and a little cloud is glinting above it, oxygen leaking out of punctured suits, and bodies all around. The guys who'd managed to climb out. I watched the jihadists cut up the last one. He ran forward. One blink, and his chest came off with his head, and his arms flew away as 2 stumps. Slowly. Gravity's light there. And then the mangled machine sagged deeper still, breaking apart into chunks. In the movies, everything was flashing and blazing. Lies. On the moon, you can't see a laser beam. There's no atmosphere. No atmosphere, you understand? I understand. Karev couldn't help blurting. I scrolled farther. Made out the skeleton of the 3rd rover. It was clear we were in the shit. The only hope left was the 4th vehicle. We didn't know then that its commander had ordered a retreat. He made it out. They poured filth on him afterward. Filth. Yes. Demoted him. Dragged him through public shame. But in my view, he did the right thing. He wasn't saving himself. He was saving his people. He didn't know about us. Didn't know. We'd survived. Didn't know. Why did the operation fail? There wasn't enough time to prepare. Our wise strategists underestimated the external defenses. We drilled a few scenarios, but almost all of them assumed action inside the base. How long we trained, how much gear we hauled, cutters, mini airlocks, rifles, all of it turned into junk. Who knew they'd keep watch outside? And like that, too. One of them on the dome, up in a gyro rig with an industrial laser, and 2 more beneath him, each with a twin-barreled army unit. The top one slices rovers, the bottom ones finish off the small stuff. Like us. Now you get why I said, in the shit. I get it. So there we were. stuck in the crater right under the sights of those two, like rats in a jar. That's what I reported to the guys. Silence. Then Cornet came over. "Let me see," he says. He looked. Then he and Datsis traded a few words. After that he says, "Men, the two of us will sprint to the rock. Cover us." Nobody asked extra questions. They crawled to one rim, we crawled to the other. Korea gave the command. We popped up and started lighting up the lower jihadist on the left. Useless. He stood behind a shield plate. All we did was soften the shield a bit and scorch the wall around it. But we covered the boys. They made it to the rocks. And we didn't. Yes, not all of us. Mel got the top of his helmet nicked when they answered. Didn't even hit his head, can you imagine? And still he was done. And that little cloud again, silver. Decompression, you understand. Korya, he was really torn up, I remember. Melk was his brother, cousin, but still. And at that time Kornev was covering Datsis? The corporal chewed his lip, silent a moment. We stayed in the crater. When I got back to the viewer, I didn't understand right away what they'd cooked up. But yes, Cornet stuck out from behind the rocks and, apparently, was shooting at the two lower ones, and the rock above him was crumbling. Return fire. And Datsis was flying straight for the base. On the moon, the gravity's low. If you get a run-up, you can jump like hell. So he jumped. Of course, they could have clipped him on the arc, except Cornet didn't let them. Drew it onto himself. We should have supported too, but we didn't make it in time. Datsis came down right by the wall. The two lower jihadists each turned to face the other way, and their shield plates no longer covered them. In the film, they shot it like they killed each other. Too good to be true. The one on the right fired and cut down the one on the left. That's what's convenient on the moon. One hit is enough, you're done. And Datsis simply pushed off earlier than he was supposed to. Fired into the ground with his rifle, and instead of dropping, he flew upward, toward the dome. The recoil kicked him up. Used the gun like an engine. And in mid-flight, he cut down the third one, the guy in the gyro rig, with his laser. Beautifully done. Smart, too. The one with the industrial unit couldn't do anything at close range. After the jump, Datsis landed on the dome. From above, it was easy as breathing to finish the right-hand lower one. 3 minutes, outside was clean. Naturally, he couldn't get inside alone, so he came back first to the rocks, where Cornet was. Barely made it, and then 3 more jihadists spilled out of an airlock and started hammering the rocks. I shouted, "Fire!" We shredded them in 10 seconds. By then, we were sitting in the crater like in a trench, and they were just standing there in front of the wall. No shields, no cover. Child's play. But Datsis and Cornet got buried under stones. Cornet especially. We even decided he was dead. Only later we learned he lived. Suit didn't tear. On Earth, a slab like that would have flattened him. Swear to you. But it's easier there, with the low gravity. After that, it was simple. That bit where we supposedly rushed to take the base right away, lies. We just sent the signal, took control of the airlock so the jihadists couldn't crawl out again, and waited for reinforcements. Reinforcements went into Kazam. 3. We were told to stay outside. Outside, yes. Tolochko fell silent, rubbing his right knee with his palm. So, will any of my chatter do you any good? Of course. Thank you very much. I read your bulletin, the watchman said without turning, looking off to the right where a stern belfry stood sharply outlined against the sky. A thick drum crowned with a golden onion dome that tapered into a spire and cross. Plenty of time here. No television. And you get interesting stories. Interesting, yes. Like that one. For instance, who collected paintings until he lost his mind, and then gave one away, though in my book he's still trash, even if he did give it away. But it's interesting. Or that old woman who gathered material on the 20th century war, though I thought you people just made things up. But now I see you digging into Cornet. It'll be interesting to read about him. When will it come out? Karev shifted on the bench, feeling the damp boards soaking through his trousers. Maybe in a month and a half. Uh-huh. So sometime in September. All right? We'll wait. Wait. Yes. You make sure you do Cornet right. The watchman paused, staring at the path, and then suddenly asked, You going into the church? Or you people don't do church? Why wouldn't we? I'm Orthodox. I go, though not very often. Then come on. I'll open it for you. You can see our church. Karev stood and, brushing at the back of his trousers, followed the watchman along the brick wall. Around the corner, a small courtyard opened up, where a scrawny white cat was washing itself. To the left rose a high wooden porch, with stairs leading to the second floor. Their steps clattered on the boards. Don't take offense, Tolochko said over his shoulder. Father Roman once noticed your bulletin at my place and pulled a face. Said, you'd be better off reading something for the soul, and I told him, Batushka, I read that too. This is just rest for the brain. They reached the landing before a low door, and the watchman jingled a key ring he took from his pocket. Well, he says, rest then. Just don't get carried away. That's what he said, yes. So I figured your office and the church had some kind of bad blood. Bad blood, you understand. The door opened softly. Tolochko stepped aside. There was nothing to do but enter. The evening dimness under the vaults felt cozy. The church was small, dark frescoes, a modest plywood iconostasis. It smelled of wood and incense. Karev caught himself thinking that for the first time in his life, he was alone in an empty kram. No familiar crush that always comes with Sunday liturgy. Even at his wedding with Inna, there had been no fewer guests. He walked to the middle, turned to face the altar. On the central theologian lay an icon of some saint, judging by the monastic mantle, a venerable one. But the name, written in half-worn Slavonic script, could not be made out. I read your bulletin, the watchman repeated, leaning against the door jamb, and I think, what kind of people are there now if you have to hunt down their good deeds under a microscope? It differs, Karev answered quietly, studying the faces on the icons. With Kornev, for instance, you can find them without any microscope. Yeah, Cornet is... Yeah, you people look into him properly. In the rough voice there was worry, as if Tolochko were hinting at something. Karev turned, but the watchman was looking at his own boots. Paul looked forward again. Up. Above the royal doors, the icon of Christ in majesty burned red. His hand folded itself into a pinch. He crossed himself solemnly, eyes fixed on Christ. I ought to pray, he thought. But for what? Pray that you'll investigate Cornet the right way, Tolochko prompted from the doorway. Karev flinched. Below, the two pitched copper roofs and dark domes drifted past. He could see the small, limping figure of the Caprel watchman making his way toward the church. In another courtyard, a cat flashed by as a white speck. A strip of trees stretched out, gave way to the ribbon of an embankment, and then to the dark waters of the Moskva River. Paul was in excellent spirits. Well done, Kornev. Even on the moon he'd shown himself exactly as he should. A splendid episode for the report. The only military operation in human history carried out beyond Earth. Who would have thought a simple homeless man would turn out to be such an extraordinary person? For the story to be complete, he still needed Dotsis's testimony. Then it would be pure perfection. Karev rubbed his palms together with relish and activated the tablet. His fingers skated briskly over the little screen as he typed an email to Kwan. "Hey, any luck with that phone number?" The skyscrapers loomed ahead. The hopper began to gain altitude. The reply from his colleague came almost instantly. "Sorry, only have Colonel Datsis's press line. The direct number is heavily classified. 476-152-32. After firing back mega thanks, Paul copied the number into the dialer. For a second, he switched the screen into mirror mode and inspected his face. Straightened his mustache. The tablet beeped, replacing his reflection with an image. An austere blue background and dry lines of text above a little window. In 2 words, describe the purpose of your call. If it is deemed of interest, you will be contacted. And though the window clearly allowed more than 2 words, the investigator decided to follow the condition literally. Ivan Kornev, he typed and tapped send. The letters vanished. Only the bare blue field remained. A simple homeless man, Karev fell to thinking. A good man, and such a life. Sad. And you couldn't even say that such an end had been preordained. If their son hadn't died, the Kornevs would have paid off that mortgage in a year or 2. Life would have loosened up. Things would have straightened themselves out. And even after the child's death, there had still been a chance. Karev remembered his conversation with Olga Hong. What if Kornev really had asked her to stay back then? She would have stayed. Just a little more endurance, and they would have grown used to the grief, survived it together, and they would have loved each other more deeply for it. One wouldn't have had to finish his life on a trash heap, and the other wouldn't have ended up in the company of a tyrant scumbag. It could have all gone differently. He was yanked from his thoughts by the tablet's ring. Karev flinched when he saw the name attached to the incoming call. Imagine that. How fast. His finger touched answer. The screen flared with an image. An impassive face, arched brows, a hooked nose, a hawk's stare from keen, washed-out hazel eyes. "State your name, please," Colonel Datsis requested. "Karev Paul Sergeyevich, Junior Investigator, Moscow branch of the Penultimate Inquest. I'm currently handling the case of Ivan Kornev. My time is expensive. I'm spending it on this conversation not for you and not for your service, but for the memory of a friend. Don't abuse it. Over the years, I've grown thoroughly tired of any communication about the Chasm 3 operation. The journalists dragged everything out of me down to the tiniest detail. I hope you have the good sense not to ask what can be found in published sources. I have only one thing to tell you. Kornev was a remarkable man and a friend. On the moon, he saved my life. The restrained expression, the testing gaze, the calm authority in his voice. Everything about him spoke of a man accustomed to giving orders. The colonel wore a suit, and he was seated in an office. So he's not in the army anymore. He's in spec control, Karev realized. "I'll try not to burden you, Colonel," he said. "As I understand it, the idea to go on the offensive was yours. Did Kornev support it right away? Why did he become your partner?" "Back on Earth, in the training camp. Then we were transferred to the 1st Lunar Detachment. The idea to attack came to both of us. It grew out of a conversation. As to Kornev covering you, how much did that help you pull off your brilliant trick? How well did he do it? You'd have no one to be talking to right now." After a second's hesitation, Paul shifted to another question. "Did you keep in touch with Kornev after demobilization?" "After that, fate scattered us onto different roads. I believe once he married, we didn't speak again. Any more questions?" "I'm deeply grateful you took the time. We now have new nuances about that period of Kornev's life. Thank you. All the best." Datsis disconnected. After speaking with the hero, Karev exhaled and smiled. The box was full. The case had come together. Tomorrow, for the sake of form, he ought to call the Tsarskaya Gora Hotel, talk to Kornev's former employer and, if possible, his colleagues. Maybe he would have to look for Kornev's friends among the homeless as well. He very much didn't want to touch that world, but as his father used to say, if you do something, do it well. Paul returned to the office in the very best of spirits. But the moment he stepped into the open-plan room, he saw that everyone there, Sonia, Hall, even Semonich, lifted anxious eyes to him. "Hi, everyone. Why so gloomy?" "Paulie, go to Petrovich," Hall said. "He's waiting for you." "Kwan's already there." "What happened?" "Better hurry, they'll explain." Puzzled, Karev went up a floor, knocked, and entered his boss's office. "Vikenty Petrovich, you called for me?" "Uh-huh." What met his eyes was a very unusual scene. Kwan was sitting behind the chief's desk, bent over the screen of his large computer, while Petrovich stood by the window. Karev didn't dare sit while his superior remained standing. Did something happen? Yes, Petrovich looked even darker than usual. "We've been hacked. Our internal network. Just now, about 15 minutes ago." "I didn't think that was possible." "Neither did we, Paulie. Our programmers will handle it. But for now, I asked Kwan to check, while the trail is still hot." "What exactly happened?" "We can't track whoever did it, and I'm not especially comforting myself with hopes. If they broke through our defenses, the most reliable in the world, then they certainly didn't forget to cover their tracks. But what can I do? I don't know anything about programming. The hackers didn't steal anything from the network," Petrovich said through clenched teeth, staring hard at Karev. "And they didn't damage anything. All they did was download your drafts and materials on the Kornev case." Paul felt as if the ground had slipped out from under his feet. The news was so sudden, so strange, so frightening. A pause hung. "I don't even know how to comment on that," Paul said at last. "I can't imagine who would need to steal case materials. I'm investigating the life of a homeless man." "And nothing unusual has happened since you started working on him?" Then Karev remembered. "There was an incident. Yesterday, I was questioning Kornev's ex-wife. At that moment, her current husband burst in and caused a scandal. He decided I was her lover and wouldn't listen to a word I said." Kwan tore his eyes from the monitor and looked at Paul. He and Petrovich were both watching him very closely. He was hysterical. He screamed all kinds of things. That he'd expose me for what I really am. That he'd put a contract on me so they wouldn't even find my corpse afterward. "What's his name?" Petrovich asked. "Wu Hong. You saved the recording of that exchange on your info ring, I hope." "I copied the file yesterday to my work computer." "I'll check whether the hackers edited that file," Kwan said. "Yeah, do it. That would explain everything." "All right, Paulie, we'll check. If we need you, I'll call you again. For now, go back to work." The next morning, the oddities continued. Right at the entrance of his own apartment building, a sturdily built man in a gray suit was waiting for him. "Paul Sergeyevich Karev," the man called softly, stepping closer. "I'm Corporal Alexinko, Spec Control. Here's my badge, please." He did produce a badge which the stunned Karev only glanced at in passing. "You're requested to come to our office for a conversation. I've been assigned to help you get there," Alexinko said in a very confidential tone, with an open smile. "Who requested me? Colonel Datsis? I'd be happy to tell you if I knew myself. But I'm just an errand boy. What they tell me? That's what I do. Though, you know, I'd love it if the bosses shared a little, like, 'Alexinko, we're summoning a man for such and such. We'll be talking about such and such, but I haven't grown into that level yet. Let's continue our conversation in the hopper, because they're waiting over there, and, they don't especially like waiting. That's my hopper, right there. Maybe I'll fly my own, Karev blurted. Only once he'd nearly sat down in the long black whale, carried away by the operative's patter. How am I supposed to get to work afterward? I'll take you to work after the meeting, Alexinko assured him. Do you really think they'll just toss you out the door? No, no, no. We take guests seriously. Everything will be done properly. Don't worry about a thing. After a brief hesitation, Karev climbed inside. Alexinko sat down on the other side. The doors snapped shut at once, and the hopper shot up sharply, climbing altitude fast. Passing unusually close to his own building, Karev looked at the windows, and in his window, for an instant, he saw Inna clearing the cups and plates from the table after their breakfast. A few seconds later, their building, like the others, was below. The hopper flew toward a preset destination. Paul looked around. A plush monkey dangled from the windshield. On the passenger side, there was no button to open the door. Otherwise, the cabin looked completely ordinary. For a while, Karev tried to guess why Dotsis might be summoning him officially. Why not simply call? Perhaps he'd remembered something special about Korniev, something that would make the report even more remarkable. Time passed. They flew on. Alexinko, so talkative before, was now silent. At one point, he pulled a black rectangle from his inner pocket, something like a mini-tablet, and tapped the screen several times. Suddenly, Karev's info ring hissed unpleasantly in his right ear. He reached for it, yet the next moment it stopped. "Did you just do something?" Karev asked. "What do you mean?" Alexinko looked surprised. "Nothing, just felt like it. Happens." A couple of minutes later, Karev noticed the Tsaritsino Park stretching below, its ponds, little islands, old palaces among the trees. Tiny figures of people were strolling along the paths. Someone sat on benches. "Spec Control's building is downtown, isn't it?" he asked, uneasy. "Absolutely." "Then why are we flying south?" "We just have a slightly more complicated route." "Don't get it into your head, Paul Sergeyevich. This won't take long." After a while, Karev spotted a railway line below. A freight train crawled along it, with containers of a very old design. Paul remembered those were used for hauling garbage away. Their hopper overtook the train but kept flying strictly along the tracks until it reached the place where the line ended at a small terminal standing right on the edge of an enormous city landfill. Only then did they begin to descend, and a couple of minutes later the hopper set down Pream in the middle of the dump. To the left and right, hills of trash rose up. The railway and terminal disappeared behind one of them. "Sorry about the smell, but believe me, it won't be for long," Alexinko said with an embarrassed smile, pressing a button on the panel. The doors clicked, signaling they could now be opened from inside. "You said we were going to Spec Control's office for a conversation?" Karev asked, tightly. "Absolutely. Then what are we doing at the city landfill?" "Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. While we were flying, I got an order on my tablet. First, bring you here. We need to conduct a small investigative experiment, and right after that, off to the office for the talk." "I don't understand." "Me neither," Alexino said cheerfully. "But a group is already waiting for us here. Come on, only about 300 meters. They'll explain everything about the experiment." Karev still hesitated, not climbing out. "Paul Karev, you see for yourself the conditions we have to work in. I'm sure your bosses in all your years never sent you on an assignment to a dump. But me? They've shoved me who knows where over the years. And the main thing is, when they hired me, they said, 'Alexienko, you'll be defending the motherland. And in the end, here it is. I have to crawl around landfills like a rat and put respectable people like you in an awkward position. But what can you do? An order is an order. You know that. We're colleagues in a way. Let's go quickly, take part in this idiotic experiment, and get our legs out of here before the stench soaks into our clothes. Reluctantly, Paul got out and opened the door. The stench really was outrageous, and he instinctively covered his nose as he climbed down. Underfoot lay all kinds of trash, but it was firm enough to stand on. "Thank you for your understanding." Alexinko climbed out on the other side and pointed at a darkening mound to the right. "We're going there. You go ahead. I'll follow." Paul walked quickly in the indicated direction, watching his footing. At first, he tried to pick cleaner spots to step on, but very soon his boots were thoroughly filthy, and after that he cared only about not slipping and not dropping into something. Glancing back, Karev saw Alexinko following him, a pistol clenched in his hand. "And why do you need a gun?" Karev asked, frowning, and stopped. "Oh, didn't want to say so as not to scare you for nothing. There was a murder here last month. Our zone is marked with a G on the danger scale, and in such zones, when escorting a civilian, you're required to keep your weapon at the ready. In reality, don't get it into your head. Nobody needs us here. Nobody's going to attack. It's just a formality." Karev didn't move, continuing to drill Alexinko with his stare. "Paul Sergeyevich, I understand how idiotic this looks from the outside," the operative went on in an apologetic tone. "Tonight I'll tell my wife, and I already know what she'll say. Some kind of clown show, on a dump, and with a pistol. But what can I do? That's the procedure. We'll reach the spot where they're waiting, and my colleague will tell me. And why isn't your weapon ready in a G zone? He can report me. And why do I need problems out of nowhere? Am I going to argue when I'm already tired of rewriting reports? Paul Karev, let's finish this quickly. It's just a little bit farther." Karev turned silently and kept walking toward the dark rise. What was happening could be described in many ways, but certainly not as clownery. He could not shake the feeling that he was being led to his execution, and that Hong was behind it all. Apparently, Hong hadn't shouted that he'd bury him for nothing. Here, right here, in this garbage, he really would be buried in 15 minutes or so. Behind him there was no spec control agent at all, but an ordinary thug who had deftly duped him with a fake badge. As he trudged across the boundless heap of refuse, Karev feverishly scanned his surroundings, looking for anything suitable for self-defense. But there was nothing of the sort, only ordinary household trash all around. At the same time, another voice sounded in his head, telling him that what was happening really could be a spec control investigative experiment, and that if a crime had been committed in a place like this, it was perfectly logical to conduct the experiment here. Perhaps the suspect or the victim figured in one of the penultimate inquiry cases, which was why Karev had been brought in. And perhaps spec control operatives really were required to walk with weapons ready in dangerous areas, so Alexienko was simply following regulations. That voice whispered that Karev would make a laughingstock of himself if he showed the fear gripping him, and that he would thoroughly disgrace himself and heap trouble on his own head if he behaved irrationally or attacked a spec control officer. That could land him in prison. As they climbed the mound, the dark rise ahead drew closer, and Karev realized it was a small shack made of boxes, polyethylene, and sheets of plywood. Beside it stood the figure of a man with what looked like a sack at his feet. When Karev came closer, he saw that the standing man was a short-cropped redhead in the same gray suit as Alexinko's, and what he had taken from a distance for a large sack turned out to be a gray-haired, long-haired man in a greasy denim jacket, sitting at the operative's feet. A bruise had spread beneath his left eye. His lip was split. Hearing footsteps, He raised his head and looked Karev in the eyes. Fear and doom were written in the vagrant's gaze. "Well, here we are," Alexinko announced briskly from behind. "Paul Karev, meet my colleague, and the man sitting on the ground is a dangerous criminal. Don't let his appearance deceive you." The redhead cast an irritated look at Alexinko, but said nothing. He didn't even nod to Paul. "So, will he manage?" Alexinko asked the redhead. "No," the other replied. "We'll have to do it ourselves." That was when Karev understood that everything was bad. No illusions remained. He would not leave this place alive. The realization flared with crystalline clarity and paralyzed him. It can't be. The astonished thought hammered in his head, and it robbed him of will even more than fear. Even grasping what was happening, he could not believe that it would end here. Today, now, at a landfill. They kill someone else, not him. Not like this, not here, not today. He was an investigator, a representative of a powerful special service. He was still young. His wife was waiting for him for dinner that evening. An hour ago, he'd been having breakfast with her. It couldn't all end like this. It had to be some kind of delusion. Paul shifted his gaze to the man kneeling on the ground. He had never seen him before in his life, and could not understand why they had been brought together. Why someone had decided to merge their deaths. At that moment, the vagrant, who had cautiously drawn his legs under himself and crouched, grabbed the redhead by the leg and, springing up sharply, knocked him over. Then, instantly wheeling around, he ran downhill. Alexinenko, who was standing to Karev's right, raised the pistol and fired. The crack of the shot became a signal for Paul. Without fully realizing what he was doing, he shoved the operative with all his strength. Alexinenko slipped on the trash and fell. Karev spun and bolted at full speed in the opposite direction from the fleeing vagrant. All the while Paul had been climbing up here, he had been suppressing the panicked urge to turn around and run. The gunshot released that urge, as if a spring compressed to its limit had snapped straight. It was unexpected even for Karev himself. One moment he was standing at the top, and the next he was tearing downhill as fast as he could. He slipped as he ran. Some piece of cardboard shot out from under his feet, and he went down. The same instant he was back on his feet and running again. As he scrambled up, he caught, like a flash in peripheral vision, the sight of Alexinko chasing him, the pistol still clenched in his hand. He wasn't shooting. He meant to catch him. Karev ran faster than he ever had in his life. Even on the front line at Tirat, when shots were flying and he lay wounded at the bottom of a trench beside the corpse of his bodyguard, Paul had not felt the breath of death so close as he did now. Adrenaline restored clarity of thought. He realized he was running toward the hopper they had left. Suicide, since it was impossible to lift someone else's hopper without the key. They would grab him there easily. He had to run for the train. On the run, Karev veered right, toward where he had seen the railway as they descended in the hopper. Trains bringing trash to the dump and leaving again ran on autopilot. It was the only way to escape from here. If he made it, if he broke away from the pursuit, behind him, Alexinko's pounding footsteps were drawing closer. "Paul, Karev, wait, please, let me explain," he shouted. "You've got it all wrong." The path to the trains lay across another mound of trash, and Karev slowed as he had to scramble up it. The operative was still right behind him. At last, Paul hauled himself onto the crest of the garbage hill. On the far side, the railway came into view, along with a freight train standing there. One glance was enough to understand that he wouldn't make it. It was too far, and he was nearly spent. But, from the terminal, a chain of flat cars was moving toward him, loaded with trash containers just removed from the train. A plan flashed into his mind instantly. Standing on the crest, Karev turned to face his pursuer and raised his hands. "That's it. I surrender," he shouted. "We're not at war here." Alexeyenko panted as he climbed toward him. The pistol was still clenched in his hand. "I'm telling you, it's just a misunderstanding." He tried to smile, but the result was a grotesque grimace. Karev prayed as he waited for the man to climb up and come close enough. God, just let it work. He would have only one chance. Paul put on a frightened expression, which, under the circumstances, was not difficult at all. "You see, this is an investigative experiment," Alexeyenko began, almost reaching him. Without lowering his hands, Karev kicked him with all his strength in the chest. The operative fell backward and rolled down the slope, cursing savagely. Paul spun and sprinted toward the flat cars. He had won only a little time, and he treasured every second. The line of platforms below came to a stop and unloading began. The automated mechanism tipped container after container down the embankment. As he ran, Karev pulled his tablet, keys, and credit wallet from his pocket. By the time he reached the platforms, 3 of the 6 containers had already been emptied. Paul tossed everything he'd pulled out into the 3rd container. In the meantime, the unloader emptied the 4th. Paul hurled himself into the gap between platforms, then darted left, and the next second he was buried under a heap of trash from the 5th container. The light went out. The powerful stench of mold and rot slammed into his nostrils, stealing his breath for a moment. Something wet spilled across his chest. Something sharp bit into his left ankle. Karev lay motionless. Before the trash buried him, he had managed to brace his bent arms in front of him, and because of that a small pocket of air had formed. Everything around him shuddered. Karev guessed that the contents of the last 6th container were being dumped nearby. After that, the unloader and the platforms moved on, circling back toward the freight terminal. Alexeyenko must have climbed the hill by now and be looking down. His temples throbbed after the long run, his chest strained for a deep breath. But Karev held his breathing, afraid that the movement of a trash pile would give him away. By now, Alexeyenko must be descending toward this very spot, and fast. As an investigator, Karev knew how a person could be tracked by their tablet, the signal from their keys, or a credit chip. Sometimes they themselves resorted to that to find a witness. Although such programs were legally available only to special services, there were rumors that organized crime had them too. After a while, he felt faint tremors in the trash from quick footsteps above. Closer and closer, then the pressure increased and everything went still. A chill ripped through his skin when Karev realized the operative was standing right on top of him. He held his breath and prayed to every saint he could remember. "Where the hell did that bastard go?" came Alexeyenko's barely audible voice from above. "Should have finished it right away." He sounded furious. Several seconds of silence passed, but he was still standing there. Then came, "Aha! There you are." It seemed impossible to be more frightened than he already was, but at those words Karev felt a true, visceral terror beside which all his earlier fears were mere prelude. Caught! Alexeyenko had tracked him down. Any second now he would sneer. "All right, Paul Karev, crawl out, or simply start firing through the layer of trash." It wouldn't stop bullets. The trash above him trembled again. The weight lifted, then something shifted near his right leg, then faintly farther away, and everything went still. Alexeyenko had gone, and judging by the speed, had even run after the departing chain of platforms. It worked. He'd taken the bait. Checking Karev's tablet location, or his keys or credit wallet, on his own device, Alexeyenko had seen that Karev was sitting in one of the departing containers and had run after them. Any normal person would assume that, seeing the empty containers, An exhausted fugitive would climb into one of them in hopes of reaching the train unnoticed. What next? In the best case, the platforms would reach the freight terminal before Alexinko caught up. Then, seeing the container empty, he would have to check the terminal and the entire train. That would take time and energy, and in any operation, criminal or official, there was always a time limit beyond which searches were abandoned. In the worst case, the pursuer would catch the platforms before they returned to the terminal and, seeing the abandoned tablet, keys, and wallet in an empty container, would realize he'd been tricked and sent down a false trail. Then Alexineko would try to return to where he'd been, but wouldn't be able to find it. In the middle of a landfill, there were no precise landmarks. No operative or thug could distinguish one heap of trash from another. Besides, in theory, Karev could have jumped out of the container on the move, which made the search area enormous. There was a very small chance of the worst possible outcome. If the pursuer was very smart, he might have marked his own GPS position on his tablet before running off. Then he could return to this exact point, and if he was clever enough to do that, he might also deduce where Karev was hiding. But one would have to be an expert of the highest class, with nerves of steel. To watch the chain of platforms, where the fugitive most likely was, rolling away and still spend precious time securing a fallback option that required coming back. Something told Karev that Alexinko wasn't that good. At least, he hoped so. Without a GPS mark, even guessing that Karev was hiding under trash wouldn't help. There was plenty of organic matter here, and its decomposition created warm gas pockets and voids. No thermal imager would pick him out against that background. No tracks, and no camera footage, if one could even get access. That would show where he'd hidden. The whole city was bristling with cameras, except the landfill. That was why they'd brought him here to be killed. While there was time, Alexinko was now running after the platforms with his back to him. Karev cautiously began to push the trash away from his face. The air in his improvised pocket was running out, and it was getting stifling. He carefully shifted a piece of cardboard, apparently a juice carton, and some wet, stinking mass fell onto his face, which he convulsively brushed aside. Then, sliding his hand farther up, he gently moved something like a clump of rags, nudged what lay beyond it, and squeezed his eyes shut as he saw light. Breathing became easier. Air flowed freely through the opening, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a patch of blue sky through it. He would have to lie there a long time, but he was in no hurry. For a moment he was intoxicated by the euphoria of realizing he had cheated death, slipped past it. Maybe they would kill him, but at least not now. He had bought time, and now he had to use it to understand what was happening and plan his next steps. He remembered the gray-haired vagrant in the greasy denim jacket. Had he survived? Karev hoped he had been just as lucky. Only now did he connect the vagrant they were about to bury with him to the vagrant whose case he was investigating. The coincidence was clearly not accidental, which meant the reason lay with Kornev, not Hong. No matter how furious a wealthy businessman might be, what was happening fit poorly with a jealous husband's revenge. Far too elaborate. Though Paul did not entirely discard that version, he needed to focus on what to do next. Karev lay there a long time. From time to time, a chain of platforms rushed past nearby. He felt it in the vibrations of the mass around him, and in the faint noise drifting down from above. The first time he heard the platforms approaching, he tensed. If the robot dumped trash in the same spot each time, he would be buried for good. But no, the program was designed to distribute the load evenly, so each time the platforms stopped at different points along the route. By Karev's estimate, 15 to 20 minutes passed between dumps. 4 circuits went by, after which nothing was heard from above for a long time, and Paul realized the train had been emptied and left, and now the next one was expected. Buried alive under a layer of trash, Paul lay motionless. But his moods shifted dramatically. After the euphoria of escape faded and the fear of being discovered passed, he felt a sharp irritation. He had joined the Penultimate inquiry to drink tea and listen to sweet old ladies tell kindly stories about their relatives. So why was he now forced to burrow into filth to escape killers sent after him? It was a pity no one had warned him about this when he filled out his application. What possessed me to become an investigator? He thought bitterly. I'd still be working in my uncle's android shop now, carefree. A faintly ignoble thought flickered, of Kornev as a total source of misfortune. He had destroyed his own life, the life of the woman he loved, and now, almost from beyond the grave, he had contrived to destroy the investigator's life as well. No wonder Paul had felt this case reeked of trouble. No nonsense. Kornev had always tried to make other people's lives better, quietly, without pomp. Paul lingered on that thought, and suddenly it struck him. He understood who was behind all this, and, most importantly, why. Tolochko's hints, yesterday's hacking attack, today's chase, all of it fell into place. Absorbed in his thoughts, Paul even stopped feeling the discomfort of lying so long. By the time the chain of platforms with containers started moving again, he already knew what to do with his pursuer, how to win this fight. But two crucial steps remained on the road to victory. First, to leave the landfill safely and return to the city. Second, to find help there. He lay through the unloading of the second train and stayed to wait for the third. His muscles cramped from lying still so long, and Paul tried alternately moving a hand or a foot. Through the opening above, he saw the blue sky gradually cloud over, and a little later a drizzle began. Karev squinted as droplets occasionally slipped through the opening and fell into his eyes. He welcomed the rain. If Alexineko and the redhead were still hanging around somewhere above, the rain would surely push them to wrap things up and devise some alternative plan. By the time the third train arrived, Karev knew how he would get out. He waited until the chain of platforms drew near and shoved the debris away from his face with all his strength. When the platforms passed, he froze again. A large window had formed in front of him. The rain had already stopped, but the sky was still overcast. A quarter of an hour later, he heard the noise of approaching platforms again, and as they rushed by, he cleared the trash from his chest and stomach. If anyone had been standing on the hill surveying the area, they would have noticed nothing. Every movement Karev made was masked by the passing platforms. On the third pass, straining, he freed his legs. Now Karev lay in a pit of trash. He was exposed and could prepare for a dash. Rolling onto his side, he cautiously lifted his head like a soldier peering from a trench. As far as he could see, there wasn't a single human figure anywhere. Paul turned and got onto all fours, gradually working life back into his stiff muscles. Scanning the surrounding trash carefully, Karev found what he was looking for. A dented box. He reached for it and dragged it to him. The chain of platforms was approaching. The robot stopped it about 100 meters away. Karev watched as the containers tipped in turn, dumping their loads. Then they moved forward toward him, gathering speed. Paul rose slightly, gripping the box. When the robot pulling the platforms drew level with him, the investigator threw the box into the second container and tried to jump onto the platform. Failing to hold on, he fell back into the trash as the platforms rolled on. Swearing, Karev sprang up and ran after them. Fortunately, the garbage train wasn't moving too fast, and he managed to catch it. On the second try, Paul managed to vault onto the platform, and a moment later he tipped over the container wall and fell. Apart from the box he'd thrown in and numerous filthy streaks, there was nothing else there. He remembered how, 3 hours earlier, he'd thrown his tablet into a container exactly like this. One. Along with his keys and his card case, those could be replaced easily enough, but the tablet was a real loss, How much was on that drive? A whole collection from past cases, the photo archive, crucial addresses, programs, and then Inna would call him on it. In the evening, or at night, when he didn't come back from work at the usual time, Karev shook his head, crushed, and automatically started brushing at the grime on his trouser leg. Then he caught himself and stopped. After 3 hours in garbage, the suit was smeared so thoroughly that trying to clean it by hand was pointless. His left ankle throbbed. When he examined it, he found a deep scratch, the blood already dried and caked. Hope that wasn't a rusty nail, he thought. Dying of tetanus right now would be spectacularly untimely. The robot brought them to the loading terminal. The string of platforms halted, and half a minute later, Karev saw a large metal grab descend from above. Deftly hooking the container ahead, it lifted it and swung it onto the train's freight deck. Then it was the turn of the container Karev was sitting in. When the metal hand raised him, he was seized for an instant by the fear that the clamp wouldn't hold, and he would drop together with the container. But a few seconds later, it set down safely where it belonged. The loading finished soon enough, and the train pulled out. Garbage hills began to slide past the opening. Karev couldn't believe he'd really managed to break free of that dump. He'd spent only a little over 3 hours there, yet it had felt like an eternity. The gray-haired bum in the greasy denim jacket must have left the same way. A pang of regret. Maybe he should have gone back and looked for him. Maybe the man needed help. Then again, if Alexinenko had shot him, or the redhead had caught him, there was no helping him now. And if he'd managed to run and hide so well that the pursuers hadn't found him, Karev certainly wouldn't find him either. In any case, the train was already moving. There was no going back. The landfill stayed behind. On both sides now swept past the grassy slopes of a ravine, dotted with twisted little trees, and far off the dark matchsticks of skyscrapers floated in the haze. The city was drawing near. The train stopped in a stale, stinking dead end, the hub of a web of grease-slick rails. Stumbling, looking around, threading his way between the scuttling metal hulks of unloading machines, the investigator finally slipped through a hole in the fence and found himself out on a street in a completely unfamiliar district. Before stepping out, he took a few precautions. Karev had no illusions about his pursuers. They had left the dump because they knew that sooner or later he would return to Moscow, and that meant he would end up in the camera's view. So by now, his face had already been entered into the facial recognition system, and that thousand-eyed monster was peering intently into the weave of streets, tracking him. To avoid being caught, he had to create conditions in which the program simply would not read his face as a face at all. Karev couldn't think of anything better than pulling that same cardboard box over his head, having Zoranier, beforehand, cut ragged holes in it for his eyes. And so, in that state, smeared, reeking, with a box on his head, Investigator Paul Karev stepped out onto the street. He wanted to sink into the ground from shame, and he was also afraid some kind-hearted passerby would see him and call psychiatric emergency services. But nothing of the sort happened. The few pedestrians there were made a point of not looking his way and skirted him from a distance. If he'd been walking around in a neat little suit while wearing a box on his head, someone would definitely have called to help him. But his rumpled, filthy clothes, together with the smell, convinced people that he was simply another bum, someone fallen so low there was no helping him. After wandering the streets for a while, Karev realized with horror that he was utterly incapable of orienting himself in a pedestrian city. The overall map of Moscow was stamped into his memory. He could have easily worked out which sector to throw an arc from for a jumper to reach any point, and how long it would take. But down here, without a flying machine, The city he'd known since childhood had turned into a stone, multi-story labyrinth. An hour later, after getting thoroughly turned around, Karev sat in a small park on a grimy bench, surrounded by reddish asphalt. Wide cracks braided themselves into an intricate, asymmetrical pattern, like a frozen coil of black lightning seized mid-spasm. To the left, in a granite noose, daisies swayed like orange flame, and butterflies danced above them, fluttering from bloom to bloom. To the right, a summer cafe stood empty. Amid the uneven rows of tables, a solitary old man lounged, bored. The city pressed in on that scrap of green from all sides, looming as glass monoliths of skyscrapers, irritating with the gaudy flicker of billboard ads glimpsed through gaps in the poplars' crowns. He couldn't go to the office. The Penultimate Inquiry building was surrounded by a large park, and there was no way to approach it unnoticed. Most likely, the pursuers had set up live surveillance around the office, so a pedestrian with a box on his face would only draw a human watcher's attention. Karev knew where Sonia lived and where Hall lived, but he had no idea where he himself was now, nor how to reach those addresses on foot. From ahead came a loud chattering, and Karev snapped his gaze upward. Sparrows, it turned out, had started bathing. Jumping in a puddle and thrashing their wings against the water, they whipped up a little cloud of spray. Karev let his gaze travel farther, to the benches opposite. Near the closest one stood a baby stroller. Beside it, a young mother sat reading something on her tablet. Farther on, by the next bench, a hunched figure stood rummaging in a trash bin. On a wrapper the hunchback pulled out flashed the logo of the Tink megamarket, and Karev suddenly remembered that he knew someone who lived there. He rose slowly and walked toward the bum, uncertainly. Unlike everyone else, this man might recognize him as one of his own, or at least answer him. When Paul drew near, the hunched man, hearing footsteps close by, turned around. Karev lifted the box slightly off his face, hoping it would help him look a bit less ridiculous. "Hi," he began. "Is Tink far from here?" The man studied him before replying. To Karev's surprise, he was fairly young. "Far," he said at last, "but you can walk it." And then, pedestrian to pedestrian, he explained exactly how to get to the mega market. Karev thanked him and was about to leave when the hunched guy suddenly asked, "Hey, what's that thing on your head?" "A box with holes for my eyes." "And what do you need it for?" "I'm afraid of sunlight," Paul blurted, the first thing that came into his head, and then, a moment later, added, "I'm a vampire." Before he reached the megamarket tower, Karev had trudged for an hour and a half, cutting through courtyards and narrow side streets so as to draw less attention. Paul passed benches, flower beds, and children's playgrounds. People coming out of building entrances glanced at him. Passers-by kept their distance, but at this time of day there weren't many of them. The man he was heading to wasn't his friend, not even an acquaintance. More than that, he had every reason to be offended by Karev, and yet he could be trusted, or at least Paul wanted to believe he could. He was going to Lieutenant Rongu. After they'd come under fire on the front line while investigating the Sato case, the blame for the bodyguard's death and Karev's injury had been meant to fall on Rongu. It wasn't just dismissal that was on the table, but court as well. Paul had made a serious effort and managed to spare the lieutenant a trial, though he couldn't save him from forced retirement. Back then, he'd driven over to Rongu's place more than once to hammer out their line and coordinate their statements. Unfortunately, he couldn't show up now and say, "Rongu, you owe me. I saved you from a tribunal." The thing was, it had been Karev's initiative that sent them to the front in the first place, and it was Karev who had started the interrogation out in the open instead of in a dugout, as Rongu had recommended. So, the investigator himself was to blame for being wounded, for one guard getting killed, and for the lieutenant ultimately losing a good job. The people who'd recommended Kurev for a medal didn't understand that. Rongu did. Previously, Paul had always met him in the Tink parking lot. He didn't remember Rongo's exact address, but fortunately his visual memory didn't fail him. The entryway he was standing in front of now was the very same entrance of the very same building. No code, no apartment number had stuck in his mind, so he had to pace around for another 20 minutes until a woman coming out opened the heavy door. A minute before that, he'd taken the risk of removing the box from his head, not wanting to look too suspicious. Karev remembered which floor and which side Rongu's apartment was on. A few seconds of silence after he rang the bell scared him. What if the man wasn't home? He might even have moved. And then the door swung open. "Good afternoon," Karev said, fidgeting with the box in his hands. "I need your help." "Yes, I can see that," Lieutenant Rongu drawled, taking him in from head to toe. "Come in." They found themselves in a small entry hall with green wallpaper and a scatter of tiny light bulbs across the ceiling and walls. A yellow block lay on the parquet floor, and beside it stood a little girl of about 4 with bows in her hair. She stared at the guest with slanted, curious eyes, gnawing on the tail of a toy dinosaur. "Katya, go to Mom," Rongu told the girl, then turned back to his visitor. "Investigator, I'm dying to hear you out, but since you smell even worse than you look, and I've got a wife and a daughter at home, I'm inviting you to start with our bathroom." Heading for the open door to the washroom. "You can leave the box in the entryway. I'm sure nothing will happen to it here. By the way, why do you need it?" "To fool facial recognition." As simple as all genius things, Rongu remarked in his usual mocking manner. "I'll bring you clean clothes and a trash bag for the old ones. And take your time." After the bath, Karev felt as though he'd been admitted back into the human family. Normal again. The water had washed away grime and exhaustion, and he wanted so badly to believe it had washed away the problems too. But no. Examining the info band he'd pulled from his ear, he noticed a new one. After drying himself carefully, Paul put on the sweatpants, slippers, and a black terrycloth robe Rongu had left him, slipping the info band into the pocket. When he came out, Rongu seated him at the kitchen table. A plate of sandwiches and 2 mugs of tea were already waiting. The lieutenant's wife peeked out of the room, greeted him with a smile, and led away the little girl who'd been spying from behind the door. The lieutenant took a stool across the table, near the refrigerator. "If I remember right, you prefer green." He nodded at the mugs. "Yes," Karev said. "Thank you. Want something stronger?" Karev hesitated before answering. Better not. That could end badly. He took a careful sip, not to burn himself, and set the mug down again. "They're hunting me," he said, looking Rongu in the eyes. "Who? Either gangsters or people from Special Control?" "I'm leaning toward the second, but I'd like to hear your opinion." And Paul told him everything that had happened since morning. The lieutenant listened without interrupting. "Looks like Special Control work," he agreed when Karev finished. "From the sound of it, they wanted to stage your death at that bum's hands. Make it look like it happened while you were taking his statement for the case. Then they'd shoot him, supposedly for resisting arrest. Bums don't get to have guns. That's why your pursuer didn't shoot at you. Most likely they were going to cut you." "I can't prove my story," the investigator said, pulling the info band from his robe pocket and placing it on the table. "While we were flying to the dump, that guy pressed something and I felt hissing in my ear. And now, looking at it, I can see the band's been baked. I suspect whatever was recorded can't be recovered, and nothing that happened at the dump got recorded at all. So I have no evidence. That's way beyond gangsters." Rongu said, inspecting the info band. Only special control can afford that. But why are they after you? What you describe looks like a terrorist elimination op. If the entire agency is doing this, then you really are a dangerously important man for the country. If it's the personal initiative of one senior officer, then he must be desperate to attempt something like this. He's taking an enormous risk. And don't take this as belittling your talent for irritating people. But I still can't see how a man who merely collects uplifting stories about coma patients could be such a threat to anyone high up in special control. All the while Rongu spoke, Karev ate a sandwich with cheese and ham. He swallowed the last bite before answering. I know who it is, and why he's doing it. Sounds intriguing? Care to share? Do you really want to be that involved in this? Good question. Do I want to be involved at all? Honestly, not especially. But I'm already involved. The moment I let you into my home. I'm guessing you're counting on something more than a bath, a cup of tea, and a sandwich. What else do you need from me? What's your plan? To attack. Karev said, I'm going to attack. The lieutenant's eyebrows shot up. You've been watching adventure movies where heroes swagger into any secret organization they like. Real life doesn't work that way. You had outrageous luck at the dump, and that's the only reason you're still alive. You won't get into the special control building. It's impossible. My advice, tell your story to your boss and wait while they sort it out and cover you. That's exactly what my pursuer expects me to do. I've done enough running and hiding in a hole to understand that it won't beat him. Rongu took out his tablet and switched it on. I didn't want to show you this, so as not to upset you. Found out while you were soaking in the bath. My brother works in the police. They forwarded it to them a couple hours ago. He handed the tablet over, and Karev, taking it, saw his own composite sketch. The text beneath stated that this was a man guilty of murdering a homeless person today at the southern city dump. He was suspected in a series of similar crimes. If located, report immediately to Central. Something inside him went hollow at the realization that the gray-haired man hadn't gotten away after all. Whoever's after you is serious, Rongu said, taking back the tablet. You got lucky once. Don't test fate. Karev shrugged. I have nowhere to go, and you know it, he said. If I stay here, and especially if I contact Petrovich from here, I'll expose myself. Then the thugs will come to you. I don't want to endanger you or your family. One person died today. I'm not going to wait for the next blow. Believe me, I'm not playing hero. I saw death today, and my knees are still shaking from fear. But I have to strike, because it's the only way to stop this. Ah? And how are you going to strike? Rongu asked. How will you even get close when you're wanted not only by facial recognition, but by the entire city police? The box on the head idea is very creative, but I'm afraid it'll be hard to blend into a crowd near special control like that. Paul laughed. That's the first thing I wanted to ask your help with, he admitted. Help me change my appearance. It's fascinating what in my home could possibly suggest I run a clandestine plastic surgery clinic, Rongu said. For once his irritation showed plainly. Lieutenant, I know where you served before you joined Penultimate Inquiry Security. Karev raised his hands in a placating gesture. I'm assuming they taught you how to fool surveillance even without surgery. Let's say they did. What's second? Drive me and drop me closer to the target. My jumper is still at home, and it's a long walk. Third, you'll be my courier for a bit. Pass information to Penultimate Inquiry verbally. Yesterday's hack showed electronic channels aren't reliable right now. Rongu fell silent, frowning at the wall. You don't owe me anything, Karev added. We're not even friends. You can turn me into special control at any moment. If I wanted you gone, I'd have shot you back on Tirada. the lieutenant muttered sourly. Fine. I hope I won't regret this. As for your appearance, go shave off your mustache. I'll handle the rest. Katya, bring me your modeling clay. Karev, in the passenger seat, stared blankly at the rows of windows dropping away beneath them. It seemed a small girl waved from one of them. But he couldn't make it out. They gained altitude too fast. The buildings fell away below. Paul automatically touched the skin above his upper lip. The last time he could touch it like this had been 7 years ago. Even little Inna had never seen him without a mustache. Before they left the apartment, they finished the work of changing his face. Besides shaving the mustache and bleaching him blonde, they'd stuck thin pads of modeling clay to his cheeks and nose, and then covered everything with a thick layer of foundation borrowed from Rongu's wife. I wouldn't recommend sweating or making faces, the lieutenant commented. But either way, this won't hold for long. For clothing, he gave the investigator his army uniform and cap. Karev felt awkward when he noticed the ribbon bars and offered to remove them, but Rongu advised against it, noting that the holes left behind would look suspicious. The closer they flew to the destination, the more unease gnawed at Paul. Everything could still go disastrously wrong, and perhaps in a couple of hours he would be dead. He wanted to write his wife a letter and leave it with Rongu just in case. But what would he even write? When the white walls of Sretensky Monastery flashed among the dull high-rises below, and the jumper began to descend, Karev let out a heavy breath. After landing, the lieutenant handed him a pair of large sunglasses, then slipped a hand into his inner pocket and drew out a knife. Want it? Sorry. Nothing more serious than this. Thanks, but no, Karev said. I've got a weapon. Really. Aren't you overestimating how effective that weapon is? We'll see soon enough. Thank you for the help. They said goodbye. Karev climbed out of Rongu's jumper and shut the door behind him. Leaving the parking area, he lifted his eyes to the domes rising beyond the white stone walls. He still had time before Hour X, and he decided to go into the monastery. The courtyard blazed with color: white, needle-like asters, scarlet roses, clusters of pink phlox, yellow dahlias. A tall monk with a luxuriant gray beard was businesslike as he watered all that splendor with a hose. By an old wall wrapped in ivy stood a granite crucifix carved in an ancient Russian style. Something about it made Karev stop. Look, the words of a plea for a good outcome stuck in his throat. As never before, Paul felt how fragile his plan was, how unreal the chain of coincidences it depended on. Karev shook his head. Then he removed his cap, and he asked, not for himself, but that no one else would be harmed. 40 minutes later, he was already sitting at a blue cafe table across from the very building. And a little more than an hour after that, when the bitter taste of tea seemed to have soaked all the way through him, the investigator's heart gave a small, startled jolt. Through his dark glasses, he saw the enemy step out of the building. Everything matched. The plan was brutally simple. It had crystallized the moment Paul realized he wasn't facing a system, but a specific person using the system. Once he'd identified that person, pinned down his position, and felt out the motive, the enemy didn't hold the lowest rank in a powerful agency. But Karev also worked for an agency, and he knew that the daily routine of anyone inside the machine obeyed the same basic principles. The workday starts at 9, breaks for lunch, ends at 6, and then the employee goes home. Which means you can simply wait for him at the exit, the way Kornev had waited for Dumbadze. 1,000 things could have gone wrong. Any one of them would have ruined the plan. The enemy might have worked not in the main building but in some branch office. He might have left early. He might have used another entrance. He might, finally, have come out with company. But none of that happened. The enemy worked in the main building and liked the main doors. Today was an ordinary workday. And, most importantly, he wasn't expecting an attack. Karev rose and walked straight into his path. 5 steps out, he called, "Colonel, who are you?" Junior investigator Paul Karev. He took off the dark glasses and neatly slipped them into the breast pocket of his tunic. "Penultimate inquiry. You called me yesterday, but you had a mustache and a suit. Now you're… I didn't know you joined the army. I want to inform you that the Kornev case has been successfully concluded. Congratulations. I'll be sure to read your bulletin. Your friend turned out to be an unusual subject, one of the few genuinely noble people I've had occasion to learn about in my line of work. Few people are capable of a feat, but those who can give up the dividends from that feat, those people are rarer, Colonel Datsis." "I agree. What do you want from me? You called Kornev your friend. I thought you wouldn't be indifferent to learning about his greatest feat." "All right. You have 2 minutes. More than enough. Do you remember Kazam? 3? The rover is hit. The commander is dead. You and the others are hiding in a crater." And then a bold idea comes to you: to attack the base alone. Well, it was Kornev's idea. He climbed into the rover for the firearm. He made the jump. He attacked. And you covered him from behind a rock. When they started shredding the rock above you, he rushed back to pull you out. Only he got caught in the collapse. And while he lay in the infirmary, you appropriated his feat, took his medal, took all the privileges, which you managed quite sensibly. Karev glanced at his watch. As you see, 40 seconds was enough. What else? You had a private word with the surviving comrades, Pashin, Koroshevsky, and Tolochko. Threatened them, bribed them, maybe both. When Kornev came to, you met with him too. Buying or intimidating Kornev himself would have been difficult. So you chose another route. You asked, and he, like a friend, yielded. And also, he probably asked you to use every dividend from that medal for good deeds, didn't he? The colonel's face changed as he stared at Karev. But he didn't speak. "There's only one thing that surprises me in this story," the investigator went on. "Exposing you would have been child's play. Just check the base footage for the numbers on your suits during the operation. Strange no one checked." Datsa snapped. "No one but you idiots even thinks to audit good deeds. Though judging by the way you've cornered me and dumped all this in my lap, you've got some little fig in your pocket you think is a trump card. Fine. Take it out. You killed Kornev. Lie if you must. But don't go that far, pup. No lies, Colonel. Bare facts. His son died because he didn't receive qualified medical help. The night before the tragedy, Kornev tried to reach you. He couldn't. You didn't pick up. The death of his son shattered your friend's life. His wife left him. He lost his job, his home. He drank himself into an alcoholic coma, and that's where he is now. And he won't come back from it. The man who saved you on the moon, who did more for you than anyone else, died because you couldn't be bothered to answer a call. You saw it was him that night, didn't you?" "I didn't know," he said. Hoarse. Karev noticed short-cropped men in civilian clothes, but with unmistakably non-civilian posture, coming around the corner. Heading toward them, the investigator let out a doomed breath. So that was it. At least he'd tried. "It's all right, Pavlik. Don't worry." A familiar voice sounded behind him. Karev turned and saw Petrovich, surrounded by sturdy guards wearing the familiar emblem on their sleeves. 2 blue triangles inside a circle. A few minutes later, he watched as the special control men approached from the other side and snapped handcuffs onto the limp, unresisting Datsis. Someone, Petrovich, standing nearby, was saying something, but Karev was only half listening. Slowly he peeled the clay pads from his face and dropped them onto the asphalt. He still couldn't quite believe he'd won. It had worked. Rongu had delivered the message to Petrovich. Petrovich had contacted the right people inside Special Control and set up an ambush for Datsy's. They needed a confession, and Karev got it. And with it, everyone responsible listening to their conversation through remote surveillance got it too. "Vikenty Petrovich," he said, "the workday's over, and to be honest, I'm exhausted. Could someone give me a lift home? Tomorrow I'll submit the Korniev report and write up an incident memo about Datsis. I'm afraid the Special Control people want to talk to you tonight. Take your statement," Petrovich said. "Though, all right, go home. I'll cover you. They can wait until tomorrow. They're not going anywhere. Seryoza, come here. Take Pavlik and drive him wherever he says." To the guard Sergei, Karev gave Lieutenant Rongu's address. There. He washed his face and changed back into his own suit, which had been washed and dried by the time he arrived. Then, again with Rongu's help, he stopped by a specialty shop, bought a set of fake mustaches, and as usual curled the tips upward. Staring hard into the mirror, he tried to make himself look exactly as he had that morning when he'd left home. Half an hour later, Karev stood at his own apartment door and pressed the bell. When Inna opened, she looked surprised. "Hi," she said. "Where are your keys?" "Lost them," Paul answered, stepping into the entryway. "Sorry. It's fine. We've got a spare." "How was your day?" "Managed to finish the Korniev case. I'm a bit tired. I missed you." And he pulled her into a tight embrace. The Crick case. When Karev stepped into Petrovich's office, he froze. The chief was standing. In all 3 years of their acquaintance, that had never happened. "Sit down, Pavlik," the boss tossed over his shoulder, turning to the window. Karev sat on the hard chair in front of the massive desk. "Ever heard of no investigations whatsoever?" Yes. That was the name a small gang of rabble-rousers had chosen for themselves, people who had made it their mission to discredit the Penultimate inquiry and spread all kinds of filth about it online. Ever read their site? No. Should I? Their ringleader is lying in our ward right now, Pyotr Yuryevich Pashchenko, better known by the nickname Crick. The chief paused before continuing. "Shot! Himself up at a party. Overdose. It's hard to believe he ended up under Penultimate inquiry jurisdiction," Karev admitted. "Yeah," Petrovich sighed darkly, turned, and sank into his chair. "This report is going to get special public attention. Most of our readers will be hearing about no investigations whatsoever for the first time. We need the report to be not an advertisement, but a tombstone for that whole clown show. And besides, Crick has sympathizers. This report will be an answer and a lesson for them as well. So the case is of extraordinary importance." Karev felt a sharp prick of vanity at the thought that the chief had chosen to entrust such a case to him. "The investigation will be led by a specialist from St. Petersburg, Inspector Vasily Germanovich Glebenkov," Petrovich said, chopping off Karev's soaring thoughts as if with a cleaver. "Why?" Karev blurted out. "Can't we handle it ourselves?" "That's a decision from the directorate," the chief said dryly. He clearly wasn't thrilled about it himself. "Unfortunately, we don't yet have specialists of Glebenkov's caliber here in Moscow. But, to keep procedure intact, one person from our department will be assigned as his partner. I chose you. You'll get a chance to learn from a master, one of a kind. I think it'll do you good. You'll hand the Tispina case over to Samoylov. Thank you for the trust, Vikenty Petrovich. Questions? I've never worked in a pair before. What exactly will my responsibilities be?" The chief glanced at his watch before answering. Do whatever he tells you. Though personal initiative isn't forbidden, and pick up experience. Petrovich flicked his eyes toward the monitor and added, Glebenkov's jumper just touched down in the parking lot. I suggest you go down and meet our guest in the lobby. Then you can head to the ward together. Isn't he going to come up to you for instructions? I don't think so. He's already received his instructions. If there are no more questions, I recommend you hurry. And Paul hurried. Descending into the first-floor lobby, he noticed a short man standing by the checkpoint, chatting with Bob, the heavy-set security guard. As if sensing the gaze, the stranger turned, looked straight at Karev, raised his right hand, and called out, Paulie, my dear, come on over. Karev had no idea how to respond properly and so simply walked toward the guest, studying him as he went. He was a fit man of about 45, with sharp features and a decisive gaze, the sort of face you'd expect to see on a combat officer in a movie. An army uniform would have suited him far better than the gray suit he was wearing. Glebenkov's handshake was firm. Vasily Glebenkov, it's an honor to meet you. It's a great privilege to work with a specialist of your caliber. Bob smirked inside his booth at the sound of such a speech. Glebenkov, on the contrary, grew serious as he replied, You know, Paul Karev, back in our St. Petersburg department, we've got an unspoken rule. Formal you and full titles are for outsiders only. Among ourselves, it's first names and you. How do you handle that here? Pretty much the same way. Then maybe we won't break tradition? Agreed? Karev smiled. Agreed. Excellent. All right, Bob. We're off with my colleague to take a look at the stiff. Give me a call. We'll meet up without ties sometime while I'm in the capital. Come on, Polly. Show me where you keep your freezer. As they walked, Glebenkov added casually, Great guy, that Bob. We trained together in courses, started out as investigators side by side. Bob was an investigator? Paul asked, surprised. Yes. And why did he leave? He didn't leave, he was kicked out. 3 black marks in his file. And goodbye? You got any black marks? 1. Maybe I'll earn 1 on this case? The inspector laughed. Seizing the pause, Karev said, Mazur is on duty in the ward today. Rather a tedious fellow. I love tedious fellows. What did you say his name was? Mazur? First name, I think, Eduard. A splendid name. If it were up to me, I'd call everyone who works the freezer an Eduard. Paul pressed his badge to the door. The panels slid open, and they entered a spacious room where motionless bodies lay on beds along both walls. To the left of each stood a life support unit, from which numerous tubes and wires stretched to the body. Only one person here was upright, and he immediately headed toward the investigators. Eduard Mazur, in person. He was a rather bilious type and liked to poke fun at investigators, one of the few entertainments available to a caretaker of people in comas. He clearly wanted to say something now, and even opened his mouth, but Glebenkov forestalled him. Eddie, my dear, good afternoon. How's your health? Not coughing? Take care of yourself. He glanced over the rows of bodies and clicked his tongue. Tusk, nothing to look at. Men, old women. Haven't you had any pretty girls delivered lately? The bald little man recoiled. I don't know. For the first time, Paul saw Mazur flustered. And anyway, why should I even be paying attention to such things? Come on, Eddie, we're all among friends here. I don't understand what you're talking about. For the first time, Paul heard Mazur address an investigator formally. Who are you, anyway? Glebenkov patted the bald little man on the shoulder and gently sealed the matter. Oh, you understand perfectly well, my dear, and walked on. For the first time, Paul saw Mazur accompany investigators in complete silence. They passed by gurneys with motionless bodies. On one of them, Karev recognized Sipina, the old woman whose case he had been handling until that morning. Just a few days earlier, he had come here to meet her. The procedure consists simply of the investigator looking at the comatose person whose case he will be working on. This meeting is meant to help psychologically with later conversations with witnesses. Afterward, it is easier to speak of the subject as someone you know. Usually, the caretaker points out the right person. But this time, the Petersburg guest stopped on his own and jabbed a finger at a long-haired young man. "There he is, my dear fellow. So young," Paul let slip regretfully. "I've seen younger than that on these tables," Glemkov replied, for some reason stepping to the head of the bed. Leaning over the young man's head, the inspector said sternly, "All right, Pashchenko. The jokes are over. Get up." No answer followed, naturally. Then Glebenkov did something utterly unthinkable. He grabbed Pashchenko by the nose and shook it from side to side. Then he barked, "Get up," I said, and slapped him hard across the face. "Get up, you scum." Another blow to the insensible body. And another. Nazar was the first to come to his senses. "What are you doing?" he shouted. Turning around, the inspector remarked, "Looks like he really is in a coma," and laughed. "Get away from him," Mazur went on. "I'll report this to management." "Relax, Eddie. I'm just getting acquainted with the suspect. You can file a complaint on me if you like, but what's the point? The regulations don't forbid friendly pats on the cheek. You and I both know how much leeway the regulations allow when it comes to these guys." "What model do you have?" the inspector asked when they stepped outside. "A 7. Small. We'll take mine." "How do you even fit with your wife in a 7? Of course, Glebenkov had noticed the wedding ring on Karev's finger, or perhaps he had known earlier from the personal file. "We have a tray. It's the family one." "Ah, yes, there it is. The charm of family life. 2 jumpers. I'd almost forgotten what that's like." Paul also noticed that Glebenkov wore his wedding ring on his left hand, and from that last remark, understood that his partner had been widowed long ago. The inspector's jumper turned out to be a luxurious black Sartone. Some people prefer cars with modest exteriors but lavish interiors. Others choose elite models whose cabins are strikingly austere. Glebenkov belonged to the latter group. This machine existed to impress those on the outside, not those on the inside. Its owner himself, judging by the neglected state of the cabin, was undemanding and indifferent to comfort. They sat down. Vasily snapped his fingers across the navigator panel, setting the route. "Can I ask a question?" Karev was itching to ask why Glebenkov had hit, and shouted at the suspect. "Well, the phrase itself is already a question. Since you've said it, that means you can. You wouldn't happen to be asking why I gave Crick a friendly slap on the cheek, would you?" "You guessed it." "That's exactly it. To be honest, I don't much feel like answering. But we're partners now, and this is our first conversation. I need to demonstrate openness and trust, so I'll answer. The thing is, Paulie, I hate Crick, and once I gave my word that if I ever met him, I'd smash him in the face. Half an hour ago, you witnessed our first meeting. Well then, now you know I'm a man of my word." Karev was stunned. "You hated him? Why?" "Sorry, partner. Now it's my turn to ask a question. Where do you think we're flying?" The inspector asked, squinting slyly. "You said you weren't one to break traditions, and traditionally you start with relatives. Correct. Crick's father committed suicide when his son was 9, but his mother is still alive. That's exactly who we're going to see now. You've probably already looked through Pashchenko's personal file. Send it to me on a flash drive. I'll read it. For your reading pleasure, I've saved something more interesting," Glebenkov said, pulling a printed sheet from the glove compartment. "Take a look." Karev took the sheet and began to read. You will have no trouble recognizing this member of the interrogator's gang if you ever meet him. The dull stare, the wild thicket above the upper lip, the edges of those massive mustaches curled upward. A detail that perfectly highlights the subject's love of showing off. If this type shows up at your home, and you have automated household help, stay alert. Investigator Karev is a great joker in that department. Once, purely as a joke, he wiped all the records and settings of an elderly Lady L's android while questioning her about a relative. Karev lifted his bewildered eyes from the page and asked, "Where is this from?" "From Mr. Pashchenko's website. Our department doesn't make investigators' names public. As you can see, the folks from No Interrogations decided to correct that oversight. Go on. Keep reading." Paul returned to the text. However, a ruined android is trifling nonsense compared to Investigator Karev's other predilections. If you have a beautiful wife, that is what you should truly worry about. Don't believe it? A successful businessman, H, didn't believe it either, until he noticed his wife disappearing for long stretches, returning with vague explanations. One day, deciding to follow her, the astonished Mr. H caught his lawful spouse in the company of the valiant warrior of good at a romantic restaurant. The warrior of good immediately declared that Mrs. H was a witness he was questioning in such an extravagant setting. The businessman tried to find out what was really going on, and quickly regretted it. Within days, pressure came down on him from the very top of PD. Threats, intimidation, and to crown it all, his wife filed for divorce and left him. Another shattered life on the conscience of the angelic special service, another example of flagrant impunity. Need one even say that afterward, Mr. Karev more than once conducted interrogations of Mrs. H. in hotel rooms, apparently taking a break from his own half-mad wife, who shoves her talentless daubs into every cheap little art gallery she can find. Blood rushed to Karev's head. He jerked his gaze up at Glebenkov and ground out, "Did Crick write this?" "No. One of his employees. I'd very much like to have a word with the author of this piece. We'll talk to him. Finished reading?" "Not yet." Karev glanced back at the sheet and went on discovering new things about himself. And as for how the great mustached investigator interrogates men, you may ask the servicemen of the 3rd Infantry Division of the 2nd Corps of the Western Army. A year ago, Karev arrived at the unit to squeeze testimony out of Captain S. Failing to obtain what he wanted, the guest in the gray suit moved on to threats, then insults, and finally to physical violence. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, a frontline captain would have put the insolent fellow in his place in short order. But Karev did not come alone. He came with a small army of guards armed to the teeth. The altercation escalated into a brawl. It even came to gunfire. One soldier was killed, and Karev himself was wounded in the arm. Upon returning, for this horrific incident the investigator received a medal. What can one say? Had Jack the Ripper served in Penultimate Inquisition, his entire chest would probably be covered in decorations. Once again, we remind our readers, if you wish to avoid such troubles, simply do not engage in conversation with gray types who shove badges with blue triangles under your nose. By law, you have the right to refuse to give testimony to investigators of PD. This is stated in Clause 3 of Article 7, Section 2 of their own charter. You even have the right not to let them cross the threshold of your home. Say no to investigative lawlessness. The more citizens exercise this right, the sooner this fetid parasitic abscess on the body of society, masking its vile dealings with lying demagoguery about investigating goodwill, disappear. I've read it, Karev said, carefully folding the sheet. Interesting who's funding a pair of losers. One once wanted to become an investigator, but proved unfit and, was turned down. Now he's trying to prove to the whole world that it's PD that's rotten, not him. The other decided our service was to blame for his wife leaving him. A certain Mr. Hong. Yes, that's him they're writing about here. Glad to know Mrs. Kornieva freed herself from that bastard. I handled the case of her first husband. Did you actually sleep with her? Of course not. We met once. I questioned her, and that jealous ass barged in and made a scene. That's what I thought. We'll meet Hong again, as well as everyone from No Inquisitions. How many of them are there? 4. Renat Makarovich, Viktor Mamedov, Stanislav Kiryanov, and Pyotr Gubin. We'll also speak with Krix's mother and wife, and with his 2 sponsors. That's the entire circle of witnesses. I think we'll manage in a week. The directorate asked us not to drag it out. Karev shrugged doubtfully. The relatives might talk, but the rest are hardly eager to cooperate with representatives of a fetid parasitic abscess on the body of society. Come now, Pavlik. Why look so grimly into the future? Where's your faith in people? I'm sure they'll meet us halfway. Paul strongly doubted that the person who wrote that piece about him would be inclined to meet anyone halfway. It seemed impossible to manage without the method, a special investigative technique whereby, in extreme cases, investigators discreetly induce a witness into a state of hypnosis and extract the necessary information. Of course, it was permitted rarely. Each instance required a report, and abuse was severely punished. Paul had never worked in a pair before, but he understood that the manner of interrogation had to be agreed upon with one's partner in advance. Obviously, we'll have to use the method, he said. But to Glebenkov, this was far from obvious. For the first time since their meeting, he looked surprised. The method? Why? Get those cheap tricks out of your head. Leave them to weaklings. Believe me, for a good investigator, it's enough to rely on charm and the ability to negotiate. Victoria Sergeyevna Pashchenko was waiting for them at the entrance to the botanical garden. She was a short, elderly woman with gray hair pulled into a bun at the back of her head, a perfectly ordinary granny of the sort who visits supermarkets during the day to take advantage of pensioner discounts. Karev was struck by her gaze. As an investigator, he had spoken with many people and grown accustomed to all kinds of looks, but no one had ever looked at him this way. Paul suddenly remembered how long ago he and his father had gone into a sporting goods store to buy a ball. His father had unexpectedly stopped by a rack of mountaineering equipment, studying some metal hook. Then he showed it to the future investigator and said, "That's the kind of thing, Pavlik, that killed your uncle." Pashchenko was now looking at the investigators in exactly the same way his father had once looked at that hook. Behind her opened a view of a floral country, a neat path lined with carved benches and old-fashioned lanterns, winding gently, stretched into the distance between a variety of trees and shrubs, half of which Paul was seeing for the first time in his life. Everything looked remarkably picturesque and lush. Karev thought it would be nice to fly here someday with his wife, to take a walk together. "Please accept our sincere condolences," the inspector said, shaking the woman's hand. "How unfortunate that such a misfortune has befallen your son. A terrible tragedy." Watching their handshake, Karev involuntarily recalled that just an hour earlier it was this very hand with which Glebenkov had struck her son in the face. "Thank you," Victoria Sergeyevna replied, gesturing toward the path. "Let's take a walk." And they walked on. Karev listened to the conversation without intervening. He was curious to see how the Petersburg luminary would conduct the interrogation. "Victoria Sergeyevna, our professional duty obliges us to learn everything good about your son, and to tell society about it. But we cannot manage without you. No one knows a person as well as a mother." "Thank you. Of course I will tell you. Petya was always a kind, gentle boy. As early as 2 years old, he tried to help. Every evening, he put away his toys. And then, for a full 20 minutes, the witness went on describing how he washed dishes by himself at 6, was remarkably obedient at 4, took care of his mother when she sprained her ankle at 7, helped carry grocery bags at 5, and so on and so forth. Even how easily he was weaned off his pacifier. Karev kept waiting for her to move on to a later period of her son's life, but that never happened. Her speech flowed smoothly and unhurriedly, like a river, and seemed as though it might flow on forever. It was hardly surprising that Glebenkov tried to redirect that river into another channel. And did he display such qualities already in his conscience? Adult years? Mrs. Pashchenko shrugged. But does a person become a person only after coming of age? Or does goodness become goodness only when performed by an adult? After all, it wasn't someone else who helped me wash the dishes. It was my son. The very one who is now lying with you, waiting for his death. I simply wanted to know what kind of flowers grew from the shoots of goodness you have described so eloquently. I have to give him credit. Karev noted to himself. That was deftly put. I can't spin phrases like that on the fly. Apparently, the flourish impressed Victoria Sergeyevna as well, for she did not answer at once. In his adult life, we had little contact, so I know less. Petya had a difficult childhood. He took his father's death very hard, and I was a very bad mother. Everything bad that exists in Petya came from me. That is true. For a long time, he couldn't forgive me, so we rarely spoke. But later, he forgave me. She paused as if hesitating whether to add something more, then continued. Petya was always a generous boy. He never begrudged anything to others. Whenever we went out for a walk, he'd see children in a sandbox, start playing, and would always give away all his toys. Very generous. Even when he was still tiny, he shared everything. I remember once, when I was putting a diaper on him. Thank you very much, Glebenkov cut in decisively. Thank you for your invaluable assistance to the investigation. Allow us to take our leave. Though all this was said in a polite tone, in essence, Glebenkov interrupted the witness rather brusquely. Karev looked at Mrs. Pashchenko with concern, but she was not offended at all, as if she herself had been provoking the end of the conversation. Yes, of course, she said. All the best to you, and success in your work. And they parted. So, what do you make of what you heard? Glebenkov asked, once a respectable distance lay between them and the witness. Hardly any of it will be of use for the report. None of it will, the inspector remarked. Pure rubbish. I think Hitler's mother could have told the same kinds of stories, but none of that is relevant to the case. While a person is an infant, any good he does is not fully conscious. Only what is done freely and knowingly has value. Once inside, after entering the flight coordinates, Glebenkov added, in any case, this was to be expected. Conversations with relatives are almost always uninformative. People of this age rarely do good for those bound to them by blood. This was merely a formality. Tomorrow, however, will begin the real work. In that regard, Polly, I have one personal question for you. May I? Yes, of course. What's your suit size? 48? And your height? 173. Why? In the interests of the investigation, Glebenkov said with a conspiratorial wink, and slammed the jumper's door shut. The next morning, Karev arrived at the office early to prepare the materials from the Taipina case for transfer to Samoylov. He had made considerable progress, but the case itself was an ordinary one, so handing it over caused no regret. An 80-year-old woman who had fallen into a coma following an unsuccessful brain operation. As a rule, investigators are not particularly fond of fossils, that is, very elderly subjects, because it is quite difficult to find witnesses from the first half of their lives. But in this instance, everything turned out to be simpler. Mrs. Sapina was a kind old woman, loved her relatives, and dispensed benefactions so generously that compiling a report on her would be quite easy. Unlike Mr. Pashchenko, she held the penultimate inquest in high regard, avidly read the bulletin, and often drew ideas for new good deeds from its pages. The investigation into her case was calm and predictable, precisely the sort of work suited to an old hand like Samoylov, whom everyone in the department, both behind his back and to his face, simply called Semyonich. He was the oldest and most experienced person in their department. All the others, Karev, Hall, Sonia, and Kwan, had been sworn in as investigators by Petrovich, but Samoylov still remembered the days when Petrovich himself had been a junior investigator. Investigators rarely stay in the first department until retirement. The bad ones are dismissed after receiving 3 demerits. The good ones are promoted to the second inquest division, and some eventually rise to the rank of inspectors. Semyonich, however, had turned out to be not bad enough to earn 3 demerits, and not good enough to become a senior investigator. The years went by, his colleagues moved up or moved on, while he remained a junior investigator, and seemed apparently quite content with that. Karev found this hard to understand. He himself very much wanted a promotion. Routine cases had begun to bore him, so he was glad to be reassigned. With Pashchenko, at least, boredom was certainly not in the cards. Semyonich, here are the materials for the Tsipina case, Paul said, approaching his cubicle and handing the old man a datasphere. Petrovich said you're taking it over now. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Paulie. Good luck with the celebrity, Samoylov said with a smirk. So everyone already knows? You bet. It was nearing 10, the time when Glebenkov had promised to pick him up for the interrogation, so Paul hurried down to the first floor. From there, passing Bob's booth, he stepped outside. At exactly 10 o'clock, the inspector's black jumper descended from the sky and set down directly in front of Karev. When the door opened, he saw that Glebenkov was dressed in a black suit and holding a hanger in his right hand, under the plastic of which another identical suit could be seen. At that moment, Karev understood why his partner had asked the day before about his size and height. Your turn now, Vasily said, tossing the folded suit onto the seat, then climbing out the other side and slamming the door. With a snort, Paul climbed inside. Changing clothes in a jumper's cabin was no pleasure, but, grunting and muttering curses, he managed it. 5 minutes later, Glebenkov opened the door and got back in. So, does the suit fit? He asked, entering the coordinates. A bit tight in the shoulders. Sorry, no time for a fitting. We won't be long. 10 minutes of flight and 40 minutes for the interrogation. Maybe less. The jumper rose, leaving the building of the Moscow branch of the Penultimate inquest. Below, Karev followed it with his eyes automatically. And one more thing, please, Glebenkov said, pulling something from his pocket and handing Paul a pair of sunglasses. Put them on now. Yeah. He had to comply. The world immediately lost its brightness. That's not all. I know I'm asking a lot, but still. The partner turned to him and grinned. In the interests of the investigation, you'll have to turn the tips of your mustache downward. Paul was surprised, but did as asked without protest. Who do you think we're about to visit? Glebenkov asked. How should I know? If you strained your brain a little, you would, his partner replied bluntly. Your head, Polly, isn't just for eating with. I'm barely disguising myself, but I'm asking you to change your appearance, which means we're going to someone who recognizes your face. Elementary, Watson. A flash of indignation flared up, but Karev restrained himself. Investigative work had taught him to conceal his emotions. Hong, I don't know anyone else from the people you listed yesterday. That's very bad, Watson. One of them knows you. Besides, Hong, and I gave you a hint yesterday as to who it was. By then, the jumper was descending, soon settling near an imposing two-story cottage in classical style, mostly hidden behind a tall fence. The investigators climbed out and soon found themselves standing before massive gates. Glebenkov rang the bell. No one answered for a long while, so he pressed it again. A minute later, a rustling sound came from the speaker, followed by an irritated voice. "Who is it? Does Mr. Mikarovich live here?" Glebenkov asked in an official tone. The name meant absolutely nothing to Karev. "Let's say he does." The voice replied. "What do you want? As you may recall, your uncle's burial was not without certain unfortunate. I already shoveled money your way, and I don't want to hear about it anymore. There are no issues with payment. But you see, over the past week, 3 journalists have visited the bureau, one of whom showed unusual persistence in asking about the details. We thought it prudent to clarify a few points with you. But if you're busy, wait. I'm coming down now." Soon the small gate swung open, and the investigators were presented with a short, stout man with black hair and petulantly curved lips. After giving the visitors a fastidious once-over, the host nodded. "Let's go inside." The path to the porch ran along a stone-paved walkway, through an ivy-covered arch, past flower beds bursting with color, and rose bushes, among which a small pond glimmered. From the left came a low growl, and Paul, turning his head, saw a Rottweiler sitting in a kennel. "Shut up, Ton!" the fat man barked as he walked on, and the dog recoiled, its chain clinking. Karev glanced at Glebenkov, but the latter, wearing an expressionless mask, was staring at the ground. Climbing the marble steps, they entered the cool half-light of the entryway. "You can wipe your feet here," the host said, pointing to a mat bearing 2 blue triangles inside a circle. The colleague from St. Petersburg calmly stepped onto the emblem and carefully wiped first his right boot, then his left. After a moment's hesitation, Karev did the same. He was reminded of a story about Japanese Catholics, how when the emperor of the land of the rising sun began persecuting Christians, Protestant merchants suggested a way to identify true believers. All suspects, and later their descendants, were required to attend a state reception where a metal icon of the Virgin lay on the floor. Those who refused to step on it were executed as Christians. The Catholics survived by concealing their faith, and over 2.5 centuries of inspections, dents worn by footsteps appeared along the edges of the icon. Not wishing to die, they stepped on it anyway, but only along the very edge, so as not to trample the image itself. Of course, the emblem of the penultimate inquest was no icon to Karev, but he still followed the example of the Japanese Christians. Meanwhile, the host had already moved on into the corridor. Mounted along the left wall in a row were stuffed deer heads with antlers, reflected in the mirrored wall on the right. From somewhere deeper inside came the mournful plucking of a cello. The air smelled of pastry and spices. When a door slammed, the music stopped, and a moment later a curly-haired boy of about 7 peeked out from behind the mirrored wall, studying the guests with curiosity. "Max, go to your room," Mikarovich ordered. The boy darted back, vanishing from view. A wooden staircase with carved railings led up to the 2nd floor. That was where they headed, the floorboards creaking beneath their feet like in a historical film. The house itself, and everything inside and outside it, was expensive, but chosen and arranged without taste. People who grow up wealthy do not furnish their homes this way. Apparently, large sums of money had come to the owners only recently, and they had tried to fill the house with numerous confirmations of their new social status. At last, the taciturn host led them into a living room that was incredibly crowded. Dark wood, white porcelain, gleaming glass and crystal, paintings splashed across the walls, a chandelier shimmering with gold, blue vases, and so many figurines clustered on an antique sideboard that the eyes began to ache. And though this overabundance of precious antiques smacked of bad taste, one could feel that the room had been furnished with care and was dear to its owner. "Sit down," Makarovich muttered, gesturing toward a carved table with curved legs. In its center stood a lone cup on a saucer beside a folded newspaper. Evidently, the host had been torn away from his morning tea. Karev lowered himself cautiously onto a high-backed chair with a velvet seat, as if onto a museum exhibit. To his left, a large canvas hung on the wall depicting something green, either a plant or a bird, and red rectangles in the background, as if scattered on the floor near a doorway. Glebenkov maintained the same stiffly indifferent air he had adopted even before the gate. Makarovich himself sat opposite the guests, closer to the door. The displeased expression on the fat man's face made it clear that the meeting weighed on him, and that strangers were evidently rare visitors in this house. "What were those hacks sniffing around for?" he asked with a grimace. Instead of answering, Glebenkov turned his head toward Paul and nodded. "Paul Karev, you may end the masquerade." Karev slowly removed his glasses, folded them, and slipped them into his pocket without taking his eyes off the fat man. And, by the way, Makarovich flinched in recognition. He himself understood who Makarovich was. The homeowner stared in mute horror as the guest leisurely curled the tip of his left mustache upward, then the right. Those very mustaches to which he had once devoted an entire sentence of description. Meanwhile, the second guest announced in an official tone, "We have come to obtain witness testimony from you concerning Mr. Pyotr Yuryevich Pashchenko, also known by the online alias Scream." The final word, like an incantation, jolted Makarovich out of his stupor. By law, I have the right to refuse to testify," he said in a trembling voice. "That's stated in the third clause of the 7th article of the 2nd section of your charter." "Yes," Glebenkov nodded. "Those are the rules. But as you know, there are no rules without exceptions. And today, by an absurd whim of chance, you have been granted precisely such an exception. Today, here and now, in this room, the 3rd clause of the 7th article of the 2nd section does not apply to you. We have come for testimony, and we will get it. Good, honest, high-quality testimony. I won't tell you anything," Makarovich said. His voice had steadied, though his posture remained tense. An epic phrase. Glebenkov praised him. Homer himself could not have said it better. But its lack of constructiveness troubles me a little. I'd suggest this version instead. I will tell you nothing except witness testimony. What do you think, Renat Makarovich? The fat man was silent. The investigator yawned and stood up, moving toward the sideboard. "I see you have quite a respectable porcelain collection." "Don't touch anything here," Makarovich barked, jumping up from his chair. "Collectors are like women," Glebenkov confided to his partner. "When they say don't touch, they mean touch." With that, he carefully picked up a porcelain figurine of a pioneer boy with a birdhouse tucked under his arm, and, turning it in his hands, nodded appreciatively. "A rarity, art of the communist era. They haven't made these for at least 200 years. Now sit down, Renat Makarovich." "There's no truth in standing." Makarovich obediently sank back into his chair, never taking his wary eyes off the investigator. And rightly so. In the very next second, Glebenkov smashed the pioneer against the table with all his might. The cup jumped. The porcelain head that broke off described an arc and fell to the floor. "What are you doing?" the fat man screamed. "Can't you see?" the investigator said in surprise. I'm destroying your antiques. Colleague Karev, what do you think? In my opinion, it's better this way. Definitely better, Paul agreed. The Venus de Milo achieved fame precisely in its truncated form. What scope for imagination now opens up before the viewer? Everyone is free to envision the pioneer's face as they please. Glebenkov casually dropped the figurine onto the floor and reached for a blue vase. "No!" Makarovich cried. "You can't." "Why not? We are, after all, the very investigators whose crimes you have tirelessly warned the public about for 7 years. Yes, those very ones who deceitfully break into witnesses' homes and damage their property. Why are you so surprised now?" The fat man fell silent, lowering his head. "And I'll tell you why," the investigator continued, tossing the vase lightly in his hand. "Because when you wrote all that crap, you knew perfectly well that you were lying. Rejoice now. In reality, you were right, and we have finally come to you. Just like that, exactly as you portrayed us. Isn't it wonderful to be proven right?" Glebenkov smiled broadly, revealing perfect teeth, and quoted, "We are not granted to foresee how our word will echo. Who knows, Renat Makarovich, had you depicted different investigators in your writings, perhaps our conversation today would be taking place in a much cozier atmosphere. I demand that you leave my house immediately." "I have the distinct impression," the investigator said thoughtfully, examining an obscene drawing on the vase, "that we are not understanding each other. I explained quite clearly that we will leave your house the moment we receive witness testimony. However, no testimony has been given. Therefore, we cannot leave." A perfectly clear and logical conclusion, accessible even to a collector. "I'm calling my lawyer." The fat man's voice nearly rose to a shriek as he shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled out an antique mobile phone. While Makarovich dialed the number, Glebenkov turned and winked cheerfully at Karev. The fat man pressed the receiver to his ear and spoke agitatedly. "Phil, listen. 2 investigators just barged in here." Makarovich fell silent. Apparently, the person on the other end had interrupted him sharply. "They're already inside the house. They got in by deception. Otherwise, I'd never have let them in." "Well, I mean, I did let them in, but they got in by deception. Wait, they're destroying my property." "It's true, I swear." The collector's gaze turned bewildered. He slowly lowered the phone, staring at it in disbelief. Glebenkov swung his arm, and the vase, hurtling toward the doorframe, shattered with a crash. Makarovich flinched. "A connoisseur of antiquities such as yourself," the inspector said gently, "should know the old parable about the shepherd boy who cried, 'Wolves! Wolves!' just for fun. The villagers ran to help him, only to find there were no wolves. And then one day the wolves really did come. The boy shouted and shouted, but, as we know, no one came to his aid. The door flew open, and a pleasant-looking brunette woman in her 40s appeared on the threshold, dressed in a beige house robe. Seeing the shards of the shattered vase covering the floor, she shifted her gaze to Glebenkov and asked sternly, "What is going on here?" "We came to speak with your husband. Asked a couple of questions. Mr. Makarovich is thinking about his answers, and while he thinks, I decided to familiarize myself with this wonderful antique collection. And imagine, I turned out to be so clumsy that I dropped a couple of exhibits. Terribly embarrassing." "Gerda, leave," the fat man muttered without lifting his head. "Lovely name," the inspector complimented her. "Looks like your parents loved Anderson." If Vasily meant this remark to soften the woman, he clearly failed. She stood in the doorway, straight as an antique statue, burning the uninvited guests with her gaze. "Get out, or I'll call the police." "They won't come," Glebenkov said lightly, pulling a badge from his pocket and showing it to the hostess. Then I'll go downstairs and get the dog, she shouted. Only if you've decided to part ways with her, the interrogator replied, slipping his badge away and drawing his pistol, holding it muzzle up so it would be clearly visible from the doorway. Gerda, for God's sake, go downstairs, Sturzel shouted, turning toward her. You don't have to close the door, Glebenkov added peaceably. The hostess snorted, and retreating into the darkness of the hallway, slammed the door with such force that the paintings hanging on that wall shuddered. Angry women, Vasily said with a gentle, almost indulgent smile, stepping back toward the sideboard. They're like little children. If you want something from them, ask them not to do it. But let us return to our conversation. What do you think, Renat Mikhailovich? Why didn't the peasants come to the shepherd boy's aid when he called out to them for the last time? Sturzel said nothing, staring fixedly at the dark grain of the tabletop. Oh yes, Glebenkov suddenly remembered, idly examining the remaining figurines. I quite forgot that you promised to tell us nothing except testimony in the Paschenko case. In that case, allow me to venture a conjecture of my own. Of course, they were thoroughly tired of running in vain, and the shepherd boy, like any habitual liar, inspired little sympathy. But the main reason, I suspect, lay elsewhere. The peasants simply did not want to spoil their relations with the wolves. That's why they didn't come. And no one will come to you either. Karev felt a brief stir of pity, then forced himself to recall what had been written on that sheet of paper. The vile slander. And the words about Inna, a half-mad little wife, shoving her talentless daubs into cheap art galleries. The memory sent a surge of fury through him. Glancing around the room, Paul noticed that of all the paintings, only one was shielded by a protective field, the very canvas with the green, bird-like plant and red rectangles. He rose from his chair and, taking hold of the frame, lifted the painting off the wall. "Oh dear, dear colleague Karev," Glebenkov cried out with feigned horror. "Careful now, that's the misunderstood by Man Ray, the greatest abstractionist of the 20th century. Even for me, that's going a bit too far. It is an original, isn't it, Mr. Sturzel?" "Yes, I can tell by the look in your eyes. An original. Would a connoisseur of art ever insult his home with cheap reproductions? And the protective field, after all? An abstractionist, you say?" "The greatest?" Karev echoed, his tone deliberately light, almost careless. "Looks to me like nothing but talentless daubing." It was a bluff, pure and simple. The protective field would have saved the painting from any blow, but Karev suspected that Sturzel could not be certain of that. And besides, no collector alive could endure even the sight of such a threat. It worked. "Don't! Please!" Sturzel cried. He looked utterly wretched. "I'll talk. I'll tell you anything, everything you want." "We want the truth," Glebenkov said evenly. "Yes, yes." The fat man nodded hastily, hiding his trembling hands beneath the table. Karev looked at the painting with visible regret. He hadn't wanted the man to give in so quickly. He wanted to make Sturz suffer for everything that pompous toad had written about Inna. But Paul mastered himself. He drew a breath, carefully set the painting down on the floor, propping it against the wall, and then lowered himself back into the antique chair. Glebenkov returned to the table as well. Sitting down, he leaned forward and said softly, insinuatingly, "So, thanks to Petka, I have a son," Sturzel said, then paused and corrected himself. "Gerda and I have a son." Vasily asked with a faint, ironic smile. Sturz looked at the inspector intently and said nothing. Lowering his eyes, he began again. "I was still studying back then. Flat broke. And then Gerda got pregnant. I told her, Forgive me, darling, but it's either me or the child. She herself was thinking about an abortion. All we needed was money for the doctor. So I went to Petka and explained everything. And suddenly he started talking me out of it. I said, "How am I supposed to feed a family?" And Petka said he'd pay every month. He even said he was ready to raise the child himself, as long as Gerda gave birth. Long story short, he talked us out of it. And when she did give birth, there was no longer any talk of giving the child away. Even I finally understood that this was my son, that he was mine. In short, I'm deeply grateful to him. Petka kept his word and truly helped us, with money and by looking after Max whenever needed. Staring up at the ceiling, Glebenkov puffed out his cheeks and slowly released the air through tightly pressed lips. "Not bad," he said at last. "A man who talks someone out of an abortion can't be made of nothing but vices. Would you agree, Paul Karev?" "Absolutely. Can you recall any other good deed of Pashchenko's?" "Yes," Sturz said with a crooked smile. "The creation of no inquiries. Through it he provided income for me, and for others as well." "And why did he suddenly decide to create such an organization?" Karev asked. "Because he hated." The fat man caught himself and softened his tone. "Because he believed society had to know the darker side. That is, he felt that a critical perspective on your service ought to exist. That was his opinion." Sturzel had not had to watch his words for a long time, and now the effort came to him with difficulty. "And where did he get such an opinion?" Paul continued. "I don't know. Petka never said. You never asked?" "I did. He never answered. Just got angry. I think your organization wronged him somehow, and that was before we ever met." For several seconds, silence hung in the room. At last Glebenkov rose, and Karev stood up from his chair after him. "As you may guess, Renat Mikhailovich," the inspector said evenly, "we will be questioning Pashchenko's other friends as well. And if I find out that someone warned them about us, I will return, and I won't be so courteous next time. Do you want me to come back?" "No. Don't be so quick to spend words. I'll see your answer when I question the other employees of No Inquiries. I figured the masquerade was meant to get Sturz to let us inside," Karev said when they were already seated in the jumper, rising swiftly away from the two-story cottage below. "But how did you find out about his dealings with the funeral bureau? And what was that all about?" "Petersburg to Moscow. I was gathering background on our witnesses," Glebenkov replied. "About a year ago, Mr. Sturzel drew press attention after his uncle's death. The uncle was a well-known and wealthy man, childless. The inheritance fell squarely on Stern. And almost immediately after the burial, he and his cronies from Scream's gang threw a lavish party. Someone tipped off the journalists, and they decided it would make a fine story about ungrateful heirs. Sturzel didn't enjoy the attention. He harbors ambitions of entering respectable society. He put some effort into burying the scandal." "No, of course not. I had to correspond with certain people, dig up the details. Where do you get that much ingenuity?" "Ever heard the saying? Before a junior interrogator, witnesses' doors stand wide open. Before a senior one, they're half open. And before an inspector, they're shut tight. Picture this, Pavlik. A case begins. You're the junior. You go to the witnesses. They're eager, even curious themselves. Testimony pours out of them. Then the case gets sent back for review and lands with the seniors. What do they have to do? Find new material. And where do they look? They go back to the same witnesses. Question them again. Who knows what nuance slipped past the first time? They answer, sure, but with far less enthusiasm. Now imagine the case gets rejected again and ends up on my desk. when I'm forced to question those same witnesses yet again, almost everyone says, "I've already told everything twice," and that's the mildest response. Under those conditions, Pavlik, you can't help becoming inventive. And why did the lawyer refuse to help him? That's highly unusual, even strange. On the contrary, I think many would have done the same. Last night, Sturz called him 4 times, heavily drunk, ranting about interrogators breaking into his home, smashing everything, demanding he come immediately, then laughing hysterically and hanging up. Karev stared at his partner in astonishment. Of course, the real Sturchill didn't call him. Glebenkov added calmly. That was me, misbehaving a little. You know, I found a voice sample online, tuned an audio filter to match it, and I also have a small program that makes the recipient see whatever number you want. That's basically it. Case closed. I call it the Shepherd effect. If you want, I'll send you the software, though I wouldn't recommend getting too carried away. Is that even legal? That's a question better put to a specialist, Glebenkov replied. I could give you though imagine how amusing it would be. Hello, this is the interrogator who broke into Sturzel's place. I just have a couple of questions. He laughed. But let's leave that for now. We still have another interrogation today. Who are we flying to? Or am I supposed to guess again? Kiryanov and Gubin, Glebenkov said, frowning as he met Karev's eyes. For this meeting, partner, you'll need patience. Why? You'll see. I want you to learn how to improvise. You handled Sturzel well. But this one will be harder. By the way, if you want, you can change back into your own clothes, though I'd prefer to stay in the funeral suits for now. Karev shrugged and decided not to change. The suit was a bit tight, but it didn't cause real discomfort. This time the jumper flew for a long while. Kiryanov and Gubin lived far from the city center, beyond Kotelniki, in one of the old 20-story blocks that crowded the district. There was no space in the packed parking lot, so Glebenkov set the jumper down right on the sidewalk, in front of the entrance. Let's hope we get back before an inspection robot wanders by, Glebenkov remarked, opening the door. The apartment they needed was on the 11th floor, reached by an elevator reeking of urine and covered in graffiti. After they rang the bell, a long moment passed before the lock clicked and the door swung open. A skinny young man with glasses and a little goatee stood there, wearing a pink robe and slippers. "What do I owe the pleasure, gentlemen?" he asked slowly, then smirked, clearly savoring the florid phrasing. "Stanislav Kiryanov?" Glebenkov said. "I'm Inspector Glebenkov. This is Junior Interrogator Karev." He showed his badge. "We'd like a word." Flattered, deeply flattered, the blonde turned into the apartment and called out, "Goopy, look who's come to see us. Boys from the Penultimate Inquiry." A red-haired head appeared from behind the door, the face powdered white, with a black beauty mark painted above the upper lip. "Wow, they're real, and they're in black. Well then, let's say hello." Moments later, Gubin approached, wearing a stretched-out yellow sweater with a cartoon dog on the chest, and extended his hand. Glebenkov did not shake it. "Pyotr Gubin," he said crisply, "we're here to obtain witness testimony in the case of Pyotr Yuryevich Pashchenko." "Stan, listen. They talk," the redhead crowed. "Goopy, where are your manners?" Kiryanov chided him. "In the presence of people, it's impolite to speak about them in the third person." "They're people?" Goopy exclaimed in mock amazement and burst out laughing. Karev realized Gubin was high. Perhaps Kiryanov was too, though he appeared more coherent. "Forgive him, gentlemen," Kiryanov said. "He's a very sweet boy, but right now he's Had too much green tea. Please, come in. Goopy, tidy up the table. Or, never mind. I'll do it myself. The hosts disappeared inside. Exchanging grim looks, the interrogators followed. Glebenkov entered first, Karev after him. In the hallway, Goopy, wearing an idiotic grin, held out pink plush slippers with bunny ears. Guest slippers? He said, giggling. Karev shuddered at the very thought of touching anything these people had worn. Thank you, we won't be long, Glebenkov muttered, stepping past the redhead. Ooh, prickly, Goopy drawled coquettishly after him, then added, glancing at Karev. And this one's silent. Guess the set comes with only one talker. Karev now understood why Glebenkov had called this interrogation the harder one. 3 hours earlier, they'd mocked Sturzel to their heart's content. Now they were the ones forced to endure mockery from two queers, one of them unmistakably high. Wouldn't it be better to come back another time? Or question other witnesses? In the kitchen, Stan Kiryanov was brushing crumbs off a stained table with his hand. The air smelled strongly of herbs and of mildew creeping along the walls. The kitchen looked neglected, but the furniture and overall arrangement had been chosen with taste, if somewhat old-fashioned. The apartment had likely belonged to one of their grandmothers. Here you are, Kiryanov said fussily, pointing to a chair with an absurdly high back and a red stool beside it. Please, sit. Kiryanov filled the kettle at the sink. Think they drink tea? Goopy asked, strolling past the seated interrogators. Everyone drinks tea, especially guests. Right, boys. We're not your boys, Glebenkov said, clasping his hands. And we didn't come here for tea. What a stern man. In black, Goopy purred, perching on the arm of a couch in the corner. And prickly, just a little hedgehog. Darling, you see, our guests are sensitive about words, Stan remarked, setting the kettle on its base and clicking the switch. Let's not offend them. Fine. From now on, I'll call them whatever they command. Tell me, Mr. Interrogator, what do you prefer? Perhaps savage unbridled stallion? Gentlemen, please don't pay him any attention. He sat down at the table. He'll sober up and be ashamed. And the tea is wonderful. I hope you won't turn your noses up. A bit of mint, a touch of St. John's wort, oregano, all old grandmother recipes. Hard to find nowadays. I made it myself. Tell them, Goopy? Oh yes, Stan's a wizard, Goopy said brightly. In two things he has no equal, blending tea and... Tell us about your relationship with Pyotr Yuryevich Pashchenko, Glebenkov cut in. And who would that be? Goopy asked, theatrically raising his brows. That's Scream, Stan explained. Ah, that one, Goopy said. We had no relationship with him. Just work. Nothing to tell. Try anyway. If I try, I might remember something. Goopy said suddenly, his voice turning sober as he fixed his gaze on Glebenkov. But to try, I need an incentive. You know, Stan, what I've been thinking? What? I was thinking, considering how much attention we've paid to that organization, we've never had close contact with interrogators. That kind of experience is valuable. It could serve as an incentive. What do you think, Stan? Karev understood what he meant and felt a wave of revulsion. Over the years, he'd dealt with witnesses in all kinds of altered states, but he'd always excused himself and left. That was procedure. But Glebenkov stayed, talked. Why? How could an interrogation be conducted under conditions like these? Goopy, you can't just jump straight into it, Stan said mildly, pulling a bowl of halva from a cupboard and setting it on the table. You see, the boys are shy. We've all been shy at one time or another, Glebenkov said evenly. "But I'm having a serious conversation here, a business one. Come on, boys. You give us what we want, and we give you what you want. Fair exchange. Don't worry about publicity. This will be our little men's secret." Stan burst out laughing. Karev jerked as if to stand up and leave, but a glance at his colleague stopped him. Glebenkov, his head slightly tilted to one side, was studying Guppy with a thoughtful calm. The tension that had clung to the inspector earlier had vanished. He sat back in his chair, arms folded across his chest. "So then, boys," he said quietly, "how far are you willing to go in the pursuit of good?" Stan snorted with laughter and shot a furtive glance at Karev. "They're willing," Guppy said, contorting his affected face into a lecherous smile. "I'll take the little hedgehog. Hey, what are you pulling out there?" The shot thundered through the room. Guppy was thrown backward. His legs flashed up into the air, tracing a clumsy arc, and in the next instant his body sprawled across the floor. From behind the couch, a shoulder was visible, and a lifeless hand, a ring gleaming on the ring finger. In Glebenkov's right hand, the pistol was a black silhouette. The inspector's face retained the same calm, contemplative expression. Karev froze. Fear nailed him to the chair. Could this really be happening? Had an interrogator just shot a witness? Paul felt as though the world had flipped upside down. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe it was some kind of stun discharge? He looked at Gubin. The body lay motionless. Beside it, Stan was kneeling, shaking him, whimpering, "Guppy, Guppy, wake up!" Then he sprang to his feet and rushed at Glebenkov, shouting, "You!" The word broke off on an intake of breath when he saw the barrel aimed at his stomach. His face drained of color. Stan staggered backward toward the wall, raising his trembling hands as though trying to shield himself. "Don't," he whispered. "Please, don't." Karev's heart clenched when he realized it was all real, and that the inspector could kill the second witness at any moment. "Be so kind as to sit down," Glebenkov said, without lowering the gun. Stan groped for the back of a chair and collapsed onto it. His face was deathly pale. Terror stood frozen in his tear-filled eyes. "You wanted to know how far I'm willing to go in my search," the inspector went on calmly. "Now you know. And if I'm not mistaken, you are also in need of an incentive. I believe staying alive is a perfectly good incentive. Wouldn't you agree?" The witness nodded convulsively. "Excellent. I'll repeat the question. Tell us about your relationship with Pyotr Yuryevich Pashenko." Karev watched Glebenkov and wondered whether he could lunge from his seat and seize the inspector's gun hand. As if sensing the thought, Vasily glanced back and said, "I assume Stan will cooperate, and I won't have to kill him. So let's listen to what he has to say." Paul Karev. "Afterward, you may report me to headquarters if you feel that's necessary." Karev said nothing. Stan remained silent as well. In the heavy stillness, the kettle began to boil, and a second later it clicked off. "Sounds like the water's ready." Glebenkov remarked, "If I recall correctly, you promised us some wonderful tea, with mint, John's wort, and oregano. I trust you won't begrudge offering interrogators a cup." He plunged his left hand into the bowl, snapped off a piece of halva, and popped it into his mouth. "Excellent halva," he praised. Paul watched Glebenkov and understood just how terrifying a man he was. He would stop at nothing. He had allowed Stan to posture and preen only so the fall would be more painful, so the humiliation deeper. To grind him down, break his will. He had killed a man. Hadn't anyone in St. Petersburg known? How could the Penultimate inquiry tolerate such things? Or was he a maniac who had managed to hide it all? And yet now he knew that Karev, like any interrogator on assignment, was recording everything he saw and heard via the ocular implant, streaming it to the info ring in his ear. What did he intend to do about that? A cup clinked against a saucer in Kiryanov's trembling hands as he took it from the cupboard. A thin stream of boiling water poured, and the kitchen filled with the fragrant scent of herbs. Stan whimpered softly, glancing sideways at Goopy's motionless body. He placed the cup in front of the inspector with both hands, careful not to spill a drop, then immediately retreated to his chair, freezing there, his terrified gaze fixed on the gun barrel. "And what about my colleague?" Glebenkov asked. Stan jerked toward the cupboard, but Karev answered dully, "I don't want any." "Well, if you don't," Glebenkov said, lifting the cup with his left hand and taking a pleased sip, "then let's hear you out. Sit down. I don't like people looming over me. You know what I need from you. Talk." Lowering himself onto the chair, Stan swallowed hard and began to mumble, "Inspector, I just need a moment to gather my thoughts." With his free hand, Glebenkov took a flat black case from the inside pocket of his jacket and set it on the table. "If you suddenly decide to get imaginative," the inspector said, "this compact polygraph will immediately let us know you're lying." His other hand never stopped gripping the gun, still trained on the witness. Yes, I've known Scream for several years. We just carried out his assignments. He told us whom to visit, gave us addresses, and we went and talked to people. To the victims." Suddenly, Glebenkov laughed. "Well, look at that. You're interrogators too. Paul Karev. These are interrogators interrogating interrogators. What a twist. Forgive me, Mr. Kiryanov. I interrupted your story. Let's get to the point. What good can you tell us about Pashchenko?" Stan fell silent, and in his eyes, Karev suddenly saw stubbornness. The inspector's laughter seemed to have given him courage. Not enough to argue, but enough to refuse to speak. Glebenkov noticed it too. "If you don't wish to buy your life with information about Pashchenko, that's your right," he said calmly, almost approvingly. "A dignified death is better than a contemptible life. I respect that. I promise it will be quick and almost painless. I'll send you to your partner and call the cleanup crew." Glebenkov cocked the gun. "I'll tell you everything." Stan shouted at once. The boldness vanished from his eyes. "Scream saved my life. I was a junkie. Seriously. Hooked on heroin. Scream pulled me out during an overdose. Dragged me back from the other side. And then he paid for my rehabilitation. I'm alive because of him. To repay that debt, I started working with him, helping out, and I brought Goopy in. I have nothing against the penultimate inquiry. I just wanted to repay him. Now he's gone, or soon will be, and I'd already decided to quit all of this. Please, Inspector, I'm telling the truth. I went through rehab at Narcnet 4 in '87, from October to December. You can check. It's true. I know it's true," Glebenkov said, slipping the black rectangle back into his inner pocket with his free hand. The other hand still aimed the gun at Stan. "Inspector, please, let me go," Stan pleaded. "I'll leave immediately and won't tell anyone anything." "Goopy brought it on himself. He was harassing you, insulting you. I told you the truth. I wanted to cut ties with him anyway. He was dragging me down. Now I'll go far away, forget everything, and start over. Please, give me a chance." Glebenkov paused, considering. Then he holstered the pistol. "Well, I'm a man of my word. You didn't tell us much, but it will do. I'm sparing your life. You won't regret it. Actually, I already do. All right, Paul Karev, it's time for us to go," Glebenkov said, rising to his feet. Karev remained seated. He had decided he would call the police immediately and give testimony against Glebenkov. He was about to say so when suddenly Goopy's leg twitched, and a groan came from behind the couch. Karev sprang up and rushed toward the sofa. The redhead rolled onto his back and swore. To Paul, those words sounded like the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. A mountain slid from his shoulders, and the world righted itself again. "Listen, I really thought you'd killed him," Karev said excitedly the moment they stepped into the filthy elevator cab. "I'm used to working with difficult people," Glebenkov replied calmly, "and those two, I admit, are deeply unpleasant to me. But that's still no reason to kill witnesses. I've never done that, and I don't intend to start." "The whole performance?" "Yesterday, while going through their files. With a bit of experience, the behavior of people like that is easy enough to predict. They stepped outside, and Glebenkov cursed when he saw his jumper. Red numbers were glowing on the windshield. The inspection drone had managed to swing by after all and issue a fine. "You can't step away for 5 minutes," the inspector grumbled, holding his credit card up to the numbers so the fine could be deducted. "How do you people even live in this Moscow? I can't wait to wrap this case up and get back home." The red digits vanished, and the jumper's door slid open. Once they were inside, Glebenkov took a black case from his pocket and flipped it open. Inside lay small white pellets. "Want one?" he asked Karev. "Freshens your breath. Sometimes they even pass for a polygraph." "No thanks." The jumper lifted off and began to gain altitude. "And what if they'd reacted differently?" "I always have several scenarios ready," the inspector replied. "If they'd behaved differently, I would have too. But they would have cracked either way. I nearly went gray back there. Couldn't you at least brief me on your little plays beforehand?" "No problem. Tomorrow we're questioning Pashchenko's widow. I plan to come to her place, then send you out with some errand, and in a more intimate setting, seduce her. After that, I expect she'll tell me everything." Karev snorted and waved him off. "Oh, go to hell." "I will, and I'll come back victorious. You'll see." "You're serious?" "I did some digging on Mrs. Pashchenko. I've already had the pleasure of speaking with her over videophone. She's expecting us. Trust me, I know people, and I know which key fits a woman in her situation. Have some decency. Her husband just died. Technically, he's still alive. And frankly, when I spoke to Mrs. Pashchenko on the videophone, I didn't notice any black veil or tear-swollen eyes. Quite an appetizing woman, I'll tell you. Don't worry, it'll all go exactly as it should. The regulations forbid that. Well, today we've already violated a couple of regulations. Why not add one more tomorrow?" Turning to the window, Glebenkov straightened his shoulders and began to sing softly. "The moon has flushed crimson, where waves broke against the rocks. Come along, my beauty. Let's go for a ride. It's been ages since I took you out." "I still hope you're joking," Karev said. "I liked how you grabbed the Man Ray at Sterzel's." Glemkov remarked, "You've got a bit of an actor in you. That's good. We'll need it tomorrow." As it turned out, the inspector was not joking. Irina Pashchenko was young and beautiful, though with a certain minor key beauty. Tall, painfully thin, blonde, she welcomed them politely, yet there was something lost in her movements, her voice, her gaze. Even in her courteous smile, at first Karev attributed it to the shock of her husband's coma. But after seeing the apartment, he realized the reason lay elsewhere. Scream's apartment was in a new 40-story building on the 37th floor. A large, expensive place with enormous windows, and nearly everything in it was connected to Scream. Aside from a couple of flower pots on the windowsill, there was nothing feminine there. Nunchaku hung on the walls. A dartboard bearing the emblem of the penultimate inquiry instead of a target, torn pages from a bulletin, slashed with yellow marker, a large faded poster of a monster, stains on the wallpaper, a broken chair in the corner. Amid all this, fragile Irina looked like a princess imprisoned in a dragon's tower. After the usual greetings, she led them into the living room and sat on the sofa, offering the investigators 2 armchairs opposite. Glebenkov chose the one farther from her. Karov was left with a closer seat. The inspector began with perfunctory condolences. He had even brought a large bouquet of roses, ostensibly for the occasion. The hostess excused herself to the kitchen and spent a long time looking for a vase. Paul couldn't help noticing that her outfit, a short white dress with a deep neckline, seemed rather bold for an official visit. Then again, she might not have had many options to choose from. When she returned, Glebenkov began the interrogation, but clearly dragged it out. Starting with general questions, such as how long they had been married, he shifted into anecdotes from his investigative career, peppered with compliments to the hostess. Before long, those compliments began to carry unmistakable innuendo. Glebenkov was openly hitting on Scream's wife. Irina appeared tense, but she smiled and kept the conversation going without redirecting it. With every passing minute, Karev felt more disgusted watching it. Finally, Glebenkov moved from the armchair to the sofa, explaining that it was too far away and he couldn't hear properly. Irina did not object. Half a minute later, he shifted closer to her and suddenly turned to Karev. "Paul Karev, could you fly over to headquarters and arrange access to the police archive? We'll need it for the next interrogation. I'll finish up here on my own." "Is it really that urgent?" Karev muttered, eyeing him from under his brow. "It is." They stared at each other in silence. "All right." Paul stood up. "I'll take care of it." "Thank you," the inspector said, once again fixing a hungry gaze on the hostess's figure. "And Mrs. Pashchenko and I will talk properly." Paul walked past them toward the exit, paused by the broken chair, then grabbed the detached leg lying nearby like a club. He spun around, sprang toward Glebenkov, and swung with all his strength. The inspector cried out, staggered, and managed to turn in astonishment. "What the?" Glebenkov collapsed to the floor like a sack. For several seconds, Karev stood over the fallen St. Petersburg celebrity, struggling to catch his breath. Then he dropped the chair leg and looked at Scream's wife. She had jumped up from the sofa and now stood by the sideboard staring at the interrogator in horror. "Do you have ice?" Paul's voice trembled. It took her a moment to answer. "Yes, bring it." She went to the kitchen. Karev took a sofa cushion and slid it under the inspector's head. The refrigerator door creaked. When Mrs. Pashchenko returned with 2 bags of crushed ice, he pointed to Glebenkov, put it on his head. He himself sat down in the armchair, pulled out his tablet, and dialed. "Hello. An investigator is injured. Cranial trauma. Molostovic Street, Building 18, Apartment 274. Irina arranged the ice packs around Glebenkov's head and stood there, uncertain. "Do you have something to drink?" She nodded and went to the sideboard, returning with 2 shot glasses filled with clear liquid. Paul noticed her hands were shaking. They raised the glasses in silence. He seated. She drained hers. He only sipped. Karev inhaled, then exhaled. "I'm sorry for causing such a mess." She sat down in the second armchair, the one Glebenkov had occupied moments earlier, perching on the very edge, ready to spring up at any second. "Why did you do that?" They both looked at Glebenkov's motionless body. "I'm afraid you wouldn't understand." "Really? I'm sorry, that was poorly put," he said, still not looking at her. What I meant is that I wouldn't be able to explain it in a way that makes sense." She remained silent. A few seconds passed before Karev forced the words out. "Unlike him, I'm married, and when he started hitting on you, I suddenly imagined some scumbag doing the same thing to my wife after my death." The interrogator's fists clenched. "And what will happen to you now?" Karev shrugged. "Anything could happen. In theory, I have a medal. In another situation, that might soften things. But he's a big name with us, so I doubt the medal will save me. At best, I'll be thrown out of the service." They fell silent again, still avoiding each other's eyes. "What were you decorated for?" "A mistake. I flew to the front to interrogate an officer who was a witness. I happened to step in front of him and took a sniper's bullet instead. Everyone decided I'd heroically saved him. But you really did save him. By accident. In that same fight, one guy was killed protecting me. He was the real hero." "How long have you been married?" "In March, it'll be 5 years. Do you have children?" "Not yet, but we want them very much. Will you have more vodka?" "No. Thank you." Mrs. Pashchenko leaned back deeper into the armchair. Her pale, slender fingers rolled the empty shot glass between them. "I wanted a child, too," she said quietly. Scream didn't. What use were children to him? She gave a cold, almost lifeless smile, her eyes fixed on the facets of the glass. "I suppose I won't be able to explain it in a way that makes sense either." It all began so beautifully. Paul felt that now she would say everything. He remained silent and didn't even look her way, afraid to scare the words off with a glance. And she spoke. "Petya saved me from rapists. 3 bastards cornered me in a deserted alley. I only managed to scream a couple of times. Fool! I should have started sooner, while I was running. Then they grabbed me, covered my mouth, and then he appeared." She paused and shouted, "I am an investigator of the Penultimate inquiry." Karev was surprised, but he did not show it. "And the bastards ran," she went on. "He helped me to my feet, walked me home. After that, we started seeing each other. I dropped out of college, married him, moved here. My parents disowned me for getting involved with such a screw-up. I didn't even invite them to the wedding. What was there to invite them to? I dreamed of a church ceremony, a veil and a white dress, a wedding cake for the guests, and he said it was all boring and dragged me to register online. And after that, it only got worse. He lied to me, cheated on me, beat me, drank, slept with all my friends. On my last birthday, he started hitting on Nina right in front of me. Then they went into the bathroom and locked themselves in, and that fat toad Sturtle was pawing at me. Serge and Goopy were sitting in the kitchen, high as kites. Juan puked into a flower pot. And I was sitting in the middle of all that and thinking it would have been better if Scream had never walked into that alley 3 years ago. Better 1 hour with those bastards than 3 years with him. He ruined my entire life. 2 tears rolled down the frozen mask of her face. Her voice trembled. When they came out of the bathroom, I started screaming at him. And he pointed at the door with that smirk and said, "Darling, I'm not holding you back. Go have fun with Renat." I ran out onto the balcony. I wanted to jump, to escape all of it, once and for all. But I didn't. Because he wouldn't have cared. No. I decided to cheat on him with an interrogator. That was the only thing that could have hurt him. Then he would have felt what I felt. He hated you, all of you, your entire service. And today it seemed like the opportunity had finally come. But you saved my chastity. She gave a crooked smile, still not looking at the investigator. Why bother now? He won't find out anyway, and he doesn't have long to live. But I would have known, she snapped, wiping her tears with the sleeve of her robe. And all his friends, and all the idiots he made that filthy website for, you would only hurt yourself, not him. Yes, probably, she said quietly. You're reasoning like a normal person. I've already forgotten what normal people are like. I used to have a purpose. Revenge? And now even that is gone. She sighed, set the shot glass on the table, and turned toward the window. It's strange that, hating you so much, he pretended to be an interrogator. Yes, I realized Scream wasn't an interrogator even before the wedding. But I only learned later that he was collecting and writing all that filth about you. Why? I asked him once. He only said he was restoring justice, and swore even more than usual. Karev felt her calming down. She had spoken it out. It had eased her. Would you like another drink? She asked in a different, steadier voice. No, thank you. It's strange the ambulance hasn't arrived yet. It isn't needed, Glamenkov said cheerfully, getting up off the floor. The woman screamed. Karev nearly cursed out loud, then flushed crimson. The inspector, brushing himself off, went on. Irina Petrovna, thank you very much for your invaluable assistance to the investigation. She snorted, staring at the resurrected interrogator. So, that was a prank, she drawled. Well, you certainly got the fool to talk. I'm sorry, Karev forced out, not daring to raise his eyes. Don't apologize. I'm used to being lied to. What lies? Glebenkov said, hooking a finger under the rim and theatrically removing a thin helmet concealed beneath his wig. Do you think this thing actually protects you? My head is still pounding, by the way. You really laid into me, Paul Karev, with feeling. But we'll manage without doctors. I don't like them. I think it's time for us to go, Karev said, red with shame, still avoiding the witness's gaze. Once again, I'm sorry. And once again, thank you. Glebenkov chimed in happily. Your carpet is a dream. I almost fell asleep on it. Apparently Scream was right about you after all, Irina said darkly, turning back to the window. No, completely wrong, Glebenkov objected. The penultimate inquiry is full of wonderful people. It's just my partner and me who are scum. But every family has its black sheep. All the others are excellent. The salt of the earth. Well then, I suppose I'm just unlucky when it comes to scum. Oh no, you're not at fault at all. Your husband was scum. Surely you wouldn't assign his case to decent people. That's why the brass sent trash like Paul Karev and me. That's enough. Get out. One last thing, Irina Petrovna. Glebenkov continued from the entryway as he put on his shoes. Even if we are scum, we know our job. The report on Mr. Pashchenko will be solid. Be sure to read it. There'll be a surprise waiting for you. Get out. Pavlik, I have the distinct feeling we're no longer welcome here. Time to take our leave. Before closing the door behind him, Glebenkov said to Irina in a low, earnest voice, You're free now. Don't fixate on that loser. Start from scratch. You'll make it. She shouted something angrily, but Glebenkov had already shut the door. On the landing, the disguised paramedics were smoking, waiting for the agreed signal. A shaken Karev waved them off. Stand down, guys. You won't be needed. They rode down in the elevator alone. The paramedics were busy packing away their equipment. Magnificent information. The inspector fairly glowed with delight. A diamond, a brilliant gem. Scream passing himself off as an interrogator. I wouldn't even dare dream of such a gift. Congratulations, Polly. Splendid work. Why did you pop back up? Karev snapped. We had an agreement. The paramedics come, take you away. Are you angry because I made you look foolish? Forgive me, my friend. I slipped up. That's not it. Then what is it? Well, I feel sorry for her. Ah, then I withdraw my apology, Glebenkov said sharply, and I'll be frank. I changed the ending of our little play precisely to preserve your chastity. Karev stirred but didn't answer at once, choosing his words carefully. Yes, it seems I really did overdo it with the club. The elevator stopped, the doors opening onto the lobby. You could have come up with a sharper retort in 10 seconds, the inspector remarked, stepping out first. Tell me, Polly, what kind of pity has seized you? What exactly upset you? That the young widow won't now have a romantic image of you? That you won't be able to return in your thoughts to the memory of your intimate, confiding conversation? That it would be awkward to call her later under some pretext like additional testimony? I suspect that if we scratch your pity a little, we'll find precisely such impulses beneath it. Don't underestimate them. All dubious actions begin in the mind, colleague. If I were a family man, I wouldn't allow myself such thoughts. So by staging this farce around Pashchenko, you decided to educate me? And who gave you that right? Glebenkov spread his hands in mock surprise. I educate everyone around me, even the sweet old man I buy sandwiches from every morning. Since last week, he's quit smoking. Next goal, reconcile him with his son. I'm serious, Karev said. This isn't stirs, and it's not those perverts. It's wrong to mock someone in that state. And we didn't mock her. She opened up, turned her soul inside out for us. And you turned everything into a circus. You sail into open seas. Glebenkov began to sing. Oh no, here we go again, Karev muttered, waving his hand in irritation. Where we can't contend with the wind. In such foul weather, one mustn't trust the waves. One mustn't. Polly, do you understand? All right, Vasya, enough. I've grasped the main theses of your lecture. They reached Glebenkov's black jumper. The doors opened, but Karev didn't hurry to get in. He thought of Irina Pashchenko, how she was now alone atop that tower, recalled her words about standing on the balcony at night, and suddenly realized she could. The inspector agreed calmly. Karev turned back toward the building. We have to go back. Stop her. Glebenkov grabbed his arm, just above the elbow, leaned closer, and said quietly, Polly, this is someone else's life. You can't do more than you already have. Decisions about her life are hers alone, and only she bears responsibility for them. No, you can talk someone out of it. Help. Support. Glebenkov clicked his tongue. It seems it's my turn now to hit you over the head with a stick. You think you're being drawn back to the 37th floor by noble, lofty feelings. But in truth, it's all far more mundane. And you have a family. Vasya, stop this. I just want to help. Really? Then why are you so eager to go back alone? Why didn't you call someone from psychological support? A professional would help her far better than you ever could. Karev flushed, stunned by the words. His partner went on. Listen to yourself and you'll see I'm right. Remember, Polly, it's easier to prevent a fire than to put one out. She said outright what kind of support she needs. But you can't give it. And neither can I. Because that isn't support. It's plain debauchery. If she's decided to kill herself, she'll do it anyway. Stop her now, she'll do it later. People are free, Polly. There's nothing to be done about it. Forget her. Don't go back. Don't call. Don't even inquire about her. Paul stood frowning in silence, At last he returned to the jumper and, getting in, said, "Fine. We've talked enough about Mrs. Pashchenko. Call someone from psychological support for her. Make it so she doesn't know it came from us. And that's the end of it? Now that's the voice of a man, not a boy. And now sit tight. I'll go up and comfort her." The inspector burst out laughing and climbed into the jumper. Pulling out his tablet, half a minute later dialing a number, he spoke in a perfectly serious tone. "Inspector Glebenkov, penultimate inquiry. Psychological support urgently required for Citizen Pashchenko at Molostovic Street, Building 18, Apartment 274. Suicide risk." He pocketed the tablet, entered the coordinates, and the jumper lifted smoothly into the air. "Since you're still wrestling with yourself, Polly, keep in mind this fact. Yesterday I already called Irina Petrovna's parents, explained what's happening to their daughter, what state she's in. I figured her out during yesterday's video phone call. Her mother arrives this evening, and will take her away. By tomorrow, the girl will start a new life. All this will fade like a bad dream, and we, as part of it, will fade too. So don't worry. I've taken care of everything." Karev imagined the shock and humiliation the witness had just endured, and doubted it would all be forgotten so easily. But he also knew arguing was pointless. "Well then, an excellent report is taking shape," Glebenkov said contentedly, watching the tops of skyscrapers drift past the window. That bastard had something on his conscience, all right. But despite occasional good impulses, which, as we know, are not foreign to anyone, Scream was filth. He knew he was filth, and he knew he lacked the guts to stop being filth. Our task is not an easy one, to tell only good things about a man while still showing him to be complete trash. But after Irina Petrovna's testimony, I'm confident we'll manage. I'll drop you off at the office. Report to the brass on the investigation's progress, and I'll prepare for tomorrow's interrogations. Who's tomorrow? You'll see. When Karev returned to the department, only Sonia and Kwan were there. Hall and Semenech had apparently gone out on assignment, questioning witnesses. Spotting him, Sonia sprang up from her desk, rushed over and blurted out, "Hey, so how is it, working with a celebrity? Come on, tell me." "Yeah, it's fine. Details. Come on." "Is he really that impressive?" "Well, probably." Kwan too set his work aside and listened in. "So how does he conduct interrogations? Anything new? Pretty much everything is new? And more specifically, you know?" "Sonia, I'd love to tell you everything, but right now I need to report to Petrovich," Paul said, cautiously edging toward the chief's office. Sonia frowned, planting her hands on her hips. "Did you hear that, Kwan?" she exclaimed. 3 days with a St. Petersburg inspector, and suddenly he's turning his nose up at his friends. We're not good enough for him anymore. Too lowly for confidences. Just you wait, Karev. Try asking me for anything now." "Sonia, I promise I'll tell you everything later," Karev called out as he hurried away. The exchange unsettled him more than he expected. Paul suddenly realized that he couldn't tell anyone about how they had interrogated people. Not Sonia, not Kwan, not even his wife, from whom he had never kept secrets, and to whom he had always told everything. When Glebenkov was nearby, staging his performances, it all seemed coherent. Highly questionable, yes, but somehow natural. Now, at a distance, he felt a wave of shame for everything they had done. Once he imagined how wildly distorted it would sound to any ordinary person. He knocked on the office door and cautiously opened it. Petrovich, as always, sat in his chair, looming over his desk. "Come in, Pavlik," he ordered. "How's the case progressing?" Karev entered and lowered himself onto the hard chair opposite the desk, then reported, We carried out the acquaintance procedure, inspected the suspect's house, questioned his mother, wife, and 3 employees of no inquiries. And did they give statements? Yes. All of them? Even the employees? Yes. For the first time, Paul saw surprise flicker across his superior's face. A moment later, it gave way to satisfaction. Excellent. Now, do you understand why we had to bring Glebenkov in? I do. Petrovich suddenly narrowed his eyes, studying his subordinate closely. Problems? He guessed. Karev hesitated. On the one hand, he didn't want to report a colleague. On the other, Petrovich was the only person he could turn to for counsel. Well, yes, he finally forced out. With Glebenkov, I don't entirely understand how I'm supposed to relate to his methods. The chief leaned heavily back in his chair. Take note of them. He said, I hope you never have to use them yourself. But Glebenkov's ingenuity, his attention to a witness's psychology before the conversation, not during, that's something you can and should learn from. You lack that. Yes, no one can deny his ingenuity, but he's extremely zealous in this case. Almost too zealous. That's understandable. Glebenkov himself suffered because of no inquiries. His wife died of a heart attack after reading the page about him on their website. She had a weak heart. Paul remembered the inspector beating Pashchenko in the hospital. Flirting with his wife, everything fell into place. And he burst out, then he can't be handling the Pashchenko case. He's personally involved. Vikenty Petrovich raised his index finger meaningfully. He is a specialist in complex investigations, and this is a complex case. An exception was made for Glebenkov. And don't raise your eyebrows like that. Exceptions have been made for you too, more than once, so you should understand. He paused, then added, prepare a written report on the investigative actions carried out. I expect it in my inbox within the hour. The higher-ups are watching your investigation closely. Paul's next day began with Glebenkov picking him up from the parking lot in front of the PI building and carrying him off to some sleepy residential district in the north, leaving the jumper under a tall poplar so an inspection drone wouldn't catch them parked where they shouldn't be. They slipped into the entrance of the nearest building. This time, the apartment they needed was on the 2nd floor, and they went up the stairs. Standing at the door, Glebenkov pulled out his pistol and held it out to Paul. Take it. Why? Use it. When your heart tells you to. Karev shrugged and took the weapon. Then, it occurred to him, he would look ridiculous walking in on a witness with a gun in his hand, and he tucked the pistol into the inside pocket of his jacket. He winced as he realized the barrel didn't slide in all the way and could fall out with any abrupt movement. Today, it's loaded with live rounds, Glebenkov remarked. This witness has done time. He's aggressive, and anything's possible. So don't raslublicy. Karev nodded. The inspector shoved a hand into his trouser pocket and pulled out keys with a small fob. A second later, the fob touched the sensor circle on the door, and the lock clicked faintly. Nice gadget, Karev murmured. Why don't we get those? Doors open for you on their own. All right. Going in. Quietly. With his palm against the door panel, Glebenkov pushed it inward, opening into a dark corridor. Karev followed. It smelled of dirty socks and something spicy, like cheap Eastern incense. From somewhere ahead came rhythmic female moans. Paul broke into a sweat as he realized what moment they had chosen to pay the witness a visit. Just past the corridor, they stepped into a room. Karev fixed his gaze on the floor so as not to look at what was happening on the bed. Glebenkov, as if nothing were out of the ordinary, cleared his throat loudly and said, Excuse me, could we have a moment of your attention? Karev heard a woman's shriek and a man cursing. My dear, Gather your things and leave us, Glebenkov said. You can get dressed on the landing. There's no one out there right now anyway. He didn't have to repeat himself. Clutching her clothes to her chest, the woman dashed for the door, brushing Karev with the smell of sweat and cheap perfume. The door slammed. 3 men remained in the room, 2 in gray suits standing by the bed, and a third lying on it, pulling a blanket over his nakedness. The room itself was a studio, the bed at one end, a kitchenette at the other, and in between, a table with 2 chairs. Mamedov was a swarthy, athletic-looking young man with long, messy hair. Sideburns blackened his cheeks. Karev had never understood men who grew mutton chops. The worst thing a man could do with his facial hair. They made him look unserious, adolescent posturing. "What the hell?" Mamedov barked. "Who the hell are you?" There was more outrage than fear in his voice. "Viktor Mamedov, you knew sooner or later this day would come," Glebenkov said, circling the bed. "Well, today's the day." Instantly, Mamedov sprang from the bed. He shoved Karev aside and lunged for the door, but stumbled and crashed to the floor with a thud. Only then did Karev realize Glebenkov had tripped him. The inspector grabbed the witness by the hair with his left hand, his right clamping Mamedov's wrist, and yanked him up, first to his knees, then to full height. "Up, forward, sit." Mamedov hit the chair by the table, tried to rise again, and was stopped by a sharp shove to the neck. "Let me at least get dressed." "No. You can't. I have rights. Only one. The right to give full and complete testimony in the Pashchenko case. I'll call the police." By an unbelievable effort of willpower, I'd love to see that. Glancing around, Karev spotted trousers and a heap of clothes on the floor, picked them up, and tossed them to Mamedov. Blood was running from Mamedov's nose, but he noticed only when he wiped at it automatically and then began pulling on the pants. Brown stains bloomed across the pale gray fabric. "Damn, my nose is bleeding. That happens when you smash your face into the floor," Glebenkov explained. "Give me the first aid kit. Right drawer of the cabinet." "Sure. I'm sprinting as we speak. Tilt your head back and wait for it to pass on its own. And this..." Glebenkov produced handcuffs and, with startling speed, snapped the young man's left wrist to the chair back. "We'll make you more attentive." "Let go, you bastard! You can't treat a witness like this." "And what makes you think you're a witness?" Glebenkov said, his voice turning cold. "You consider us your enemies. You think you and your little friends are waging war against the penultimate inquiry. And in war, Vitya, there are no witnesses. There are prisoners of war. And right now, you're our prisoner, our tongue. And you don't baby tongues in interrogation. If necessary, you even torture them." He stepped to the kitchenette. Something clinked, metal against metal, and he turned back with a huge cleaver in his hand. "I didn't mean anything like that," Mamedov stammered. "I just helped scream a bit. If I'd known it was illegal, I wouldn't have harmed you, of course." "Harmed?" Glebenkov made a face of exaggerated surprise. "Who do you think you are, worm? Do you honestly believe you can harm us?" He leaned in, eyes bright. "Let me enlighten you. You exist only because it's useful to the penultimate inquiry. You drain off the negative emotions that accompany any worthwhile case. You're useful to us, exactly as you are, petty, spiteful, and stupid. As long as you exist, the niche is occupied, and no one bigger, more respectable, and smarter will appear in it. Besides, thanks to our man among you, you're perfectly controllable." He flicked the cleaver lightly, as if it were a pointer. "So you can consider yourself a freelance employee of the PI. No point in squirming. You know what we need. Give it to us, and we'll leave you alone." "All right," Mehmedov said quickly. "I'll tell you everything. Just let me go." "Of course," Glebenkov replied. "First you tell us, then we let you go." "Okay, I saw with my own eyes how Scream helped an old lady. Her kitten climbed a tree and couldn't get down, and Scream climbed up himself and brought it down. He loved cats. And when my mother got sick and we needed money for surgery, I didn't know where to go. The bank wouldn't lend because I was broke. Anyway, Scream found out, sold his jumper, and brought me the money himself. I didn't even ask. He said, 'Here, Mehmed, take it. No questions. Pay it back when you can.' And also there was a time when—" "With what?" Glebenkov interrupted. "With what?" Mehmedov blinked. "What was your mother sick with?" Glebenkov said evenly. "That it required such urgent and expensive surgery?" "Well, I don't remember all the medical terms exactly, but basically they found this, what do you call it? A runny nose?" Glebenkov prompted sympathetically. Karev laughed despite himself. In the same second, the inspector seized Mehmedov by the back of the head and slammed his face onto the table. Mehmedov screamed and cursed. Karev stopped laughing. "Who do you think you're trying to fool, you little pup?" Glebenkov hissed, moving behind the shackled man. "You don't have a mother. You grew up in an orphanage. And Scream had allergies. He didn't like cats. Go to hell, you bastard." Glebenkov seized Mehmedov's free right hand, pinned it to the tabletop, and raised the cleaver. "Sir," he said in exaggerated politeness, an inflection Paul had already learned boded nothing good, "you appear to have compared me twice now to that cloven-hoofed mammal." All the while, Mehmedov struggled uselessly, trying to tear his hand from Glebenkov's grip. "I won't say I'm particularly flattered by the comparison. But since fate has brought me together with such an expert on goats, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it and ask you one question." He held the cleaver poised. "In your opinion, can a goat chop off a man's fingers with a single swing of a cleaver?" "Don't," Mehmedov gasped. "Man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Investigator. Please, just answer. Can a goat chop off a man's fingers with one swing, or can it not?" Mehmedov fell silent, thinking desperately. He sensed a trap and couldn't decipher which answer was right. Karev frowned, realizing there was no right answer. Even by Glebenkov's standards, this had become too extreme. He remembered that Glebenkov had handed him the pistol for a reason, telling him to use it when your heart tells you. Perhaps he meant Karev should threaten with the gun to shake testimony loose. But Paul was flooded with a different urge, to stop this nightmare immediately. Yet, half paralyzed, he still stood there, silent, watching. "Well," Glebenkov said mildly, "will I get an answer to my question, or will I have to answer it myself?" He began tapping the flat of the blade lightly against the fingers pinned to the table. "No!" Mehmedov screamed. "It can't." "A perfectly sound judgment," Glebenkov praised. "It has hooves. It can't even hold a cleaver. Of course, a goat can't chop off a man's fingers." He leaned closer, voice silky. "Therefore, to convince you that I am not a goat, I will have to, dear Victor Mehmedov, chop off your fingers." "Don't! Please. Otherwise, you'll spend your whole life unable to see the difference between me and a goat," the inspector continued, waving the blade in front of Mehmedov's eyes. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again." "Of course," Glebenkov said softly. "Without fingers on your right hand, there will be many things you won't do again. I'm not guilty. I wanted to do the right thing. Scream never did anything good for anyone. But you needed an answer. Look at those little fingers," Glebenkov ordered, "and say goodbye to them." No, no. That was when Karev finally snapped. He drew the pistol and leveled it at Glebenkov. Drop the knife. The inspector turned, surprised. Mamedov twisted his head too and cried to Paul, pleading, "Please, stop him." Glebenkov smiled and said gently, "Relax, Paulie. I'm just going to chop off his fingers. No one ever died from that. No, you'll drop the knife and leave him alone. Listen, they'll sew them back on at the nearest clinic in half an hour, assuming, of course, he gives us testimony. Drop it. One strike with this knife would save us a massive amount of time. Drop it." For several seconds they stared into each other's eyes in silence. Karev knew he would shoot the inspector if the knife came down. He was ready, and the moment that readiness fully settled in him, the cleaver hit the floor with a heavy clang. "All right," Glebenkov said, spreading his hands. "If you know how to get testimony out of this nobody without cutting off fingers, be my guest." Paul moved slowly toward the table, circling it from the left, keeping the pistol trained on the inspector. Glebenkov stepped back without a word, wearing the same mocking expression. Facing Mamedov, Paul put the gun back into his pocket and said, "I apologize for my colleague. Want to kneel in front of him too? Take off the handcuffs. And why would I do that? Because that's how it should be." An epic phrase, Glebenkov noted, but obeyed. Seconds later, Mamedov was rubbing his freed left wrist, while the inspector pocketed the cuffs. Karev pulled up a stool and sat opposite Mamedov. The young man's lips and chin were slick with blood from his nose. He glanced back at Glebenkov behind him, then looked at Karev. In his eyes there was expectation, fear, and a dull, heavy resignation. The pause dragged. Paul felt sickened beyond words. He couldn't force out even a formal question. To interrogate, ask about good deeds from a half-naked, terrified man with a broken nose. There was something satanic in the whole scene, a cruel joke hanging in the air. He was silent. Glebenkov was silent. Drawing a deep breath, Karev said, "Fine, let's go." He doesn't know anything. It's obvious Scream didn't do him any good. Glebenkov spread his hands. "Colleague, we are obliged to question the witness. Let me remind you that this is precisely what we're paid to do. Out of his taxes. If we walk out now, he'll immediately write an article about how interrogators shirk their duties. And he'll be right. Come on, Paul. You volunteered to interrogate this worm without a knife. So interrogate him." And he felt that the man opposite now saw the same resignation in his eyes. They were both dolls in Glebenkov's puppet show. He could stand and walk out, but even that was written into the script. If he left those two alone, Glebenkov would pick up the cleaver again, and then... Karev understood that Glebenkov had no bottom, no limit where he would stop. To get what he wanted, he would do the most terrible things. He had already done them. Swallowing nervously, Paul forced the words out. "Did Pyotr Yurievich Pashchenko ever do you any kindnesses? Any benefactions?" He expected Mamedov to stay silent, or to answer no. But the young man with the ridiculous sideburns suddenly said, "Yes." And Karev understood that now he would tell the truth. Interrogators can tell. "He helped me with housing. When I got out, I had nowhere to live." He barely knew me then. We met at some party. We were sitting, drinking. Somehow it came up and I said I slept in stairwells. I didn't ask. He offered himself. And after that I lived with him for almost a year. He even found me a job. Mamedov fell silent. "And that's all?" Glebenkov asked. The young man rested his hand on the table and answered wearily, "Go on. Cut my fingers off. But I can't tell you anything else. Well then, even a mangy sheep yields a tuft of wool." Come on, Polly. Paul rose from the stool and said, eyes lowered. Once again, I'm sorry. He got out of Mamedov's apartment as fast as he possibly could. In the corridor, Paul pulled out the pistol and, without a word, shoved it into Glebenkov's hand. Well done, the inspector praised him, taking the weapon. You've got a golden heart. It told you exactly when to act. Karev didn't reply. In silence, they rode the elevator down and stepped outside. Spotting the bright sign of a tavern across the street, Paul headed straight for it. Hey, our jumper is parked somewhere else, Glebenkov pointed out. I know, Karev grunted. It's lunch break. All right then. Let's have lunch. A bottle of vodka and a shot glass. A few seconds later, the bartender set both on the counter. Without saying a word, Paul took the bottle and the glass and went to the far corner, where he sat at an empty table. Glebenkov followed and sat opposite him. So this is how you eat lunch? He asked. Yes, Paul said without looking at him. He twisted off the cap, filled the glass to the brim, and tossed it back in one swallow. Listen, we're on assignment, and drinking alcohol for lunch during working hours is, somewhat against the rules. Beating witnesses is probably against the rules too. Your drinking right now won't be for the good of anything. And how would you know? Karev poured again and drank again. Listen, you're not even eating anything, Glebenkov said, genuinely concerned. Paulie, if you want to tell me something, tell me with words. This isn't the time to get drunk. Let's just talk. Karev stubbornly poured himself a third shot. What's there to talk about? You'll have an answer for everything. And it's not about words. He knocked back the third shot. Only now did he feel the tight knot inside him beginning to loosen.